1. Research and abnormality. The streets were busy during the evening in New York. Many people were coming and going, many were walking with a forward-facing gaze, tunnel-visioned into their destinations. No one paid any mind to an old man sitting by the road, seemingly a normal beggar, missing both legs. Near him was a wooden sign that asked for just a bit of kindness. No one paid him any mind. In the sea of faces, his was the only one that was avoided. Even the occasional kind soul didn't look in his direction. Maybe it was because of his grotesque appearance? A face mangled, scarred over already, looked like a pack of rabid dogs had once eaten it. Even then, some would still find pity in such a tragic existence. Still, no one paid him any attention. All but one person, Alexander Nicolia. That old man had stood there for many years. Alexander had seen the old man on numerous occasions sitting, waiting. Many times in different places even. It was as if the old man was searching for something. Despite his appearance and obvious disability, he wasn't unable to move. No, if one was to track down the old man, they could find him in numerous places. On numerous continents, dozens of countries all around the world. But how could such a thing make sense? How could something like this even be possible? Well, Alexander tried to tell all of his friends about it. All of the people that he knew just looked at him weirdly, asking him, what old man are you even talking about, or saying things like, has all of that reading finally turned you insane? In truth, Alexander had somewhat considered the second a few times. Maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. But that also simply didn't make any sense at all. Sure, Alexander was not a bright-eyed young man, but he was no old decrepit man either. He was merely 49 years old currently. If any one of his friends were to describe him, they would all call him adventurous and curious, a great conversationalist and an amazing sommelier. A black-haired man with a trimmed beard and green eyes, always clean-cut and presentable, most of the time wearing formal clothing. His muscles were well-defined and his face was what one would consider conventionally handsome. A man that had seen many walks of life and one with a name that sent waves through quite a few fields. Especially his main field of study, archaeology. He was known to be the man to have discovered an even older civilization than that of the Sumerians. He unearthed something in the place where one would least expect to find anything, but also in the place where such a civilization could be expected to have existed. The deserts of Egypt, and it was because of the discovery of that civilization, that his name had become renowned worldwide in the field of archaeology. He was the one to discover the civilization that preceded the ancient Egyptians. After a few years of research, he also managed to reverse engineer the language that the ancient civilization used. He had found great help in the form of Jean-François Champollion's research into the decipherment of ancient Egyptian scripts. The languages were different, but he had managed to find some similarities between them. And from those slight similarities, he managed to unravel an entirely new language. If anyone else was to describe it, then it would be simply called the work of a genius. So, how could such a genius have simply gone insane like this? Alexander could feel the paranoia creeping in with each day that passed. Each time he tried to point his acquaintances in the direction he had clearly seen the old man was never there. Seemingly a figment of his overacting imagination. But he knew that the old man was real. The old man had only started appearing after he had unraveled that civilization. Rather, that was when Alexander took notice of him. With all of his curiosity, an unnerving feeling still prevented him from approaching the old beggar. Each time he took a step toward the old man, he could feel his bones shaking as his back filled with cold sweat. That was when he stopped and turned around usually. But this night things were different. Why? Well, it all had to do with his last excursion to the site of the ancient civilization that he had found. More and more relics were being discovered by the teams he was leading. Being the only person with a perfect grasp of that language, he was called to the scene to investigate a few new relics and to help decipher a few tablets. Amongst those antiques, dusted and destroyed by time, Alexander's eyes caught something that made him curious. A very large and thick stone tablet, about as tall as he was, and he was exactly 1.95 meters. A portrait, or rather, the ancient version of one, a stone engraving depicting a very familiar figure. An old man with a long white beard, 2 missing legs, hands hidden by clothing, face mangled beyond the limits of brutality. Alexander could only gulp as he looked down at the text underneath that depiction. He could make out the words rather quickly, having already spent years deciphering texts of that nature. Always be wary of the wanderer. He doesn't repay kindness with kindness. Alexander could only gulp. He called one of his many students there to confirm that he wasn't truly delirious. The student was a bit confused at why his teacher was so stressed out about that stone engraving, but he did confirm being able to see it. Even managed to explain to his teacher the circumstances in which they had found it. It was simply sitting up straight in the middle of the desert. We assume that the recent sandstorms uncovered it, otherwise it's hard to believe that this was missed completely until now. The student seemed to ponder for a moment. Then he also saw the text that his teacher had already translated. How interesting! Such an ancient civilization had its own version of folklore. The wanderer must be some kind of boogeyman for them, maybe a tale they used to tell to their children, to make them a bit more distrustful of strangers. The student did give an extremely great explanation with the evidence provided. After all, Alexander's students were all geniuses in their own right. But Alexander just nodded a bit. Thank you, I just wanted a bit of confirmation. He knew better. This was no child's tale. And now, there stood Alexander, face to face with the old man that had haunted him for so many years. The wanderer. He gazed down, he powered through the unnerving feeling seeping into his bones, his curiosity had finally been able to overcome whatever that feeling was. As Alexander had expected, the old man did finally notice his presence, looking up at his face with a pair of cold and dead black eyes. Spare a coin for an unfortunate one. That was all that the old man said. Alexander looked down at the enigma in front of him, only one question on his tongue, what are you? Alexander simply tilted his head when asking that question, not averting his gaze or blinking even once, afraid that the old man was just going to disappear on him again. Spare a coin for an unfortunate one. The old man simply repeated, his eyes didn't even seem to register Alexander's question, it was as if Alexander was not even there. Yet the old man was staring right at him. Alexander at this point simply didn't know what to do. With a sigh, he took out a stack of bills from his pocket, something he had prepared beforehand. To him, money was more of a concept, a means to an end, it didn't mean anything in his eyes. So he had no qualms giving the old man a bit more than a coin. Alexander crouched down and placed the money right into the old man's lap. The money seemed to be swallowed up in the old man's clothing. Then, something else happened, Alexander could see a light glint into the wanderer's eye, a toothy grin spreading on the old man's disfigured face. Kindness never goes unrewarded. It was a creepier voice than before, but a lot less robotic at the very least. Alexander almost took a step back when hearing the tone, but he wasn't fast enough. That ancient thing, whatever it was, opened its mouth completely, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth then expanded, towering over the tall Alexander in less than a second. In that split second, Alexander froze, because he saw something even stranger inside that being's mouth. He saw stars, he saw another pair of eyes. In that instant, Alexander was shocked, it took only a half-second of hesitation. His entire body was swallowed up in an instant. And just like that, the greatest archaeologist of that century had disappeared completely, too. Rewarding kindness. Alexander's awakening was not a pleasant one. The last thing he remembered was staring into the mouth of the ghost that had haunted him for years. He stared into the eyes that he saw there with great curiosity in his last moments on Earth. How did he know he was no longer on Earth? Well, he could see it. In the distance, he could see his small, insignificant planet. A place that he had studied with passion and curiosity. A place that held his close acquaintances and friends. Truth be told, Alexander did have quite a few friendships, but most of them were extremely superficial. But, that was to be expected given the middle-aged man's career and accomplishments. What Alexander didn't expect to see in his entire lifetime, was the reality currently staring him in the eyes. He was floating in outer space. So far away that his home was merely a speck in the distance. And it was getting smaller and smaller, or rather, Alexander was getting further and further away. He felt as if his very soul was being rapidly pulled towards some other place. Before he knew it, he was in front of a strange amalgamation of eyes and tentacles. Earth, that small imperfect sphere was no longer anywhere to be seen. A toothy mouth appeared inside the tentacles and eyes, wriggling around in a strange manner. Alexander couldn't find any words for what he was seeing, but he also couldn't quite bring himself to find the thing in front of him disgusting. It was strange, he was staring the unknown straight into the eyes, there was no genuine fear to be found in Alexander's eyes, something that seemed to surprise the strange being. A human. After so many eons. The being spoke, its very voice shook Alexander's soul. But once again, Alexander couldn't bring himself to feel any fear and disgust. All he felt was his burning curiosity, much like the being in front of him now started feeling the same. Kindness. Such a strange concept. The being spoke again, not bothering to wait for a reply. Yet you are the second person to ever come here. To ever receive a reward for his kindness. Alexander now raised a brow. But there were more in the past, weren't there? I am sure other humans have passed through this place at some point. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any depictions of the wanderer in that civilization. The being listened to Alexander's voice as it closed its eyes. Some may have reached this place, but none deserving of a reward. The being moved one of its limbs as it turned massive, it seemed to pull apart space, showing him a strange sight. Dozens of people, wearing the same types of tribal clothing that Alexander had seen in the depictions of the civilization he found, were all being tortured by different human means. All but one, who seemed to be having an eternal feast, surrounded by beautiful faceless women from all sides. The one in eternal bliss was the first human to reach this place. He wasn't worthy of a proper reward, but he was also not guilty of anything, having fed my agent in your world a warm meal with a smile on his face. His character wasn't strong enough, so I simply gave him what you are seeing. It is a simple reward, bare bones. Maybe it would have been a punishment to some. But he had given some kindness to the wanderer, so he was not to be punished. What about the rest? Alexander asked as he looked at the tribal people being tortured. Many of them seemed to beg for death. Their bodies and mind endlessly regenerated to keep the pain fresh. I have glimpsed into your past. You are more than intelligent enough to guess what they have done to be deserving of this. Alexander simply gulped a bit. A picture of what had happened was already painted inside of his mind. The first man found it in himself to give his kindness to the wanderer, and he received a treatment similar to his, which was likely seen by others. The wanderer was most likely hunted down. Each hit it received, it devoured someone else, until the tribal civilization gave up on the hunt, realizing that they were only losing able-bodied men for no reason. The men, however, were never to be forgiven. For they had given the wanderer the opposite of kindness. The wanderer became unnoticeable to most from that point on. Alexander still couldn't understand how or why. Indeed. You seem to have understood the situation. I am essentially the god your people used to worship. I am still being worshipped, though under different forms. Now, what do you wish? The being spoke again, this time its tentacles wriggling a bit as they reached out towards Alexander. The researcher didn't do anything to try and dodge them, he knew that he was safe after all. Apologies, that was a silly question on my part. I know what you want. The god in front of Alexander spoke again, its tentacles wrapping around Alexander. It wasn't a vice grip like one would expect, rather it was more of a gentle hold. A man like you would only be satisfied if he were to be sent into a world filled with secrets. Secrets to unravel. But you will also need the strength to protect yourself. The god spoke as a smile spread on its face. Thankfully, I have the perfect body to send you into. A candidate better than any other. A human that considered himself God, but was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust despite his power. A person with no pull, no influence on the world at large. Despite the fact that he could be as strong as the strongest in that world. Alexander's eyes widened as he seemed to find something strangely familiar about the man that the being was describing. Is my current body not good enough? Alexander asked as he looked down at his own body. He had spent many hours working out, trying to sculpt and strengthen his body to withstand the harsh deserts he was traveling to so frequently. He was relatively powerful by human standards. Unfortunately, your current body is far from enough to survive even a day in the world I am sending you. Alexander sweated a bit, he felt a bit insulted, but who was he to argue with a god? The ancient being as old as time itself was surely better qualified to judge such things. I understand. Any other advice you might be able to give me? Alexander asked. He realized that the god wanted him to find out his reward on his own, so he didn't inquire about specifics. After all, if he was to be told specific things, he would have been told some things already. Nothing more. You will have the memories of that person, but I doubt someone like you can be influenced by the personality of a fool. Enjoy your new life, kind soul. The god then released Alexander. Alexander could feel another pull, this time his soul was actually pulled out of his body, he could see his body left behind, being once again grabbed by the god that was getting farther and farther away. As soon as Alexander disappeared, the god smiled once again. Its twisted mouth and jagged teeth shined in the infinite blackness of space. To think such a human would exist. A genius like him would have thrived despite the circumstances I sent him under, but a kind soul deserves a hefty reward. The god then looked at the first human it had ever technically rewarded. Although it didn't consider what that man was given a reward. A man of his intelligence wouldn't be pleased by some mere carnal pleasures. I look forward to his journey. The god then seemed to blend into space, as all its eyes closed. 3. Rude awakening, or, awakening as a rude pompous prick. The next time Alexander opened his eyes everything was already different. The dark void around him was replaced with light, and his desolate surroundings of his were now also replaced with a grand hall. Alexander didn't know what to quite make of the situation, the thing that he had met was certainly a god. On one hand, it opened up so many possibilities, but on the other, it also created a lot more mysteries. Were all ancient gods in different mythologies some type of divine beings? Alexander pondered on that for a second. The being he had met didn't hint at there being more gods. It had simply stated that it was the god, the one that people had always been worshipping, though under different names. So, now Alexander had the answer to the god question. God was real, but he certainly didn't care much about humanity. He wasn't some loving father figure at all. The god he had met was a cynical being, it had sent only one messenger to Earth, and it had only ever given a reward to 2 human beings. Alexander did consider the first human to have reached the god as rewarded. It was an eternity of bliss, after all, something that humans dreamed of when thinking of heaven and whatnot. The rest of the humans were being mercilessly tortured in there, for the rest of eternity, eerily similar to how hell was depicted in many of the books he had read. Alexander wasn't daft enough to think that those were the actions of a loving god. Still, he had been the one to receive the favor of that all-knowing god. Maybe it was finally time to look into it a bit more. Taking in his surroundings a bit better, Alexander noticed that he was on a throne, for some reason. A throne of gold. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed that he was surrounded by gold, in a large hall. Golden pillars, golden carpet, it was as if the previous owner of the body was obsessed with gold. Alexander blinked a few times as he finally looked down. It wasn't hard to tell that he was shirtless. He was quick to notice how pale he now was. By all accounts he had always been white, but due to his numerous expeditions, he had always been more on the tan side. Now he was as white as could be. The only good thing was that he could see that his muscles were well defined, at least to an acceptable extent. There were golden bracers on both his hands and ankles, as well as golden rings on both of his big toes. It all made him look like some rich baron. The next thing he noticed was his clothing. He only wore a pair of baggy pants with a wavy pattern along with a blue piece of fabric that only covered his behind, looking similar to a skirt piece. They were very comfortable, made from an extremely flexible, possibly expensive material. Alexander then started feeling as if his appearance was more and more familiar. It was only then that he noticed his extremely long earlobes, reaching to his waist, adorned with golden earrings. Holy shit! I am Enel, aren't I? Alexander was a man of many talents, but archaeology wasn't the only thing that interested him in the world. He also had a passion for fictional works. One Piece had been a boon of his for a very long time. It was a story that he enjoyed greatly and that he also liked to form theories for. He especially liked studying the poneglyphs shown. He never bothered to try and decipher them himself since it was just a piece of entertainment, but he loved their concept. Decades of history locked away in a coded language, sculpted on unbreakable pieces of stone that the powers that be simply couldn't get rid of. It was an extremely intriguing situation. He watched countless theories on the show and even created plenty of his own. Many revolved around the countless mysteries that the show had to offer. He had always found it strange that such a compelling story was hidden behind such a childish facade. Well, the show wasn't all that childish when thinking more about it. It featured a lot of extremely heavy themes and it did have plenty of depictions of violence. He slowly got up from his throne as he remembered another aspect about Enel that he had somewhat forgotten. Enel was tall. Standing at a whopping 2.7 meters tall, only a bit shorter than the admirals. Alexander did some stretches with his new body. He quickly noticed the ornamental circle with 4 wooden drums attached. Alexander found them similar to the legend of the god Reborn, extremely fitting for the power he now possessed. He then reached out to the side of the throne, as if it was muscle memory, grabbing a golden staff that was just as tall as he was. How peculiar! Alexander spoke out once more. Then it happened. He quickly grasped at his head as he felt a searing pain cover it instantly. His mind was assaulted by a lifetime of memories, Enel's memories. Alexander quickly got over the pain though. He was no stranger to heat strokes, so this much only surprised him momentarily. In the next few minutes, he instantly gained an understanding of where exactly he was, and where exactly he was within the timeline of the story. He also gained an understanding of something else. His powers. Having a Logia devil fruit did give one a certain sense of superiority over others, but Alexander wasn't just a nobody. He knew very well that there were plenty of people capable of getting around his defenses. But Enel had no such foresight. He simply considered himself a god because he had gotten his hands on a fruit that the world considered to be one of the few invincible ones. It was on the same level as that of Whitebeard, the strongest man alive. But power needed to be trained, otherwise, it was just like having a dull giant blade. Extremely useful against wooden tools and smaller weapons, but otherwise useless against other giant blades. Then there was Mantra, Enel's saving grace. Observation Haki was certainly developed to see over a large distance. Even now Alexander was able to sense all of Skypia. Due to the devil fruit's powers, Enel was even able to listen in on conversations within the range of his Haki. The observation Haki was even trained to the point where it could see slightly into the future. But it wasn't perfect, nowhere on the level of Katakuri, who was able to see perfectly 10 seconds into the future. Besides that, from Enel's memories, now Alexander could tell that he was relatively close to the Straw Hats arriving on the Sky Island. From what his men had told Enel, the golden ship they were building was relatively close to completion. I have quite a few things to fix before their arrival. Alexander sighed as he finally decided to take on his new identity. From now on, he would live as Enel inside this new world. But that also meant that he now had to go ahead and fix past Enel's countless arrogant mistakes. And he wanted to get them done before the Straw Hats arrived. At least attain some semblance of peace. Enel sighed as he rubbed his temple in frustration. Why did the previous owner of this body have to be such a piece of shit? The first thing on his to-do list. Somehow solve the conflicts within the Sky Islands, as well as lessening the fear of the people. Enel knew that it was impossible to get the trust of the people back. The past him had basically been a tyrant that simply instilled fear into them for almost 8 years already. Enel still believed that there was a relatively easy fix for the entire situation. Put someone that people could trust in charge of the Sky Islands. Someone that was also likely to actually want to put an end to the war that had already been waging for 400 years. And Enel just happened to know exactly who the most qualified individual was. Enel sighed as he started making his way outside of his temple. It was time to visit an old man that lived somewhere off on the Skypia 4, Gan Fall's confusion and truth. Enel didn't need to spend much time finding the old man, Gan Fall. It was surprisingly easy to know where everyone was using observation haki. Sure, there were ways people could hide from it, but Gan Fall wasn't able to hide properly. If the past Enel saw him as anything other than insignificant, then he would have been killed already. Enel could only sigh once more when thinking of the mess that was his current reputation. Fixing it wasn't going to be easy. Well, there was always the option of simply moving away from Skypia. But Enel didn't want to do something that boorish. The past Enel had originally been from Skypia after all, and he had mistreated everyone inside it without any hesitation the second he gained the power that allowed him to consider himself a god. His priests weren't all that much better. The vast majority of the people on Skypia completely despised both Enel and all of his actions, though. They always kept up the charade of calling him a god because they realized that he was always listening in to them. Enel knew that the situation looked somewhat difficult to turn around, but he also didn't care about building his reputation back up. He just wanted to right some of the wrongs of the arrogant past version of Enel. Enel sighed as he used his devil fruit powers to turn into lightning and travel right onto Old Man Gan's front porch. Enel felt a bit odd for a split second. He had used that power so casually, but it had technically been the first time he had ever used it. Maybe it was due to the memories, but every action he did using his devil fruit seemed to be natural, instinctual even. So, there Enel was, right in front of Gan Fall's door. The blonde did realize that he maybe should have thought a bit more about how to approach the old man before he simply stepped into his yard, but it was a bit too late for that. After gently knocking on the door and hearing it creak, Enel was once again reminded that he was now in one piece where people could cut islands in two. And his body had a decent amount of strength, which he unfortunately also didn't have much control over. The door opened, and an old man of average height with long white hair, a mustache and a beard was holding the door handle. He wore medieval armor, reminiscent of that of knights. The old man's eyes widened when he saw who stood in front of him, cold sweat filling his back. He was afraid, maybe, but he wasn't going to just keel over and let himself be killed. He started reaching for his weapon with his hand hidden behind the door. He tried to put on a brave face, but he knew he didn't stand many chances in front of the young god. He had somewhat feared that this day would come, that Enel would eventually come for his life. But he had hoped to have more time. Greetings. God Enel of Skypia, how may this old man be of assistance to you? He tried a cordial greeting, but he knew that Enel wasn't the type to care about such things. Then the old man noticed something strange. That gaze. That posture. Enel always wore a lazy expression, even in combat, but now his usually half-lidded eyes were open, and his slouched back was straight as a cutting board. The next thing that happened was going to remain with Gan Fall for the rest of his life. The formerly arrogant Enel took a bow and said, "Old man, I need your help." There was no senseless formality, no sense of superiority, a simple honest request. Gan Fall dropped the spear he had been grasping from behind the door as his eyes widened. Enel, the man that had taken so much pleasure in mocking him, the one that had ruled the entirety of Skypia with fear, considering himself above everyone else and enslaving many others to his rule, was bowing to him? Who are you? The question came naturally off his tongue. It was easy for someone as old as Gan Fall that knew past Enel so well to be able to tell that something simply wasn't right with what was happening. Enel sighed as he raised his head. It's a long story. May I come in? If the bow didn't clarify that the person he was speaking to wasn't Enel, then this certainly did. Enel would have never asked him for permission to do anything. Gan simply nodded. The two of them then entered the small home and sat down at the table. As soon as the two of them sat down, Enel began recounting a story. Not his story, but the one that he wanted Gan Fall to believe. He painted the picture of him being an archaeologist from a desert island somewhere in the New World, having found a devil fruit that allowed him to swap bodies with others. He was about to die of starvation in the middle of the desert, so in a last-ditch attempt, he transferred his consciousness away randomly. Gan Fall had his eyes wide when hearing about that. He stroked his beard in confusion. Whenever I switch bodies, the person I switch with gets to use my body. They can only switch back with me if they touch me while in my new body. But I am pretty sure that my old body has already perished in that desert. So the old Enel is already dead, most likely. I see. Excuse me for saying this, but it all seems far-fetched. Yet there is simply no better explanation as to why Enel would ever do this. Even if it was a ploy to make fun of me, he wouldn't have kept it up this long. Ganfall believed the person in front of him, but he was still confused. Enel did well to use a devil fruit for his explanation, they were still mysterious objects that couldn't be explained properly even by the ones using them. Besides, he only needed this excuse for Gan. But, how did you know to come to me for this? Ganfall asked while stating at Enel. Consciousness gets flipped around, but the brain retains memories. It's just how this works, it's also the root cause of my frustrations right now. This past Enel's actions seemed to be those of a petulant child. One that had far too much power. Ganfall could only sigh once more. The old man did feel a bit happy in a sense. Well, given the circumstances, I am glad that you took over Enel's body. Having someone mature and less arrogant wielding that power is more ideal. The old man said as he finally managed to relax completely. I am a bit flattered. But I am not interested in the title of God of Skypia. I am an archaeologist at heart, a person striving to uncover all of the secrets of the world. I cannot rule a country while not being there for long periods. Enel said as he finally got around to the reason he had reached out to Ganfall in the first place. Ganfall blinked a few times, then he smiled once more. I guess it's time for these old bones to come out of retirement, huh? Sorry for putting this over your head. But I also thought you'd be pleased to return to your right position. You were also close to finally creating peace with the Shandians when the original Enel interfered. Enel spoke as he slowly started getting up. I am thankful to you, stranger. I don't even know your name. Ganfall said as he also got up. You can just call me Enel, my previous life is already over, Enel said as he stretched a bit. Gan simply nodded as he started thinking about a few things. Taking over won't be all that difficult for me since everyone hates you. No offense meant, by the way. The only ones that might prove troublesome would be your priests. Ganfall eventually said as he stroked his beard. I'll go sort them out then, I remember them being relatively loyal to the old Enel. I'll make sure they don't get in your way, I can do at least that much. The conversation was over at that point, with Enel going about finding the priests and getting rid of them. There were only 4 priests in total, and they each used dials to fight their enemies. Enel knew that they weren't going to be an issue for him, but he still planned to use them for some training. 5. God Army, priests, and control. Enel sat down in his room, he looked at the table full of food in front of him and then at the women that stood around the table. He stood there for a minute or two, before telling the women to simply leave the room. They seemed scared at first, but still left nonetheless. Enel then called the 4 priests to his room, making sure to tell them to all arrive at the same time. He wanted to eliminate them but didn't want to do it while they were separate. That would mean their chances of putting up much of a fight were much lower. Right now, Enel had yet to completely get used to his new body, so it was a great time to practice his powers on some live targets. Enel manipulated lightning through his fingers, making it dance around his palm and twirl around his hand. Controlling his devil fruit felt oddly natural, he wasn't even sure if that was a trait of devil fruits in general, or just Enel's memories sparking up. The newly transferred otherworlder continued to get used to his devil fruit, until controlling it felt even more natural. After a few more minutes of controlling and producing lightning, the 4 priests walked in. All of them looked exactly as Enel remembered them: Satori, the red-haired man with a ball-shaped body; Om, a bald and muscular man of average height, a large sword strapped to his back; Shura, the aviator-looking priest with a pointed mustache and a lance on his back; and lastly, Gitatsu, a tall dark-skinned man with an extremely strange hairstyle. Enel could remember them both from his past life and the memories of the old Enel. Glad all of you were able to come here on such short notice. Enel spoke out with a leisurely smile, his attitude seemed to get a few raised brows. The priests weren't used to Enel ever being polite after all. We thank you for your grace, God Enel. If I may dare inquire, what do you need from us at this moment? Om was the first one to speak out, being the strongest of the 4 he was also the most confident. Well, it's simple really. I just need you to disappear. Enel said. All of the priests widened their eyes. In the next second, Enel was already in between all of them. Do your best to fight, I wish to see the strength of my priests after all. Enel used his staff to first strike Gitatsu, who went flying through the wall of their room with a strange shriek. What is the meaning of this, God Enel? Did we do something to displease you? Om was quick to ask, but he also unsheathed his blade at the same instant, not being one to just roll over and die. A part of him hoped that this would just be one of their god's tests, to see if his priests were really up to par. But the reality was a bit less merciful. Maybe a bit. Enel said as he tilted his head. He thrust his staff forwards, this time towards Satori, who in turn brought both of his hands up, in hopes of blocking the strike. Enel simply smiled when seeing that, with a bit of electricity flowing through, his staff quickly turned into a trident, Satori didn't even have time to think as his ball-shaped body was skewered through its midsection and impaled on Enel's trident. I believe people in power should always take responsibility for what happens to those underneath them. Enel said as he swung his arm, flinging Satori's body into Shura, who was still flabbergasted to the side. Gee God! Shura grunted as his fellow priest's body to the side. He quickly took out his lance, preparing to do his best to defend himself. None of you ever showed any care towards those beneath you. That behavior isn't one fit for a leader. Enel said as he sighed a bit. He knew that it was useless to talk to them in that manner, even somewhat ironic coming from someone like him. But he was no longer the old Enel, and he wasn't exactly used to killing others. He was doing his best to distract himself while also justifying his killings with the fact that they deserved to die. In truth, he also felt weirdly nonchalant about killing them. Sure, he had made up his mind about it beforehand, but he didn't know if he could go through with it or not. It was strange he didn't remember being that sadistic and bloodthirsty, but Enel decided to ignore it, for now, not wanting to give it any more thought in the middle of a fight. Ohm reacted this time, taking the moment Enel stopped his movements for a split second and swinging his long blade towards him. Even though it was from behind him, Enel could still feel it clearly due to his observation haki. But he didn't bother stopping it, his body split in half in that instant. However, it reconnected itself in an instant, making it look like Ohm's blade had passed right through him. The elementalization part of Logia devil fruits had always been an interesting aspect for Enel, now he actually got to experience it in person. Enel then sighed as he released a surge of electricity. Ohm was instantly paralyzed as he felt the current course through his body. Shura, who was dashing towards Enel, wasn't any better, his lance had attracted some of the electricity and it had also paralyzed him. I didn't want to use my powers too much. But I guess it can't be helped. Enel sighed as he turned his trident into a Chinese spear, a qiang. He swung it with confidence, and in one swift motion, he decapitated both Shura and Ohm. Their faces wore shocked expressions as their heads rolled on the floor. Their bodies didn't even hit the floor before another enemy made his way back to the room. The only priest left alive was Gitatsu, had just returned into the room from the broken wall, only to see the horrifying scene that had occurred. He quickly shrieked, turned around and tried his best to run away. Enel didn't move at all, he simply sighed in pity. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning fell from the skies right onto Gitatsu's path. It created a large hole into the island that Gitatsu instantly fell into, right down to the lower seas. Enel somewhat pondered why his devil fruit was even allowed to exist. It made him so powerful, to the point where he felt that he was cheating. He could instantly attack anyone within his haki range. Enel simply couldn't understand how Luffy had managed to defeat something like that. Even if the rubber man was immune to lightning, Enel could always turn his staff into something sharp and skewer Luffy to death with his superior speed. The only conclusion he could reach was that the past Enel was indeed a monumental idiot, but his exploits were also a bit more impressive than what an idiot should have been able to do. The ship he had designed with his devil fruit in mind was extremely impressive. It was a ship specifically made to travel through space. And while the current Enel didn't feel like putting his chances on that and actually going to the moon, he still found the fact that the ship was capable of flight to be impressive. It was certainly not the product of an idiot. So he could only guess that past Enel was simply too blinded by his own power to act accordingly. Regardless, now that his job was over, Enel decided to also inform Ganfall about that. The old man took the news in stride. He seemed to have already prepared a few things in the little time in between Enel's visits. In the end, it only took one day. One day for Ganfall to completely gain control of the entirety of Skypia. He also managed to speak to the Shandians and actually come to an agreement with them, helping them retrieve their temple and island on the exact same day. Ganfall had wanted to end that senseless war for a while now, and thankfully he was able to do so quickly, with Enel's retirement of course. The old man didn't go into specifics about what had happened to Enel, but the people of Shandia, although wary, were more than happy to take back their homeland unobstructed. Ganfall, using his name and authority, made the rest of the god army instantly obey him. They feared Enel's retribution at first, but after seeing that the few people that accepted were completely fine, they all turned coats in an instant. The police force in Skypia didn't hesitate to listen to Ganfall for even a second, and the people of Skypia all rejoiced when hearing of Enel's retirement from his rule. Again, no one had any idea what had driven the maniac that had ruled over them with an iron fist to give up and kill his own priests, but there was always that idiom, never look a gift horse in the mouth. So the people didn't ask many questions directly, although many rumors would surface later. And just like that, Skypia was once again under the control of its rightful ruler, Ganfall. Calming down, it only took a few weeks for things to settle down completely. Ganfall had taken power in the first day, but people were still wary for a while, especially since Enel wasn't defeated or anything. No one actually knew what had happened to Enel, no one knew why he had stepped down from the title of God of Skypia. Sure, no one was publicly seeking the answers from Ganfall and his newly appointed guards, but people still couldn't help but wonder. Some rumors spread that Enel was somehow sick, and he had passed away, taking his priests down with him. Other rumors said that he had finally gone completely mad and killed all of his trusted advisors, then committed suicide. And, by far the most egregious and unbelievable rumor, was that Enel had somehow turned over a new leaf. It was unknown where that rumor had actually started, but very few people believed such a thing was even close to possible. The ones that believed that simply didn't know much about Enel. Those rumors didn't do much to affect Enel though. He was currently sitting down at a table with Ganfall, and the two of them were calmly drinking some tea. And one of Ganfall's newly appointed guards was also present. A muscular man wearing tribal clothing, a tattoo with a strange pattern adorned the left side of his upper torso as well as his face. His most memorable feature was certainly his tattoos, but some others would also recognize him from his mohawk and the large cannon on his back. The small set of wings that were also on his back didn't make him look that special since everyone on Skypia had those. It was none other than Whipper, who was currently glaring at Enel from behind Ganfall. His gaze was filled with hate, but he still didn't act. Things have finally become more peaceful. Ganfall spoke while sighing a bit. He could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere in the room, and he knew the cause of it. Ganfall didn't really want to bring anyone when meeting Enel, but his new guard had insisted to accompany him regardless. Whipper was also one of the strongest Shandia warriors, a person that had fought hard for many years to regain his homeland. You can guess that he wasn't a really big fan of Enel. In the first place, he was a person that deeply despised Enel, and seeing him so close made it hard for him to even hold back from taking the cannon off his back and pointing it at the young former god. But Ganfall didn't really wish to keep Enel's existence and help a secret. And at the end of the day, Enel also didn't really care since he didn't want to hide his presence from the people of the island. He wasn't planning to stay there forever, but it made for an extremely great base of operations, especially since access to the Sky Islands was extremely difficult. Even to the Marines and world government. And since Enel obviously planned to start studying the poneglyphs, a practice not really liked by the world government, it made even more sense for him to have the main base on Skypia. Indeed. Did you already start the demolition of that big ship? Enel said as he also unfolded a newspaper and looked over it. Of course. No reason to keep it around when it isn't needed. Those metals can be used for more meaningful things. Ganfall said with a calm smile. The entirety of the last few weeks was cathartic for the old man. He felt like things were finally slipping back into place, going back to the way they should have been. And it was all thanks to the man standing in front of him, Enel. He had also been a bit skeptical after the first meeting. His mind couldn't help but wonder if Enel was truly just playing a prank on him. But after seeing the lightning fall down into that forest, he knew that Enel was indeed speaking the truth. It also became public knowledge that Enel had called all of the priests for a meeting since one of the divine squad had confessed to being the messenger for Enel on that occasion. That show was also how everyone found out that Enel was the one to kill all of his priests. It wasn't exactly a complicated conclusion to come to. I was thinking of building a smaller version of that. Having a boat I can fly with my devil fruit powers does sound quite useful. I will build that myself eventually. Enel said as he smiled a bit. He had already completely gotten used to his powers, no doubt due to actual Enel's memories. Now he was simply looking forward to how he would spend his new life. That might be a good idea. A smaller ship might also be able to fly a bit faster with less energy if you think about it. Ganfall didn't really know how the design of the ship worked, but anyone could come to that conclusion using common sense. Moving an object of a certain weight took energy, moving an object of much greater weight took a lot more energy by comparison. Speed was also greatly impacted by the weight and design of a ship, so Enel did have quite a few improvements to make to the original Enel's design. That is the plan. There is no rush in that regard though. I still have plenty of time on my hands. Enel took another sip of his tea. At this point though, someone in the room had had enough. Alright. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on? Whipper asked while banging one of his fists on the table. The table shook, and some tea was almost spilled on the newspaper. Thankfully Enel reacted fast enough and caught the tea back into the cup. Ganfall simply chuckled, while Enel broke out in a burst of full laughter. Gahahaha guhahaha. The two of them were clutching their stomachs, making Whipper only more and more frustrated. Enel finally wiped his tears and said. We were wondering how long you'd take to snap. It was actually shocking you lasted that long. Ganfall also nodded at that, the smile on his face not receding one bit. Well, I believe it is better to explain things to you since you will work closely with me from now on. Ganfall finally calmed down and spoke up. The old man then got to explaining Enel's circumstances to Whipper, who just listened to him with a flabbergasted expression. That sounds so convoluted. The tribal warrior looked at Enel with suspicion in his eyes. Maybe, but if he was trying to fool me, he wouldn't have killed his priests, nor would he have allowed his ship to be demolished. Regardless of how improbable this sounds, it is the truth we have to believe now. The person in front of us is not the Enel we once knew. Ganfall said with a sage-like smile on his face. Hey! Don't judge my backstory. It ain't nice at all. Enel said with a pout on his face. I don't know if I'll ever get used to this. Whipper had seen the arrogant Enel in the past, and he could somewhat agree with the old man. After all, it wasn't like either Ganfall or Whipper now completely believed Enel's backstory. Enel didn't even bother to care if they truly believed it or not. After all, regardless of how far-fetched the version of events that Enel had given them, regardless of how much truth there was in there, one fact still remained observably true. The man in front of them was certainly not the Enel they knew. Regardless of the fact that they looked the same, they clearly weren't the same. Even now, the young former god of Skypia hadn't changed his attire all that much, since he didn't really have much of a wardrobe to choose from. But Enel figured that the style wasn't so bad. He especially liked the ankle and arm golden bracers, mainly because they could also provide an advantage in a fight. If he lost his staff, he could still make a weapon using a few of his accessories, so he decided that keeping his current attire was mostly fine. Well, he was planning to change his clothing style to a more formal one at some point, a habit he planned to keep from his past life, he just wasn't in much of a hurry to do so. Say, is it alright if I build a cabin somewhere on Upper Yard? I doubt the people are ready to see me walking around the city randomly. Enel said as he stretched his back for a bit. Well, it's okay for you to make a home somewhere in the Upper Yard, just make sure it's not too close to the City of Gold. Yeah, the people of Shandia are also not quite prepared to forget about what past Enel has done. Ganfall was the one to give Enel the okay, but Whipper was the one to remind him of the last part. Enel just nodded. Fair enough. I wasn't planning to make it too close to either city thankfully. After a while and quite a bit more chatter between the three of them, the conversation died down and Enel excused himself in order to go and build his cabin somewhere in the woods. More specifically, he wanted it to be relatively close to the shark-infested river that he remembered the Straw Hats passing through in the original story. Enel ________________________ Story will sometimes switch between POVs, but the regular POV will always be the narrative one. It feels like I'll never get used to this. Seeing an entirely new world around me was a bit disorienting at first. I figured I'd get used to it though. I guess I wasn't entirely right. Seeing people with wings everywhere, being able to sense everything around me perfectly, being able to produce and control lightning. Those aren't things you get used to so easily. But, I decided to just take things in stride and enjoy my new life. I was given all of the tools necessary to live an easy life, but my ambition leads me down the path of learning. And in a world like this, learning isn't looked upon nicely. The government in this world have made their stance very clear on that. To the point where most people don't have any idea of the full history of their own countries. The people of O'Hara tried their best to learn the secrets of the world, and they were forced to pay the ultimate price for it. Nico Robin is the only confirmed survivor of O'Hara, and also the only reason I wish to meet the Straw Hats. I had always found her character to be intriguing, maybe because we had similar interests? Well, I don't plan to stick around them or anything, but not befriending a group of pirates that will go on to being able to take down Yonkos sound quite stupid to me. I've contemplated what to do in this new life of mine, especially considering that I cannot openly seek out the truth. The thoughts of simply not bothering with anything did cross my mind. But those are the thoughts of a quitter and of someone that can't accomplish anything great. Why should someone like me have to give up on their desire to learn the truth just because the world government doesn't like it? Even now, with barely any training, I have the power to blow up and destroy an island, something that only an ancient weapon is supposedly capable of. That should be plenty to count as self-defense. But I don't know if I can truly rely on just my devil fruit to survive against the world government's full forces. If I truly want to thrive in this world, I better get to learning Haki. Making weapons out of gold and other conductive metals isn't going to help me against someone like Garp or Sengoku. They would most likely crush me swiftly if I ever attempted fighting them head-on. The admirals also. Well, Kizaru is the only one I truly fear amongst the marines. I can easily outrun Garp and Sengoku, Aokiji and Akainu aren't any threat either. But Kizaru is the only person in this world that can match my speed perfectly. Well, we both move at the speed of light. The only way I would ever be able to win against him is by training my body more, as well as my Haki. At least to the point where I can match him, as my devil fruit is a lot more destructive than his. If I were to describe the strong points of my fruit, it would be like putting together the speed of Kizaru and fire power surpassing that of Akainu. It may sound a bit far-fetched, but lightning is hot. Really hot. I'm talking 5 times the temperature of the surface of the sun. A whopping 50.000 degrees Fahrenheit, 27,760 Celsius. Magma doesn't have shit on that, it only goes up to 2,700 Fahrenheit, 1,500 Celsius, meaning that I am completely immune to all fire-based attacks. I find it difficult to understand how Enel managed to lose while wielding this much power. I mean, I understand that Luffy is immune to both lightning and high temperatures, but just speed alone would have done the job. The more I think about it, the more I understand why this fruit was titled to be one of the few invincible ones. Too bad it was owned by an actual idiot in the series. I don't plan to rest on my laurels though, trying to fight strong opponents without armament haki would be annoying, so I do have to learn it eventually. I'll have plenty of time to worry about that after entering the new world though. Right now, I've managed to do quite a few things despite only being in this world for a few short days. I've managed to befriend Ganfall and Whipper, somehow. I can tell they aren't buying my backstory, but at least they don't care to find out more. Finding a friend in a new environment provides one with an extreme amount of comfort. But that's not exactly the only thing I've managed to do. I've also, somewhat, helped end the 400-year war that waged among the tribes of this Sky Island. The war between the Shandians and the people of Birka and Skypia raged for a very long time. I technically didn't do much. Ganfall was a millimeter away from ending the war before the old Enel dethroned him and took the position of god of Skypia. Now, besides building a small cabin in the woods, I've also managed to find and transcribe all of the poneglyphs on this island into a few parchments. That wasn't exactly difficult to do. The fun part comes next. Managing to learn the ancient language from them will be difficult. At least that's what I thought at first. But then I remember that there is one passage of written ancient language that was completely translated within the show. More specifically, the words of Gold Roger were engraved on the gold near one of the poneglyphs. I made it here. I will guide this text to the ends of the earth. Pirate Gold Roger Robin translated this, as well as all of the other poneglyphs, and informed the Shandians that their ancient duty of protecting the poneglyphs was finally over. I'll tell you what, this is certainly a lot more than what I had to work with in my past life. Deciphering this language will be a lot easier with this discovery. I might need less than a month. Well, if there aren't any complications I will be able to gain a basic understanding of the language in a month. Mastering it completely in such a short time is simply not possible. I had decided to make my house relatively close to that river, but that part isn't quite as important. There are currently two goals that I've set for myself in this world. One of them is to discover the truth about the Void Century. This includes learning the ancient language and looking for all of the poneglyphs. The other goal is to get strong enough to not be opposed in my journey. This devil fruit is an extremely good start. Problem is that Enel is a weakling when it comes to physical strength. I've already tested my strength, it is impressive by Earth standards, and probably by this world's standards as well. But it lost even to pre-time skip Luffy, so it certainly isn't anything too special by Grand Line standards. Training is the only thing I can do at this point if I want to get anything done. Translating the poneglyphs is something I plan to do in between training sessions. The problem is that there isn't exactly anything similar to a gym in the middle of the forest. So I guess I'll have to make do with large rocks and regular fitness exercises? I can't exactly grade large rocks, so it will be difficult to tell how much weight I'm actually lifting. Well, I'll manage regardless. This isn't exactly my past world, I noticed quite a few unconventional training methods used in this show. Better get to it, the rest of the Sky Islands are already in good shape anyway, so I don't have any reason to worry about them anymore. I won't even be disturbed since no one knows where I've gone and what I am doing right now. Only Ganfall and Whipper have some idea of my whereabouts. What exercises should I start with? 8. Results and arrival underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 3 months. I spent 3 months going through the motions of training and constantly studying those poneglyphs. I ended up doing what I could for training. Gold turned out to be a good thing to use for weights, so I asked Ganfall to give me some more. I also got started on building a mall ship using the old Enel's design. I plan to make it entirely out of gold, memorize its structure and form it at any time I need. This is so that I can turn it into a weapon of sorts if needed. Being able to mold conductive metals with my electricity is a really great boon for my fruit, something that I might have underestimated at first. I've made what I call a deceptive weapon. I managed to condense a lot of gold within my staff, that way I'm able to constantly expand and retract it, taking enemies by surprise with constant changes in the reach of my weapons. It should be noted that I obviously didn't have any formal training in using weapons in my past life, I only did some MMA. Thankfully Enel's memories did provide me with some experience using the staff, as he was apparently considered adept at it. I've managed to easily combine that with my ideas and create a new style. One based on both speed and sharpness. It wasn't hard since staves, spears and tridents are extremely similar in wielding style. It needs some work but it's still a great improvement to just bludgeoning people with a golden bat, as Enel did before. My progress is also easy to see, as I grew stronger with each day. People in this world are simply built differently by the looks of it. Enel was also an inherently talented individual, he wasted that talent by disregarding his training. But he was still absurdly strong despite not having trained at all his entire life after getting a devil fruit. I was now able to make noticeable progress, constantly having to change weights and ask Ganfall for some more gold. The stronger I get, the more gold I can condense inside my staff, making my style more and more effective. The more weight my weapon has, the more damage it will do as well. It's a bit difficult to tell, but my staff should be weighing at least a ton by now. And this is a weight I can move comfortably around with. To the point where I can barely feel it. I could condense even more metals into my staff, but I do need to be flexible at all times for my fighting style, so this is ideal currently. My body hasn't changed all that much, but my muscles do look a bit more well-defined. At some point Whipper also joined me in my training, he is quite formidable by this island's standards as well. It was fun to finally have a sparring partner. I obviously didn't use my devil fruit, that would have defeated the whole purpose. But apparently, the holds learned in Jiu-Jitsu are extremely effective even in this world. Even more so now that I have what some could classify as superhuman strength. In the end, Whipper taught me a few moves and how to use some more interesting dials, and I taught him a bit of grappling. It was a great bonding experience, also extremely fruitful for both of us. While my training has been more than fruitful overall, the same cannot be said about the deciphering of the poneglyphs. Now, I know I was confident at first, but it seems that this language is a bit more complicated than I first thought. Only now, after a full 3 months, did I manage to get a basic understanding of the language, which in turn enabled me to read and somewhat understand the other poneglyph that was interesting on this island. I now know the locations of Pluton and Poseidon, both ancient weapon that was previously mentioned in the show. Well, I don't know their exact location, but I do know that one of them is somewhere in the country of Wano. This world's version of feudal Japan. Going there would be interesting, but I don't really care much for the ancient weapons. And the other is on the Fishman Island. I want to look for the poneglyphs both of these places at some point though. I still have plenty to find in this part of the Grand Line, so there is no rush to be had in that regard. My proficiency with this language isn't exactly as high as Nico Robin's, but I can at least understand most texts if I am given an hour or two. I guess I shouldn't have expected to be able to replicate the years of hard work and research that the people of O'Hara put in just a few months. Even if I had a boost in having an already translated phrase, a language is never this simple, especially one that was made for the explicit purpose of covertly teaching ancient history to future generations. I've also taken to wearing glasses, something I needed in my past life. Here it's more of a fashion statement than anything since I have pretty well-developed observation haki and perfectly working eyes. I always liked wearing glasses because I always felt that they made me smarter. I always felt that I could read faster as if I could concentrate on things much easier. Right now, I've already made a change in my wardrobe. I had to ask Ganfall for help with that, again. With his help, I now wear a deep blue formal suit, with a white shirt, matching pants, and shoes. Ganfall ordered it from one of the tailors within Skypia, it's custom-made and it fits me perfectly. The best part is that, although it looks like formal wear, it is made of an extremely elastic fabric that allows me to fight without any hindrance. I still train in my old clothes but having something I can wear while going out is rather nice. I've always liked looking presentable at all times. Other than that, not much has changed. I still have elongated earlobes, but I've gotten used to them. I even thought of a funny attack, where I basically turn my earrings into axe heads or stingers and headbang until my enemies die. It was fun thinking about it until I realized that it might actually be useful in taking enemies by surprise. Again. Although it is a bit hard to control my earlobes, I can't seem to do it consistently in fact. Now that I think about it. The Rokushiki of the Marines that the CP9 were using allowed one to have complete control over their entire bodies. So learning those techniques might actually benefit me greatly. If I remember correctly, Seimekiken was the stage where one had absolute mastery over their body. I think I need to master all of the 6 techniques to reach that stage. Or at least gain some semblance of mastery over them. Either that or simply master Kami-e to perfection. I can't seem to recall, but I will eventually learn all 6 techniques anyway, as they are all great ways to get stronger. Besides that, there are dozens of combinations that I can think of using my devil fruit and the 6 powers. Tekai might also be a good start in learning armament haki. Regardless, the more time I spend in this body the more attacks and methods of fighting I come up with. It seems that devil fruits do indeed reward creativity. Ring ring ring, I find this sound to be rather annoying, but the thing making this sound can't be any less interesting. Transponder snails are an odd piece of technology. If you can even call it that. The only people that have my number are Whipper and Ganfall, so I don't have to guess who would be calling me. Hello there. Elongated earlobes speaking. I picked up the phone. I kind of decided for this to be my opening whenever answering a transponder snail. Figured it's best to have fun with it if I can't change it. Enel, Ganfall here. I can somehow feel the uncertainty in his voice. I guess some people just can't take jokes all that well. Figured Whipper would have at least laughed a little at that, I said while twirling the cord on my phone. I see. I wanted to give you a warning that a group of pirates are approaching the island through the sea of clouds. Just figured it's better to let you know just in case they aren't a friendly bunch. Upon hearing that, I couldn't help but smile widely. Pirates, huh? They're finally here. Straw Hats. If one was to describe the situation for the Straw Hats in one word, that would be joyful. Finally managing to reach the sea of clouds by riding the knock-up stream made them all excited. Although some were still a bit shaken by the experience. Luffy himself had stars in his eyes as he saw the sea his ship was riding on. Zoro, one of the more observant of the group, did notice that he was weakened to some extent. But he decided to keep his mouth shut, for now, hoping it was nothing more than the change in the environment that was affecting him. And he was completely right, having just reached a higher altitude than they were used to, the air was simply thinner up there, and their bodies simply needed some time to get used to it. Thankfully no one attacked them, but they also didn't have any extol to pay for entry to the islands, as they didn't even have any idea what extol was. It was supposedly a fee of 1 billion extols per person to gain access to the Sky Island at the booth. A fee that had Nami pulling her hair out, and she didn't even know what extol was in the first place. Now, after passing the booth without paying, which they were allowed to do as no one stopped them, the Straw Hats were officially branded as criminals. Well, they were already pirates. So what's the difference anyway? They reached the shores of Angel Island, the very first island of Skypiea, also the one that held one of the main cities, surrounded by the Angel Beach. It was important to note that most of the Sky Islands were not made out of actual land, they were simply made out of island clouds. The only island that was made of actual land was Upper Yard, which still held the ancient city of gold. What remained of it anyway? While the Straw Hats were getting to know the local population a bit better, someone decided to make a trip into the forests of the Upper Yard. During Enel's reign, the entirety of Upper Yard was completely restricted to all civilians. It was considered holy ground and it was said that stepping on it warranted a death punishment. Now Upper Yard was back to being populated by the Shandians like it originally was many years ago. Some parts of the forest were still relatively dangerous due to fauna, so children weren't exactly encouraged to go out alone. But one child was a bit different. Wearing her usual fur dress and cap with a pair of sandals, as well as having a satchel strapped to her shoulder, she decided to venture out into the forest. It was none other than Isa. Isa was used to these forests for quite some time, she had been going on to Upper Yard even during Enel's rule as god of Skypiea. Isa was mainly doing that to collect earth, which people called Verth on the Sky Islands. It was considered extremely valuable on Skypiea. She already knew how to avoid forest animals, she knew which spots were more scenic, so she simply decided to take a stroll, although she did stray a bit further away than she had first intended. Well, maybe it was better to say that she was completely lost. She was simply stuck following a river, as she had lost her way after being chased by some animals. Now, she wasn't exactly the type to admit that she was lost. But none of the sights she was seeing was even close to familiar for her. She was thankful she had remembered to bring her burn blade with her. Which was technically just a burn dial on a stick. It at least provided her with some peace of mind, although she barely knew what to do with it. Eventually, she saw it in front of her. A wooden cabin, near the river, in the middle of nowhere. A cheerful smile spread on her face as she hoped she had finally found someone to guide her back to her tribe. The cabin itself wasn't anything special, it didn't even have any windows. It was rather large, even the door was extremely tall for her. It was to the point where she couldn't even reach the door handle. So she was stuck with simply banging on the door with her small fist. Hey! Please help me! Now, she didn't like asking for help from strangers. But she knew that the only people on the island were the Shandians, so she wasn't all that worried about meeting a suspicious stranger. The door opened with a small creak. A large figure was looking down at her with a surprised face. Enel knew that someone was approaching his cabin, he could tell because his observation haki was active at all times. But he had somehow lost track of her at some point, and now she was at his door. So being a bit surprised was normal. Isa was a bit scared of the tall stranger that greeted her at the door. At least that was until he crouched down and gave her a kind smile. Apologies, you've somewhat startled me. I wasn't exactly expecting visitors. What's wrong, little girl? Are you okay? Enel's smile was one of the kindest the little girl had ever seen, he was also dressed really nicely, wearing his deep blue suit as well as a tie. Even the wooden drums that stuck to his back appeared more stylish than they should have. Why yes, I'm fine. I'm a bit tired and I got lost. Do you know the way back to the Shandia tribe? Isa said with a scared tone. The stranger in front of her didn't look scary anymore, but he was still a bit intimidating. Even when crouched down and trying to be on eye level with her, he was still about twice her height. Of course I can, I was in the middle of something, Please, come inside. Enel stood back up and started walking inside his cabin, the little girl followed warily. She felt that the person in front of her was familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. POV Enel How the hell did this girl get lost? It didn't click instantly, but she is a character that appeared during the Skypia arc, more specifically, the little girl that had a very great talent for mantra. I remember her being able to predict where Enel would land and attack the Straw Hats. So she should technically be able to subconsciously use mantra to the point where getting lost shouldn't be possible. Welp, I don't know the limits of her observation haki anyway, I won't bother to look into it too deeply, she's still a small child after all. The little girl followed me inside the cabin, she struggled to sit down on one of the chairs, the table was a bit too tall for her though. She was barely able to reach it while standing up straight on the chair. I did make everything in this house to fit someone my size, I feel a bit bad since I didn't really design this house with visitors in mind. With a sigh, I tapped my staff and made a smaller golden chair and table out of it. Sorry about that. This might be a bit better for you. Her eyes widened as she looked at the golden table and chair. I don't know how she doesn't recognize me. I remember her mantra allowing her to read a person's emotion, and I basically have another soul now, so I'm guessing she doesn't think that I am Enel due to our different souls? Either that or she simply never got to run into the old Enel before I took over and has no idea either way. It didn't take me long to squeeze some fruits and make her some juice. She took it with a smile on her face. Now, I wanted to completely avoid the tribesmen these days. But I don't think it would be nice of me to just point her in the general direction of her tribe and tell her to fuck off. Thanks, mister. My name is Isa by the way. Isa said when she received her juice cup. The cup was also made out of gold, as I didn't have any other cutlery to fit her size. Oh, my name is Enel. I started living in these woods a few my words were interrupted by her spitting her juice all over my golden table, staff. Gee got Enel. Oh. I may have had a short brain fart there. Well, former god essentially. I did end up giving Ganfall his position back. I said as I took a seat on one of my regular-sized chairs. What? Why are you still here? She asked as she quickly took out a stick with a strange shell on it. I think this is a burn blade? Whipper did tell me about the different weapons that were made using dials. I live here? I mean, I've been living here after asking Ganfall for permission. I said while waving my arm around a bit. I can basically see her trembling like a tree branch in the wind. I guess Enel was still considered invincible on this island, invincible and a tyrant. This is annoying, having to deal with the shit that idiot did. The little girl took a few deep breaths, then she looked at me straight in the eye. I tried to give her the best reassuring smile I could, then she suddenly calmed down. I see. So I guess some of the rumors were true after all. She said as she put her burn blade back into her satchel. Rumors? Sorry, I am not sure about those, I haven't been focusing much on what is happening within the rest of the Sky Islands. I said while scratching my head for a bit. Some people started saying that you started feeling bad for your actions, and decided to start righting your wrongs. Most people just thought that was a joke. I guess not though. Isa said while looking at the small table in front of her, as well as the spilt juice. The Enel my people told me about would have never helped me like this. He also wouldn't have that much kindness within him. Damn, so this kid is still a psychic. Rumors aren't entirely true anyway. Do you want another cup of juice? I'll take you back home right after. I asked while grabbing a piece of cloth and wiping the small golden table. I could see the girl getting a bit red in embarrassment as she nodded her head and apologized in a quiet voice. Which made me chuckle a bit. Not all young brats are rude apparently. She is surprisingly well brought up even though she is technically part of a tribal society. But I guess it's my fault for trying to judge her based on that alone. Whipper has always been nice to me after all. I should probably take her back to her tribe soon, I'm sure they're looking for her already. As Enel and Isa were having a nice conversation and drinking some fruit juice, the Straw Hats made their way towards the City of Gold. Why? Well, that's simple. The name made Nami's eyes sparkle with berry signs and the rest were forced to steer their ships towards the upper yard. Not that they had anything against it. Sanji was an actual simp, Zoro didn't care, Luffy found it interesting, Robin wanted to see if she could find some poneglyphs in the ancient city and Chopper and Usopp were just kinda going along with it. The crew followed along the river in their going merry for a few minutes, the waters around them were somehow shark-infested, which managed to scare the shit out of both Chopper and Usopp at the same time. Nami was far too infatuated with the prospect of a city of gold to care about sharks. And Luffy just wanted to eat them for some reason. Luffy stood on his usual spot on the sheep head, he had made that spot his throne. He looked around the island as he was passing by with a large smile. Eventually, their ship was surrounded by tribesmen riding air scooters. All of them were startled and quickly got prepared to fight the Shandian warriors. Why are you trespassing on Shandian territory? The lead figure was a tall, black-haired woman, with 2 large bangs parted to either side of her face on the front, and a long and elaborate ponytail on the back. She has dark green eyes, and her lips are covered with pink lipstick. It was none other than Raki, a Shandian warrior that had also fought hard to regain her homeland. She had made a small expedition to look for her niece, but then she managed to run into a pirate ship, which led to the current situation. Visitors aren't welcome here. We've just regained our land, we won't allow intruders to just waltz right in. Raki said as she stood at the forefront of the group she had been leading. Luffy and the rest seemed a bit confused, it eventually led to Luffy just looking up and shouting. Oi! How are you all flying? That's so cool! Which led to the rest of his crew just face-palming. Nami did end up punching him, and a more sensible person walked up to talk to the tribal warriors. A relatively tall and tanned woman with long black hair going down to her waist, she wore a purple leather jacket leaving a bit of cleavage exposed and a pair of purple jeans that wrapped around her figure nicely, alongside a pair of high heels. Nico Robin took up the stand as she realized that the people in front of her were most likely the tribal warrior that she had heard rumors about on the island. She was one of the few that didn't just fuck around on the Sky Island, she tried her best to look for as much information as possible. Sorry about our captain, he can be a bit childish at times. She spoke in a clear tone, and her apology managed to calm down the Shandia tribesmen. It's fine. Although we currently live in peaceful times, the situation at hand makes me especially distrustful of you strangers. Rika said as she swept her hair backwards and glared at the ship. What situation are you talking about? Nami asked from behind Robin, poking her head out like a scared child. One of our youngest just went missing. She has been away for a few hours and we haven't been able to track her down at all. I hope you don't take this badly, but we will have to search your vessel, just to make sure. Rika said as she and her group finally landed on the Going Merry. At first, Sanji and Zoro looked at each other, they were the strongest besides Luffy, and they considered fighting the tribal warriors. But after seeing Luffy's in action they also decided to stay put and see how things played out. You're looking for a kid? You can look around, I guess. We don't have anything to hide. Zoro said as he sat down on the deck. Luffy didn't react much, he was still stuck staring at the different dials that the warriors were using. But no touching anything. Especially not my things. Nami said as she snorted a bit. Robin just sighed a bit as she went back to reading a book. Sanji quickly started following Rika around, as he usually did with any woman that he came across. Usopp was far too scared to do anything and Chopper was quite the same. Their ship continued sailing for a while, as the Shandia warriors just did a quick sweep of the ship and failed to find any trace of the missing child. It seems Isa is indeed nowhere on board. I apologize for this. It's just that this is a bit stressful. Rika said as she released a frustrated sigh. Does this kid go missing often? Luffy asked while picking his nose. Well, she always liked walking around the forests, but she always made her way back to the tribe. This time she's been gone for a bit too long for my comfort. Rika said while crossing her arms, the worried look on her face made even Luffy frown. I'm sure we'll find Oi. Luffy. There's something up ahead. Usopp shouted, leisurely interrupting his captain. He managed to get the attention of everyone on board, especially the Shandian warriors. There shouldn't be anything this far out. Rika thought to herself as she looked in the direction that the long-nosed traveler had pointed out. Whoa! That's a pretty large cabin. Luffy said as he immediately jumped onto the goat head of the Going Merry. Zoro, Sanji. Pull up the sails. Luffy quickly told his crewmates to start slowing the ship down. These are still shark-infested waters. I don't know if staying stationary is such a great idea. Nami said, the fear of sharks finally reaching her as well. The Shandian warriors simply gave each other confused looks, as none of them could recognize the large cabin in the middle of nowhere. It didn't even look abandoned, smoke was rising from a makeshift chimney, there was freshly cut firewood right outside the cabin. It was clearly being lived in. Robin looked down at the river waters, she noticed then that the closer they got to the cabin the fewer shark fins poking out of the water there were. Almost as if they were afraid of something. Eventually, the Going Merry came to a complete halt right in front of the large cabin. Most of the people on board all got out and looked around. The only people that remained on board were Robin, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp. Tread carefully. We don't exactly know who we're going to run into here. Rika warned all of the people following her. By the way, Straw Hat. Luffy looked at her with a smile and said, what? Where has the green-haired swordsman gone? She asked in a confused tone. After noticing Zoro's absence, the group continued forward without stopping. Somewhere deeper inside the forest, the green-haired swordsman was lamenting how everyone got lost. The group got near the door, and that's when it opened. Out of it came Enel. He opened the door with a smile, and on one of his shoulders stood Isa, who was still sipping on some juice, using Enel's head as a table. She spit out her drink again when seeing so many people gathered outside the door. Isa. So this is where you were. Rika's eyes widened a bit as she then took a better look at the person carrying her. Enel. You scum. She and the rest of the Shandian warriors quickly took a step back and took out their weapons. What? Enel just asked as he picked with his pinky. Isa on his other shoulder simply winced. The little girl was afraid that something like this could happen after learning that Enel was the one that was helping her. Wait, Rika dash. The little girl quickly tried to calm down her aunt, but it, unfortunately, didn't do much. I figured you wouldn't just go away like that. But to think you'd kidnap a child of all things. Rika's fists shook with anger as Enel's eyes rolled to the back of his head in exasperation. Luffy and Sanji looked back and forth between the tribal warriors and Enel with confused looks on their faces. This doesn't seem quite right, said Sanji as he realized that the little girl looked anything but scared of the tall man. All of the warriors were pointing their spears at it. Yeah. Let's see how things play out though, Luffy said with a wide grin, scratching the back of his head and moving the straw hat to his back. I've been living here the entire time, lady. Don't know what you're on about. If I wanted to do something to you people I wouldn't have to bother with this shit. Enel said with some frustration in his tone. The tribal warriors weren't keen on listening to him though. Isa shrieked as she saw the warriors lunging towards Enel with anger in their eyes. Please don't hurt them. She shouted, tapping Enel on the head a few times. Enel just released a sigh as he watched around 6 spears go through his body without any resistance. Seriously? We're doing this right now? There's a kid here. Enel said as he didn't even bother retaliating. He knew that the tribe warriors weren't any threat. Rika's eyes widened a bit as she quickly called all of her men back. Let's calm down for a bit. I'll call Whipper, he'll be able to clear things up a bit. Enel said as he placed Isa in front of the tribal warriors. He then went inside and came out with a transponder snail. Whipper? He knows about this. One of the warriors asked with gritted teeth. All of them were still rather hostile towards Enel. But his actions managed to put them on the spot a bit, leading to them not really knowing how to react. Ganfall allowed me to stay on the island. I chose this spot since I figured you guys aren't likely to pass by. Seems I was a bit wrong about that. And Whipper comes by from time to time for some sparring. Enel dialed Whipper's den mushy and waited with a blank face. While this was happening, the Straw Hats were still watching the whole thing. Luffy and Sanji tensed up a bit when seeing the Shandian warriors stab Enel, but they calmed down as they realized something. So he's a Logia, huh? All of the Straw Hats had that thought, even the ones on the ship that were looking from a distance. Robin's eyes widened even more as she saw something strange when those spears went through Enel. She saw a spark of electricity, right after the Shandian warriors took out their spears and retreated. That alone made her realize that she was most likely looking at a user of an invincible fruit. The Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. She gulped at first, but then she realized that the man was extremely calm despite the circumstances, which made her relax a bit as well. At the very least they weren't going to have to fight him. In the end, Whipper ended up talking to the Shandia warriors over the phone, and they were told to simply fall back to the City of Gold and not bother Enel. What do you mean leave him alone? Whipper, have you forgotten what he has done to us? Rika was enraged at this outcome. The other warriors were also not pleased, but they weren't going to question Whipper. Rika, if he was still the same as before all of you would have died by now. So, calm the fuck down and get back here. Whipper was quick to put her in her place though. It even made Enel feel slightly uncomfortable. Isa at the side simply sweated as she felt guilty for the whole thing even happening. The call was quickly ended with Rika still swearing under her breath. But she no longer made any move to attack Enel. The warriors had also sheathed their weapons. You guys should head back for now. I'm sure Ganfall will clear everything up. We all knew things couldn't stay hidden forever anyway. Enel walked up to the warriors and smiled a bit. The Shandians didn't really look at him kindly. Rika simply took Isa, and all of them turned around to leave, forgetting about the intruders on the island in the process. The Straw Hats also didn't bother reminding the Shandians of their presence, as they also didn't want any trouble with the locals. At this point, 3 more people came out of the ship, Robin, Nami, and Usopp. Leaving only Chopper to guard it, just in case. Sue. What's with you guys anyway? Enel looked at the Straw Hats with a smile, stretching his back a bit as he thought of his next steps. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 God damn it. I was planning to meet the Straw Hats a bit later than this. The whole mess with the Shandia tribe is certainly not a good image, but I guess that barely matters at this point. Hey. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. Luffy introduced himself accordingly. The rest of the Straw Hats present also started doing the same, although not as enthusiastically. I'm Nami. The navigator, I guess. The orange-haired girl spoke with an odd frown. I am Usopp, a great warrior and the vice-captain. Damn, I guess Longnose is still boasting about roles he doesn't have. I guess these people aren't any different from the way they were depicted in the show. I'm Sanji. The cook. You better keep your eyes to yourself. I don't want you looking at any of the fine ladies. Nami ended up punching him in the head as I just kept staring blankly at the blonde simp. Nico Robin. A pleasure to meet you. Her guard seems to be up, but I guess that's obviously going to be the case since she doesn't know me at all. Much like in the series, she should have been able to tell what my fruit is from that small exchange. So she only thinks that I am some weirdo with a lot of power. Well, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. My name is Enel, how about you all come inside for now? I said as I turned around and walked back into the home. It's kinda rude to keep visitors at the door, so inviting them in is only the polite thing to do. Although I really didn't design this home with visitors in mind. The pirate crew followed me in, each with their own reactions to the meager surroundings of my humble abode. Luffy just whistled. Damn, this place is huge. Even the table is really tall. He and Usopp both looked around the house with a bit of curiosity. Nami's eyes were instantly drawn towards my golden staff that stood in the corner of my cabin. I can clearly see her expression changing from bored to excited. Gold diggers, eh? Sanji looked at my kitchen, which is really just a medieval-style fire pit with a grill over it and some pots and pans. Sorry for the mess. I really wasn't expecting visitors anytime ever. I said while scratching the back of my head. Is that staff made purely out of gold? Nami finally asked as she quickly came up in front of me. I didn't know she was this fast, damn. Yes, gold is a highly conductive metal, so I can easily shape it using my devil fruit powers, I said, doing my best to try and keep my tone even. Most of the people in the room just looked at me like they had no clue what I was even talking about. Only Robin seemed to understand what I was speaking about. Enel. What are these on the table? Robin asked, her tone was rather strange. Wait. I forgot all of the notebooks open on my desk. I didn't bother cleaning up since Isa appeared on my doorstep. Fuck's sake, this isn't how this was supposed to go at all. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 12, Ancient History and Trauma underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The second Robin entered the room, she studied it the best she could without appearing too intrusive. She didn't want to risk offending the person wielding an invincible fruit for no good reason. Her crewmates didn't have the same inhibitions. They bombarded Enel with random questions and kept him somewhat occupied, which allowed Robin to look around the room even more carefully. Her eyes scanned the golden staff, intricate work and beautiful design. The odd dent in the wood also led her to believe that it was extremely heavy. Hearing Enel's explanation also made her eyes widen a bit. It was surprising that a person with that strong a devil fruit would even bother using any type of weapon. Still, that wasn't enough to shock her. It just made her understand that he wasn't an arrogant man and that he tried to improve himself regardless of his already immense power. In the first place, invincible devil fruits were known to have the power to destroy entire islands even with minimal training. Having a user of that fruit also trains his body, basically put him at the top of the world in terms of strength. At least that was Robin's opinion. As she was right now, she still didn't know much about how strong people could really get further into the new world. She also didn't know much about Edward Newgate's strength. She only had some basic knowledge. She knew that Whitebeard also had a fruit that was titled Invincible, which made her put Enel at the same level as him. Her eyes then looked over the rest of the room, a basic residence by all means. Extremely bare bones, but Enel did say he was not expecting visitors. She then turned her head towards a part of the room that was a bit more well lit. It was a nice wooden table with what looked to be an oil lamp but was most likely using a sort of dial to create light. She found it interesting and better looking than the rest of the room. But she completely froze when she saw the numerous notebooks and parchments that littered said table. She could recognize that language instantly. She gulped after what she was seeing had finally clicked in. Enel was studying the poneglyphs. He was also relatively far into his research, to the point where he could already translate the ancient texts to near perfection. She could clearly see the ancient text written on the parchments and the notebooks filled with translated words. That was all she could tell from one glance. That one man had managed to crack the secret language that had gotten her entire home burnt down by the world government. Any notion of not being intrusive completely vanished from her mind as she tried to do her best to process the information her eyes had just captured. Enel. What are these on the table? Her question was more of a formality, she knew what the notebooks signified, and she could clearly see the results of Enel's research. Oh, that is just an interest of mine. I am unsure of how familiar you people are with our world's history. Enel decided to play it cool for now. His plans were already ruined, he had wanted to make a better impression on the crew, and he had hoped to make his research of poneglyphs some sort of big reveal after they had gotten to know him a bit. Now that ship had sailed and it was nowhere to be seen, so Enel was left to build a raft with whatever scraps of wood he could find. Most of the crew's attention was now on Enel and Robin. Even Luffy managed to notice that Robin was reacting oddly to whatever she had seen on that table. I know a few things about it. Robin said, her tone was rather grim. The rest of the crew also managed to notice that. Well, then this makes things easier. An ancient blacksmithing clan of the Wano country created a secret language and etched it on indestructible pieces of stones called poneglyphs. They are scattered around the world and they hold the secrets to our world's true history, as well as the locations of ancient weapons around the world. Enel decided to give them plenty of details. Most of the Straw Hats were surprised to hear about that. Not many of them knew a lot about poneglyphs. I decided to make it my mission to unearth these secrets and publish them for the world at large. Enel smiled again, this time it was a bit more restrained. His goal managed to once again surprise Robin, but what shocked her the most was that he had even given her information that she didn't know anything about. An ancient clan in the Wano country? Robin asked, her confusion managed to overwhelm her shock at having discovered someone like her. A person seeking the truth of the world. Yes, Wano country is the origin of these texts. They are a closed-off country now, being ruled by a Yonko. I couldn't manage to find any other information there. I was also trying to stay low-key, as I don't wish to make my presence known to the government yet, and I don't want to fight a Yonko for no reason. Luffy's eyes shined the second he heard Enel's story. You've gone that far into the Grand Line. He wasn't the smartest, but he still knew a bit about the major countries inside the Grand Line, at least what he had managed to remember from his grandfather's teachings. Nami's eyes widened as she realized that, for once, Luffy knew something about anything. Well, it's not that hard to travel with my powers. But I haven't been to many other places. Wano country is where my fascination with poneglyphs started. Enel decided to throw some bullshit in his story. None of the Straw Hats, including Robin, could ever have any information to say otherwise. Not like they had any idea who Enel was. Even the people of the Sky Islands wouldn't be able to refute that, as none of them knew what their former god was doing in his free time. This is dangerous. Do you have any idea Robin was about to start advising Enel to stop his research. Enel was the one to interrupt her this time. Yes, I know. The world government doesn't like people looking into this. But what can they do really? Enel smiled in a calm way. Strength isn't something I lack, and I only fear the possibility of the poneglyphs being lost to time. If the world government wants to turn itself into a wall and block my path, then I will just have to crush that wall and turn it into a stepping stone. Robin's eyes also widened, she felt fear from the mention of the world government, memories of a wrecked homeland appearing in her mind. But there was also something else in there. She found it odd that she felt concerned for someone she barely knew. But in him she saw a kindred spirit, so she couldn't deny that concern was present in her mind. They were extremely alike in their motivations, in their goals. Both had a great amount of curiosity and a desire to learn the truth that the government so badly wanted to remain hidden. But unlike her, the person in front of her was both not known by and not afraid of the world government. That was where the two of them were different. Robin feared the government, especially after witnessing the Buster Call. But the person in front of her possessed the power to blow up an island much faster than a Buster Call ever could. The world government would have to pay an extremely stiff price if they even considered trying to hunt him down. Just with the abilities of his devil fruit alone, he was a figure on a similar level to a Yonko. And that made him untouchable. He knew that as well, and Robin was now also realizing that. Remembering just who the person in front of her was. Someone that could do anything he wanted. Someone that could blow up islands at will, a person that had the possibility to just stroll into Marineford and ruin it. That was where they were different. He was strong, in both body and mind. And she was weak. She was forced to flee for her life, her entire life was spent with her back to the wall, always wondering when the world government would finally catch up with her. She wasn't as strong or anywhere near as confident as Enel was. She clenched her teeth as these thoughts surfaced in her mind. Was I always this pathetic? She felt anguish, to the point of wanting to shed tears, but there were no tears there. She wanted to scream, but her voice felt muffled by an unknown pressure. Enel also noticed her state, his brows raised as he also became a bit concerned for her. Trauma was extremely difficult to overcome, and he knew all too well how fear could turn one into a statue. Enel felt that he should do something. He felt that he should act to try and comfort her. But he also felt that it wasn't his place to do so. Robin stood there, her hands trembling as her eyes were filling with more and more anguish. But then, she felt a pat on her shoulder, turning around, she could see Luffy, with a smile on his face. A person that she owed her life to, yet that didn't want anything from her, besides her friendship. Everyone, Nami, Usopp, even Sanji dropped his usual playfulness when seeing her in that state. They all gathered around her, trying their best to comfort her. She wasn't alone anymore. Maybe she wasn't strong alone. Maybe she wasn't confident enough alone. But she now had others to help her. To support her. To compensate where she was lacking. Anguish turned to happiness, self-doubt turned into confidence. Her tears started flowing, but for different reasons. I wasn't expecting such a strong response. Enel pondered when seeing the scene in front of him. He could tell that the rest of the crew didn't understand a lot of what was happening. But it seemed that his reveal had caused the Straw Hats to become a lot closer than they were before. Well, it more specifically caused Robin to feel more comfortable around them. After seeing that Robin had turned for the better, Luffy's smile widened even more. A group hug ensued, where Robin was squished in the middle and Enel was left standing there, awkwardly. Then Luffy looked at Enel. His gaze was not as friendly as before. I appreciate the hospitality. But I really don't appreciate you making my comrade cry. Luffy's anger was plain to see. I didn't say anything bad though. Enel said as he scratched the back of his head. Please don't tell me this world is still trying to make me the villain of this arc. Enel thought as his frustration started to mount. Double chapter today as well, I guess. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 13. Unwarranted conflict and options POV narration Luffy and Enel stared at each other for a bit. Luffy's gaze was fierce, Enel's gaze wasn't quite as determined, he looked mostly frustrated really. Things go from bad to worse. Enel didn't think that he said anything bad to Robin. He didn't even consider the possibility of Luffy getting mad at him. Thing is, without much knowledge of Robin's background, the crew couldn't really know which part of Enel's words had triggered such a drastic response from their usually stoic archaeologist. They also couldn't know whether or not he did it on purpose or if it was truly accidental. Luffy. Stop. It's fine. He didn't do anything. Robin ended up calming down and stopping the situation from de-escalating further. Still. I don't like him. Even the people before were acting weird around him. Luffy's suspicions were mounting, and the rest of the crew all thought the same. All besides Robin. I don't care what you guys think of me. You are welcome to leave my home at any time, no one is holding you here. Enel stopped bothering to salvage the situation and basically just told them to leave. He was an old man, he wasn't about to start apologizing for no reason to people half his age. One last piece of advice. Enel pointed his hand in a general direction. It looked as if he was pointing at something in the room, which led some of the Straw Hats to turn their heads. Only to stare at a wooden wall. Go straight in that line and you'll find the green-haired swordsman, you will also find the city of gold. People here don't put much value in gold, so you might be able to get some for free. The door of the cabin then opened up with force, prompting the pirate crew to leave. Luffy and the rest didn't have any objection, Robin did look quite regretful, she seemed to appear rather sorry about what had happened. One last thing for you. Enel appeared in front of Robin just as she was leaving, which scared her quite a bit. The Straw Hats were also shocked, as not one of them could even catch Enel's movements. Here. Just so you don't go snooping around the island too much, the natives might not like that. Enel gave her the parchments that contained all of the ancient texts within the Sky Islands. The Straw Hats looked at Enel with some confusion. But also plenty of wariness. Would any one of us be able to react if he attacked us seriously? Was the thought that managed to ring through their minds and even terrify some of them. Robin bowed a bit and thanked Enel. Sorry for inconveniencing you like this. She then walked out alongside the rest of her crew. Enel didn't bother to say anything. POV Enel In truth, I already know that the bad opinion most of the Straw Hats have formed of me is due to the altercation with the tribal warriors that just happened outside. Maybe Luffy's curiosity at the time allowed him to stroll in here to see who exactly I am. And me stressing Robin out to that extent might have been just putting more fuel to the fire. Trust is hard to earn and easy to lose, and first impressions matter a lot in this world. Hell, Luffy's crew is mostly gathered on first impressions. The captain just sees someone, if he likes their demeanor or looks he just ends up inviting them to join him. This is why I had hoped to stage some type of series of events that would lead up to our meeting, to prevent a shitshow like this from happening. It's also partly my fault since I stopped monitoring the entire Sky Island a while back. If I still had my haki spread around, this could have been avoided. Even worse, the Straw Hats are basically still children, so most of them didn't even fully get what I and Robin were talking about. They just saw that I was making Robin very uncomfortable and got mad at me. It would have been nice to form a friendship with a future Yonko, but I guess that doesn't really matter at this point. A hit and a miss, as some would say. I still need powerful allies though. I am not foolish enough to think that my devil fruit will be able to save my ass against the combined might of the entire world. This will be more akin to a game of chess. One between me and the world government. I plan on being a bit more involved than a king though. Problem is, my side of the board is completely empty. That's why I need to have powerful friends. This failure is disappointing, but I thankfully still have other options. I'll just have to make sure to get friendly with another Yonko. The problem is that Big Mom is a stupid slob and Kaido is a battle maniac with lackluster morals. I'm not even going to talk about Shanks, that man is far too sketchy, he's more dangerous than both Kaido and Big Mom. Even worse, his connection to the world government as well as his goals are completely unknown to me. It's better to stay away from someone if you have no clue what they wish to gain from their actions. My hawk appears to be friendly with Shanks, and I don't really care much for swords. So he's also out. This leaves me with 3 distinct options. One of them being Whitebeard and his children. I can think of a few ways of befriending them right from the get-go. Their crew is rather big and they would be of great help going against the world government. Another one is the Revolution Army. But I also don't know much about their leader, nor do I know their commanders very well. I just know they directly oppose the world government, so they'll likely become my allies regardless. My last option, and the one that currently makes most sense. Infiltrating the Marines or Chipper Pole and looking for more secrets within the world government. With my powers, it would be easy to rise within the ranks rather quickly. This would also allow me to learn the 6 powers and armament haki, rising my current power to new levels. Problem is, my appearance would definitely arouse suspicion from the world government and the Marines. Having an admiral-level figure just roll up and ask to join isn't ideal. Too many things can go wrong and my background can't really be checked at all. So if I go in, I need to hide the fact that I have a devil fruit, or pretend to have another devil fruit. I wouldn't even need to use my devil fruit much anyway, the only reason I am going there is to strengthen my body and haki. From all of my options, I need to think of a path to take in the future. Thankfully I still have time, no one knows about me, and no one knows of my goals. Truth is, I know that I will never be able to publish the truth of the world with the current government still in power. And if I did, they would simply spread lies about it and call it propaganda. Therefore, I need to make sure they don't get in my way. I have the fortune of being 10 steps ahead of my enemies, this is because they don't even know we are enemies yet. If I play my cards right, they will only find out I am an enemy when it's far too late. I just need to think about how to proceed. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. I think it's obvious that I wasn't about to make the MC join Luffy, smiley face. I usually tend to head in a different direction than that of the plot, so just following it would feel a bit wrong. Also, Luffy and the others still need to go through plenty of hardship in order to grow. Having a person that can just one-shot everything in the first half of the Grand Line would mostly hinder their development. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 14. Friendship and departure underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Although the Straw Hats found Enel to be a suspicious individual, they still decided to follow his directions, mostly at Robin's behest. If we want to get out of here quickly, listening to a local is the best way to go about it. The tanned woman convinced them with that rationalization. In truth, she felt rather conflicted about the whole situation. On one hand, Enel was only helpful and cordial with them. It was because of her that the falling out had happened. Thankfully, the Lightning Logia user was not childish enough to start a fight over the misconduct of her crewmates. Robin felt a strange amount of regret and shame at having left the situation at that. Maybe there was more she could have done to calm down her crewmates. Now, the polite and respectful Logia user was left alone in his cabin. She felt genuinely bad about that. Especially since she had also been alone for the longest of times. Still, going back there at this point would be even ruder. She was going to explain the situation, as well as what caused her to have such a reaction to Enel's words later when she felt the time was right. It was after all a matter regarding her past. She was currently still stuck pondering the fact that she had managed to find someone like her. For now, the Straw Hats had bigger concerns. Finding their lost swordsman was their priority right now. Well, the priority for most of them. Nami was pondering what to give the Shandia tribe in exchange for gold. Luffy and Sanji were also thinking back to Enel. More accurately, they were thinking about how neither of them had managed to even react to his speed. How no one had even noticed him moving and he was already standing in front of Robin. It made them both want to get stronger. Rather, it made them realize that their current strengths were not that great compared to what one could find within the Grand Line. Neither of them felt discouraged. It was fortunate for them that the person they met now was not aggressive, but they needed to be prepared for the future. It didn't take long for the group to find Zoro. They explained the situation to him the best they could right after they finished arguing about who got lost first. So this guy just pointed you in my general direction. Zoro looked a bit weirded out by that. Yeah, he was a real weirdo. Usopp said while trembling a bit. Does that mean he knows where everyone on the island is at all times? Zoro came to that conclusion instantly, as his gaze turned serious. Luffy and the rest of the crew also raised an eyebrow as that thought finally crossed their minds. Robin was the only one that wasn't exactly shocked by the revelation. He is a powerful man. Not exactly surprising considering the fact that he has an invincible devil fruit. Robin said out loud, this was the first time she had mentioned that to the rest of the crew. Invincible? What do you mean? He seemed strong, but he wasn't that scary. Usopp said while patting himself on the chest. Robin shook her head. It's a fruit that grants one strength comparable to the top of the world. Wielded by a person that isn't even afraid of the world government. As we are right now, we cannot fight him. Heh. I'm also not afraid of any government. Luffy said with a confident smile. Robin laughed a bit at that, her smile was a bit contagious this time, which led to more of the crew smiling with her. But we don't currently have the strength to back up our confidence. Robin left that part unsaid, as she didn't want to dampen the mood. The crew then continued into the island, going in the direction that Enel had pointed them towards. Nami ended up cuffing Zoro to herself, just to make sure he wasn't going to wander off. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 The Straw Hats are just on their way to the Golden City, their ship is still here though, and I don't really feel like awkwardly running into them again. I'll move my cabin elsewhere, it's not that hard anyway. I made it so that I can just pick it up and carry it around. I decided to move it somewhere on the outskirts of Upper Yard, this time it's quite a bit further away from both the City of Gold and the ship of the Straw Hats, which is still being guarded by their medic, Chopper. I think I know what to do next. Ever since arriving here, a plan started slowly forming within my mind. I am not exactly constrained to befriending a single group of people. Right now, my plan is rather simple. Infiltrate the Marines as a recruit and rise through the ranks by hunting down a pirate or two. I won't be using my devil fruit to its fullest extent, I will only use it to manipulate metals. This will be my devil fruit power for now. I first wanted to enter the Revolutionary Army and join the Marines as a spy for them. That would have been a better course of events. But I don't really know where to join the revolutionaries, and I am on a somewhat tight schedule. I need to raise through the ranks as a Marine really quickly, I need to gain enough connections within that place before the Marineford War. I am already excited just thinking about it. But first, I need a way to safely get to and from this place consistently. The weather of the Grand Line won't bother me in any way since I will just be flying all the time. That's why I don't need any crew or any navigator. But I still need a map of the Grand Line. I also need Ganfal's help with something else. Before I could even think about it twice, I was already in front of his door. I need to get to work as soon as possible after all, the sooner I get everything I need the more time I will have to gain a decent rank as a Marine. Ganfal was a bit surprised to see me, but he also didn't seem too shocked about me visiting him. Is this about the mess with the Shandia tribe from earlier? The old man asked. Whipper probably called and informed him of the details. Yes and no. I've moved house by the way. I'll point out my new location on the map soon. But I need your help with something. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Ganfal raised an eyebrow at Enel's proclamation. It felt different than usual. Enel had asked him for help with various matters during the last few months. Ganfal himself was also helped by Enel on numerous occasions, especially with stopping the small group of fanatics that were still within the ranks of the Divine Army. The two of them could be considered friends at this point. Ganfal didn't see anything wrong with being friends with the new Enel. The Enel facing him now was a person that had most likely lived for a very long time, reflected in his maturity and sound decision-making. Ganfal had reached that conclusion both from Enel's demeanor and his ability to take over bodies. His maturity did come into question sometimes. But that was only when Enel was joking around. Taking over bodies was really the only part that the old man had believed from Enel's story. That he was someone else taking over the body of the former god Enel. The reason why this time felt different was in the eyes. It was as if Enel had finally made up his mind about something. As if he had planned out everything before him from that point onwards. It made Ganfall both curious and somewhat fearful. The old man had no idea what motivations Enel now had. He didn't know if they would affect him or the Sky Islands in any way though. The determination in Enel's eyes and the grit and power they exuded reminded Ganfall of one person. His old friend, Gold Roger. With that thought in mind, the old man just released another sigh. And with a smile he said. Sure, what do you need? Nothing too fancy. I plan on leaving these islands for a long while. I want to return to this place sooner or later though. Say, would you happen to have an eternal pose for this island? Enel said with a confident smile on his face. With a sigh, the old man walked into his home. Opening a drawer he took out a strange-looking compass, more accurately, it was an hourglass-like device with only one orb in the middle of the device, and a needle hanging from a wire inside of the orb. An old friend of mine had managed to find this on the seas below. He brought it here to prevent it from falling on the wrong hands. Ganfall handed the eternal pose to Enel without much hesitation. Whatever it is that you are planning, please refrain from endangering our people. They have been through enough already. The old man was still a good leader, saying that the last part only felt like the right thing to do. He knew he couldn't stop Enel's plans, people like Enel were always stubborn. Determination was something none of them lacked. Even attempting to prevent them from reaching their goals was a waste of time and energy. So the old man didn't bother. He just kindly asked him to watch out for the safety of his people. Don't worry. None of you will be affected by what I plan to do. I'll be seeing you, old man. Enel smiled as he turned around to leave. Old man. I don't want to be hearing that from you. Ganfall shouted as he watched Enel disappear. With a sigh, the old man looked back at his home. Whatever he is planning. I don't know. But from his eyes, the wheels will soon start turning. Even if he says it won't affect us, I better start making preparations for something big in the next few years. Just like that, Enel was set to leave the island soon. Underscore 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 on. Hey, just got home from the gym, feeling good, might upload double, who knows. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 15, Jaya, the Island of Pirates underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. Now, there is also an issue I need to address. How exactly do I join the Marines anyway? I know there's some sort of boot camp for recruits, but I don't want to go through that. I don't have a few years at my disposal to finish it. I only have so much until the War of the Best. By that time I need to learn everything that the Marines can teach me. I doubt they'd bring a recruit at Marineford as well. So I need to make a big move. I need to do something that will grant me a spot as a Marine, one that could also erase any suspicion that I need to start as a recruit. Thankfully, right below Skypia, there lies a treasure trove. A place where I can run wild with no consequence, and there is also a Marine base in somewhat close proximity. Jaya is an island ruled by pirates, people that believe in the new age of pirates. Misguided fools that only leave their home islands in search of treasure and women. I've already managed to design a smaller flying ship that can use my devil fruit as a fuel source. It wasn't exactly hard to do since the engine in old Enel's big ship was rather ingenious. It wasn't too difficult to create a miniature version that can carry a much easier load without any trouble. Now, here's the kicker, I haven't actually built this manually. I simply compressed more gold into my staff, turning it into a stable 3-ton staff. When I need the ship, I can just rebuild it out of memory. It was a bit difficult at first, I also made some mistakes, but right now I can consistently create my golden flying ship using my staff. Another thing I need to do. Learn how not to stand out too much. I am about to do something that will definitely put me on the map for the Marines to recruit, but I don't want to rise through the ranks too fast. I've decided to somewhat change my image a bit. I turned my golden bracers into rings, and I cut out the drum-like accessories on my back, leaving it empty. Now, I just look like a blonde businessman with golden rings and long earlobes. I think I enjoy this look a bit better. The drums fit my powers really well, but I don't want to use my powers much while in the Marines, so they aren't needed much and would likely just cause confusion to others. It's better to look as inconspicuous as possible, even if my actions are going to be anything but that. Now that the preparations are done and I also have the eternal pose for Skypia, I am ready to set off. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Enel touched his staff as he arranged the collar to his suit. In a second, part of the staff seemed to unravel and create what looked to be a small golden rowboat with two large fans at the back of it. The rowboat only had one seat, and it looked as if tubes were connecting said seat with the two engines of the ship. To the side of the ship formed two airplane wings, and underneath the rowboat appeared a set of small golden wheels. Enel had given the ship more of a modern design, taking inspiration from the aerodynamic design of the airplanes of his old world. The engines seemed to start as soon as Enel sat down, the fans at the back started spinning at breakneck speeds and propelling the boat forward. With a bit of a running start, the boat soon took to flying. Enel looked at the sky islands from above for a second. The sun shone over the clouds as he made his way further away from the islands. It was a beautiful sight, unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. Enel decided not to dwell for too long on it, only taking the moment in for a few seconds. Then, he nosedived into the sea of clouds below him. With a smile and a blink of his eyes, just as he was about to hit the sea of clouds head-on, he raised his hand. Boom! It was a sound so deafening that surely a lot of people on the Sky Islands heard it as well. A powerful lightning strike parted the sea of clouds as Enel's ship traveled through it. Enel could sense the sea of clouds reforming behind him as he passed through. With little effort, he was, for the first time in that new world, below the clouds. It didn't take long for him to spot Jaya. It was a bit far away, but it was still a small dot in sight. Most people would get lost in the waters of the Grand Line, but Enel didn't plan on touching the water at all, and the storms ahead of him looked more like a joke than anything else to him. Enel's journey to Jaya was uneventful. Enel didn't care about being hit by actual lightning, as he was made out of lightning anyway. Enel's arrival at Jaya, however, was a bit less uneventful. The pirates on the island, thirsty for treasure, had managed to spot his ship in the distance. They had managed to make out the fact that it was both flying and made out of gold. They didn't know how it was flying, but some of the smarter ones could tell that it was due to the spinning fans at the back of it. They all quickly gathered at the shore of the island, not one of the pirates wanting to lose the opportunity to get their hands on all of that gold. It was most likely going to be a bloodbath between them, but first, they needed to deal with the newcomer that was so brazenly displaying his wealth in a lawless zone. Bellamy, the captain of the Bellamy pirates that was recently defeated by Luffy, was still in bandages, but he was also present, not wanting to lose the opportunity to get a bit wealthier. Enel arrived above the shore of the island soon after everyone had already gathered there. "So nice of you guys to give me such a beautiful welcoming party," Enel said as he slowly got out of his seat and extended his hand downwards. The boat quickly deformed itself and turned into a staff. The people below now seemed even more excited. "He's probably got some type of metal manipulation devil fruit. Prepare for combat." The pirates below were quick to guess what type of powers Enel had. They knew that their opponent was a devil fruit user, but they also had plenty of devil fruits on their side. Bellamy was also still considered one of the strongest on the island. He was also there, regardless of his injuries. That part managed to raise the spirits of the rest of the pirates. They all grabbed at their weapons as Enel finally set foot on the island. The first pirates to charge him were the ones up front. Cannon fodder that the captains had sent to judge the power of the brazen newcomer in front of them. Enel sighed as he watched them rush towards him. His observation haki spread out and predicted their every move. "I guess it wasn't a friendly welcome after all," Enel said in a sarcastic tone as his staff seemed to start deforming. The first pirates that came up front were all pushed back, as Enel swung his staff. The staff deformed and expanded, making it look more like an elastic band than a piece of hard metal. The pirates that were hit directly by it were all sent flying above the rest. "I guess he's not a pushover, huh?" Bellamy said with a grunt as he touched his bandaged torso. "Everyone charge! He can't deal with all of us." Bellamy's second-in-command Sarquist shouted to the pirates that had gathered up. All of them charged at Enel like a pack of rabid dogs, and Enel simply sighed. "I didn't want to kill this many people. But these people are nothing but scum, undeserving of any mercy as they kill and take away from anyone nearby." At that point, Enel had made up his mind. He was no longer holding back. "A massacre it is then!" Enel shouted with a grim smile on his face. With a twirl of his hand, he pointed his staff forward. In a split second, the staff expanded forwards at explosive speeds, and the top of the staff quickly split open and turned into dozens of spikes. The pirates that were rushing Enel quickly started being impaled by his golden staff. Those that were impaled were then swung around like ragdolls and thrown into the others. The situation quickly turned to anarchy, as the pirates started cowering and trying to run away. But Enel didn't let even a single one of them leave. Using his speed, he managed to arrive on the other side of the large group of pirates. They were no longer encircling him, now he was simply blocking their escape. More and more pirates fell, their desperate strikes toward Enel did nothing, as golden tentacles either blocked the bullets or swords that came his way. Bellamy looked on in horror as the number of pirates on the island dwindled by the second. The island had mainly been occupied by pirates, now out of the 1,000 that had waited on the shore for the golden ship to land, only a few hundred were still standing. And all of them were doing their best to run away wherever they could. To no avail, Enel was not allowing them to run, even the ones that tried to hide behind buildings got pierced by the golden tendrils. Bellamy sweated heavily as he realized that Enel was easily able to see all of them, even through walls. In a moment of desperation, he turned his legs into springs and jumped in action. He was somehow able to bypass the expanded staff with his speed after building enough momentum. He was at Enel's side before he knew it. Bellamy smiled a bit at his small accomplishment, then his pride turned into horror as he realized one thing. Enel's gaze was on him. He quickly turned his arm into a spring, starting the motion to punch Enel with all of his strength. Then he noticed it. Enel was wearing golden rings on his fingers. In an instant, he was stabbed through all of his limbs as Enel just raised his arm towards him. Then, as Bellamy was reeling back from the pain, he was kicked in the head and sent flying back into the crowd of pirates. This should show them that getting close to me also won't work. Enel had let Bellamy get close to him on purpose. He knew that the blonde pirate was the strongest pirate currently on the island, so he wanted to make an example out of him. A few more minutes of bloodshed passed, as the last of the pirates fell to the ground and Enel's staff returned to its original shape. I still need some practice. That took way longer than it should have. Enel said to nobody in particular. Sure, he could have finished everything instantly using his devil fruit, but how could he get stronger if he only relied on one aspect of his powers? He needed to expand his arsenal, which was why he wanted to learn the 6 powers as well as armament haki. With a sigh, he realized that he now had to call the Marines to the island. They would need to come with an entire fleet to carry all of the surviving pirates to impel down and all of the corpses to the morgue, or wherever they wanted really. Then he felt it. A figure in the distance, swiftly approaching the island. Enel could easily see who it was. A tanned, yellow-haired man wearing a white shirt, a frilly pink coat and a pair of sunglasses. A flamboyant and easily recognizable look, especially for a fan of One Piece. Don Quixote da Flamingo. I forgot about him. Underscore 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 on double upload today. Hope you liked the chapters. As if you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 16, Don Quixote da Flamingo underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 word had reached da Flamingo that one of the pirates under him had lost to a rookie that had just entered the Grand Line and that had a much smaller bounty. He was making his way toward jail with a smile on his face. He just happened to be nearby when he received the message, so he decided to visit his subordinate. What he didn't expect to find was an actual bloodbath. The anger that da Flamingo felt was rather controlled, however. He didn't really care about his subordinates, they were not part of his family, mere pawns that he wanted to just kick out of the family during this visit. But this wasn't just about them. Da Flamingo could tell from that distance that most of the pirates on that island were most likely either unconscious, pretending to be unconscious, dead or dying. That was where his anger was coming from. He had plans for Jaya, he was using it for both recruitment and to spread his ideas of a new age to other impressionable pirates. He had made quite a name for himself, so it was rather easy to convince others to follow his ideology. Jaya was also a useful strategic point since the Marines couldn't touch it. It was filled to the brim with pirates of varying bounties. Hundreds ranging from 10 to 30 million. It was not that the Marines couldn't deal with them, it was just that they chose not to due to convenience, and da Flamingo was all for that. It wasn't as if Jaya was the only such island in the Grand Line. The special thing about Jaya was that it was somewhat close to the beginning of the Grand Line. Now, seeing one of the pirate hotspots in such a state filled him with indignation. He despised it when any of his plans were hindered or interrupted by anything. He could see the culprit. A well-dressed blonde man, about 2.6 meters from da Flamingo's view. The man's most standout feature was his long earlobes, which seemed to extend to his waist. Da Flamingo also noticed that the man was very fond of gold. He wore golden accessories all over his body, from necklaces to earrings, to rings that adorned his every finger. Even his staff seemed to be made out of gold. All of that gold wasn't usually common on your regular scoundrel. Which led to da Flamingo considering the fact that the perpetrator was most likely a noble of sorts. Da Flamingo scowled a bit as he struggled to remember if he knew this person from anywhere. In the end, he shook his head a bit and sped up towards the island. It doesn't matter who he is, he will have to pay for this. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 I had forgotten about Doflamingo. I guess it was said that he reached the island not long after Luffy left it. Now that I think about it, he also had a few associates on this island, although none were too important. He is actually here to basically disown the Bellamy pirates. He won't be able to do that in this reality, unfortunately. I tried my best to pull my punches wherever possible, but I don't want my devil fruit to be revealed in this fight. I'm relatively sure that Bellamy himself survived, but I don't know much about the rest of his crew. I find it odd. How easy killing now comes to me. The priests were easy to deal with, only 4 of them, and all of them were despicable people in their own right. Deserving of whatever fate I gave them. But how exactly can I be sure that everyone in that massive group of pirates was truly scum? I mean, they sure didn't seem innocent when coming in such a large group to rob me. But did they truly deserve to die? Is that something I truly have the right to decide in this world? I guess that, even though Enel couldn't influence my personality, he still influenced parts of me that are a bit harder to notice. I mean, he did blow up his birth island as well as everyone on it. So he is a mass murderer by all definitions. But, I guess I never did have any sort of aversion to killing. It happened so often and it was depicted so casually back in my world that it had somewhat lost its meaning at some point. Age tends to wash away all worries. I guess it also washes away inhibitions and moral standards. I didn't look away when seeing dozens of people being tortured for eternity by a strange/sadistic god. I won't pretend to be an innocent boy and start vomiting now. I'll think more about this when I have the time. Right now I also have another menace to deal with. I want to avoid a fight with him since he is technically working with the Marines right now. Well. What do we have here? Doflamingo landed and looked around with a fake smile plastered on his face. Oh, a warlord of the sea? I was just cleaning up the streets a bit, figured this would help me with joining the Marines. Telling him my goal doesn't sound like a good idea at first. But this also tells him that fighting me is a bit counterintuitive. I guess racking up this much bounty would make for a quick rise in the rankings. But you made quite the mistake. Doflamingo's words got slower as his smile started to vanish. Interfering in my business. Some of the pirates here were my associates. Doflamingo's face turned blank at that proclamation. I guess he likes to think he appears intimidating. Oh, my bad. Well, you can take your associates, there are plenty of bounties to go around anyway. And if they're associates of yours then I'm sure they survived this much. At this point, I could see a few veins pop up on his forehead. I guess he's dropping the friendly facade, huh? So much for not antagonizing him. Underscore POV narration you don't seem to get it. But I forgive you since you've been so nice and understanding. I'll just take one of your arms as a polo. Doflamingo's words were interrupted by something. Something hard, heavy and fast. He felt it, but he had no way to react in time, or even see it for that matter. Enel one-handed the heavy golden staff and struck him across the cheek, sending him flying through quite a few buildings before he finally managed to stop himself using a few strings. Doflamingo touched his cheek, he could feel part of his jaw hanging, broken and bent as his cheek was somewhat caved in. His anger skyrocketed, but he also just gained a bit of insight into the situation. The person he was dealing with wasn't someone that belonged in the first half of the Grand Line. He shakily got up, he could feel a headache setting in as he was getting dizzier and dizzier. He was taken by surprise, and a hit to the head at that speed should have knocked him out. By all accounts, he was lucky to be standing somewhat straight, and he knew that. Sorry about that. I do need my arms, I also don't see what you'd need one of them for. Enel walked towards Doflamingo. The warlord didn't even know when Enel had gotten so close, he couldn't even sense Enel with his observation haki. He disregarded the pain in his broken jaw and opened his mouth. He was about to say something, but then a golden spear point appeared right in his mouth. It didn't cut him as he used armament to protect himself, but it did completely stop him from speaking. Don't get involved in this matter further, Doflamingo. I don't care that you're a warlord, I won't hesitate to collect your bounty. Enel said, his tone devoid of any trepidation. His eyes displayed a coldness that sent a shiver through the former celestial dragon. It was almost as if Enel didn't even see him as human. And that was exactly how the warlord looked at others. A miscalculation. I shouldn't have gotten involved with this person. He is going to be a Marine, so fighting to the death here isn't a good idea. Doflamingo was quick to rationalize a retreat in his mind. Enel then retracted his spear and started walking away. Doflamingo was tempted to attack Enel when his back was turned, but he decided against it when seeing Enel's staff slightly tilt in his direction as if expecting him to try something stupid. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain in his jaw once again as he quickly started hopping away from the island on his strings. The Marines are gaining another monster, huh? Well, this one's got his own agenda. I'll repay this favor one day. Doflamingo thought as he rushed away, leaving the island behind him as he jumped further and further away, propelled by his strings. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 that went about as well as I expected it to. I'm lucky I managed to surprise him with my speed. I wouldn't have been able to damage him using my staff otherwise. All it would have taken is a coat of armament haki, and all of my physical attacks would have become useless. I'm sure I could have still taken care of him, but I just would have had to use my devil fruit. I really need to get thoughts like that out of my head. Relying too much on this power will only make me weak. If I don't learn armament, then I'm as good as useless against the higher powers of this world. Hell, I think most of the first mates of the Yonkos would be able to beat me as I am now, let alone the Yonkos themselves. I can always escape, but running away forever isn't an option. Doflamingo is far from a Yonko, thankfully. Seeing his face in person was really annoying. Even now, he remains one of the most disgusting pirates alive. Opportunistic, sadistic, and extremely driven. He managed to enslave an entire kingdom, turning their royal family into his playthings as he did whatever he pleased with everyone that disrespected him. He uses and abuses his power wherever possible. If anyone deserved to die today, then it was him. Too bad that the circumstances don't allow that right now. The Marines need all of the power they can get. If I killed Doflamingo now, I surely would have gotten a bounty on my head instead of an invitation. But their desperation is also why I am also confident they will accept me into their ranks. Now, I should look around to find some way to contact the Marines. Underscore 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 on hey. The MC has no reason to fight Doffy now tbh, and he only won due to that first surprise attack, so don't lose your marbles for no reason. Also, small, more like medium-sized honestly, rant. One Piece power levels are inconsistent. Powers and the way they affect others are also not always consistent. A lot of people likely think that Enel shouldn't be this strong, but I've already said this, Enel's fruit gives him more firepower than Akainu, with a much greater speed. Much like Kizaru, he can easily use his DF ability to enhance his speed without turning into lightning. So his speed shouldn't come off as surprising. If Akainu is allowed to burn people that use haki, like WB for example, with his weaker, less hot, devil fruit, then the MC should be able to fry them alive using the same logic that the world has established. Enel was used as a throwaway villain far too soon in the series, kinda like Crocodile, but logically his devil fruit should be one of the strongest in the series, that much shouldn't even be up for debate. I am a big fan of One Piece, but it's no secret that the series is filled with plot conveniences and moments where plot armor was prominent, much like any story. A lot of characters were weakened badly in the first half of the show, just so that Luffy didn't die a horrible death in the War of the Greats. If you think that this isn't accurate, then just take this as an O, which it technically is since the MC is involved. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 17, Exploration of the Mind underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. It didn't take me long to find one of the locals nearby. This island did still have people besides pirates after all. I met a barkeep. He was a bit snarky about losing business, but he was also somewhat thankful to me for getting rid of all of the troublemakers at the same time. He contacted a nearby marine base for me. After he explained the situation to the dispatcher, they said they'd send a fleet here to collect the pirates. So there I am, sitting on a golden chair in the middle of the bloodbath I had created. People in this world are really resilient. It's surprising enough that this many people survived. Apparently, only 100 or 2 died in this confrontation, the rest are either unconscious or too injured to move. Well, there are also those that are too injured, and most likely won't last until the Marines arrive to arrest them. In a sense, I should feel a bit more discontent about taking these many lives. But I can't help feeling satisfied, as if I just finished a hard day at work. Did that god do something to alter my thoughts? Or is it truly Enel's memories that affected me? I remember being a bit more lenient with others. There were times when I was mad at others, there were even times when I got into fights. But nothing to this extent. I remember the numerous times my students called me out on my cynical nature. There were many points in my life where I acted out of instinct, I let one emotion take over my thought process and ended up in uncomfortable situations. Even my research, the part where others started calling me a genius, it all felt unwarranted. I was only leaving one single emotion to rule my mind. At the time it was curiosity, it drove me to find out more about the world. I put a lot of time and dedication into that, with countless hours spent toiling over books in dimly lit rooms. In retrospect, it wouldn't be surprising if I were to wake up one day in a mental institution. If all of this was a dream in my deluded mind. But the ones I met in this world, Ganfall, Whipper, Isa, and even the Straw Hats, are all real. Not exactly as I remember them from the show, at least not in all aspects, but they are all real. The days I spent training and the pain I forced myself through were also real. Still, paranoia is present in my mind when I think of what exactly sent me here. That god didn't seem outright well-intentioned. It's also odd how he seemed to be targeting me. He made his messenger follow me all over the earth until I finally had the courage to stand up to him. I find this entire situation to be somewhat suspicious. The god also said Enel's memories wouldn't affect me in any bad way. Well, from the way he said it, I guess it mostly depends on me. Thing is, I don't feel like Enel's memories and arrogance affect my decision-making or thought process, but they certainly affected me to some extent. Even with Doflamingo, it felt like I wasn't truly myself when fighting him. A conflict of personality perhaps. The old Enel wasn't much of a fighter intellectually, he was smart, but not really experienced or all that talented in fighting. But he was a cold-blooded killer that looked at others like they were insignificant. Maybe I inherited that trait from him? Or maybe it's just my mind trying to rationalize its actions through different means. Perhaps I am just adapting to this world to the best of my ability. This world is extremely brutal, and being weak is a mortal sin. One might be able to live peacefully on an island, but peace is nothing but temporary. One pirate crew passing by is all it takes for a peaceful island to be turned upside down. The pirates on this island were exactly that type, pirates that started sailing the seas just to do whatever they wanted, to fulfill their every desire in a mad spree of decadence and degeneracy, and that was regardless of the wishes and wants of others. The world won't miss them, but I still shouldn't feel this comfortable taking their lives. As I stand here, pondering the truth, the sky rang in a melodious chime. On the sea, I could see a projected shadow, an arm stretched, hitting a bell. I guess Luffy did keep his promise in the end. Ringing the golden bell to tell the people below that the Sky Islands truly existed. It won't be long before the Marines get here, it's good enough that he did that before they arrived. I don't want the world government to know about the Sky Islands yet. POV narration as Enel stood on in his chair, contemplating the situation a bit more. The Sky Islands were extremely busy. More specifically, the Shandia tribe was currently throwing a party. They were rather pleased to learn that they no longer needed to guard the poneglyphs, that they had finally served their purpose. This only happened after they had greeted the newcomers on the island. Whipper was also there to welcome them. He had received a call from Ganfall regarding their arrival, and was told not to attack them for no reason and that they meant no harm. The Straw Hats ended up befriending the tribe after Robin translated the poneglyphs in the City of Gold. She didn't expect the tribe to be so accepting of them. In the end, she wasn't able to put Enel's transcribed texts to good use since she was able to study the originals. But that didn't really matter. She still wanted to speak with him and apologize once more before leaving the island. Thankfully his cabin was also where they had left their boat. At least that was what she thought before Sanji and Usopp came back with Chopper. They had gone to the ship in order to invite their doctor to the ensuing party. They were both shocked when they failed to see any trace of Enel's cabin there. Chopper said that it just disappeared at some point when he took his eyes away from it for a minute or two. The crew also managed to learn more about Enel. He's a complicated fellow. He used to be the ruler of these islands. He was a tyrant for a long time. Whipper started telling the Straw Hats after a few drinks. People of the Shandia tribe also gathered around them. He didn't feel like a bad person though. Isa said from the side. The little girl did receive an earful for the mess she pulled. She was young, and she lost her concentration and started panicking in that forest, which made her unable to use her mantra properly. What truly happened, Whipper? From my understanding, only you and Ganfall know. Rika asked as she sat down beside the Straw Hats. He's not the Enel we used to know, that much should be obvious from your small encounter with him. Whipper decided not to lie to his fellow tribesmen. He also knew that Enel wouldn't truly care about this. I guess that's true. Enel would have killed all of us, not before toying with us, by the way. One of the Shandia warriors present said while scratching the back of his head. Yeah. He's not really Enel. Not sure who he is. He said he is an archaeologist or something like that. He had the ability to swap things. He was close to dying in a desert, so he swapped his consciousness randomly and ended up with Enel. At least that's what he told me and Ganfall. Whipper didn't hesitate to give them the whole story. How does that make any sense? Ika said as she scratched the back of her head. Her bewildered face seemed to be replicated by the vast majority of the Shandians watching. Who knows? Devil fruits are weird. Even if he's lying, we have no way to tell. But the Enel we knew is dead and gone, that much is for sure. At this point, the Straw Hats were also getting a bit confused. So, the old Enel used to be some type of tyrant? Nami asked, she was a bit intrigued by the whole situation. Luffy just silently listened to everybody. Same for Robin, who was feeling even worse about the misunderstanding she created now. Yeah, he was a sadistic son of a bitch. He even destroyed an entire island, which was also the island he was originally from. He enslaved a lot of our people and prevented us from taking back our homeland for almost 8 years. Rika said as she looked down a bit, her anger was stirring just remembering what Enel had done. Yeah. And the current Enel needs to live with those facts, he probably already moved house since you guys discovered him. Whipper said as he took another swig of his drink. That's not fair. Isa said as she looked down with sadness. Well, it's true that it's not his fault for the actions of past Enel, but he also is mature enough to understand that trying to repair his reputation is a waste of time. So that's why he's just been in hiding for the last few months. One of the other Shandia warriors ended up asking. Well, yes. Enel now has different goals, he's a lot more driven. We trained a few times, and I can tell with certainty that he's a better fighter than Enel used to be, that's without even using his devil fruit. Whipper laughed a bit as he remembered the many times he was beaten to the ground by a golden staff. Even barehanded, Enel was able to deal with him rather easily after a while. This would have been nice to know beforehand. Rika said, the irritation in her tone making Whipper raise his brow a bit. Well, not like he would blame any of you for attacking. That just makes it worse. One of the warriors said with some sweat on his brow. The Straw Hats also started feeling a bit bad about judging Enel so quickly. But he still made our crewmate really uncomfortable. Isn't that right, Robin? Sanji ended up bringing it up. Whipper looked a bit confused at that. Actually, he didn't do anything bad. I was mostly like that due to my own inadequacies. Enel is really similar to me, I guess that made me a bit emotional. Robin said while looking at the ground in shame. So that was also a misunderstanding? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Luffy said with a frown. I was going to tell you all about it, and more, when we got back to the ship. I figured we'd still have time to talk to him again. Who knows where he ended up now though? Robin said with a sigh. I guess it was just bad luck then, Zoro said as he took a sip from his drink. Luffy also smiled when hearing his first mate. He seemed to be filled with a strange amount of determination. Yeah. I'm sure we'll run into him again. I'll have him join my crew next time. Luffy's usual smile returned as Nami sighed in exasperation. The party continued after that. Underscore 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 on I, the first chapter of the day. I will upload a second one a bit later, currently am at work, but I slack a lot so I have time to write stuff. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 18, Recruitment and Hina underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. After an hour, the marine fleet was already surrounding the island, with marines pouring out of their ships to scout out the city. They were quick to find all of the pirates strewn on the ground, hundreds upon hundreds of pirates with varying bounties all piled up in different mounds. In the middle of it all, they could see a tall and well-dressed man with blonde hair and long earlobes. He was sitting on a golden chair, by his side rested a golden staff as he seemed to be contemplating some things. The marines were startled at first, especially by the fact that there was simply no blood on him. He was standing in the middle of what was essentially a massacre, and his clothes weren't even slightly stained. Most of the marine soldiers were rather scared of that person, no one dared to show even a hint of greed towards the golden accessories that adorned the stranger. Enel stood up from his chair with a calm smile, further scaring the marines that had gathered around him. Enel raised an eyebrow as he easily noticed their reactions. Sorry if I come off a bit scarier than intended. I was the one to call you all here. The marines became quite a bit calmer when hearing that, many of them even took a sigh of relief. See Captain Hina. One of the marines said as someone started approaching Enel. Out of the crowd walked a well-dressed woman wearing a red two-piece suit and with a marine coat draped over her shoulders. She was tall and slim and her long pink hair ran all the way to her lower back. With a cigar in her mouth, she looked around the sight with a blank gaze. Hina is quite impressed. She stood in front of Enel, a small smirk almost rising on her lips. Her third-person speech managed to weird Enel out a bit, but not by much. Although she was tall, Enel was still towering over her easily, being almost a meter taller than her. So she was looking up at him through that interaction. Well, I do aim to impress, Enel said as he tapped the chair behind him with his staff. The chair was then swiftly absorbed by the golden staff. A devil fruit, huh? Hina thought to herself as she was getting more and more interested in the person standing in front of her. Although she didn't let that change her stoic facade. So you are the one responsible for cleaning up this island? She said while looking Enel in the eyes, studying him for a bit. Yes, I was passing by, on my way to the nearest marine base, and decided to do my good deed for the week. Enel said with the same calm smile plastered on his face. There was no trace of the coldness he had displayed to Doflamingo earlier, it was as if he was an entirely new man. Good deed for the week? Hina is curious. Why were you heading for a marine base? She had already decided that Enel wasn't an enemy, so she gave her subordinates a hand sign to start collecting the pirates while she continued her conversation uninterrupted. I was planning to join it, of course. Why else would someone like me go there anyway? Hina doesn't know. But you would make for quite a good marine. Hina doesn't think going through the normal recruitment process would work for someone like you. It wouldn't be fair to the other cadets. Hina stroked her chin as she looked around her, studying the sight of Enel's handiwork. That's understandable. But I still want to join the Marines. I've been training for quite a while in order to do this. Enel said with a wry smile as he scratched the back of his head. Hina is sure Fleet Admiral Sengoku will know what to do with you. You can travel with us. Hina is also heading for Marineford soon. Well, we have to now considering the number of reports we need to file in this case. Hina said as she turned around and started walking. Enel didn't shy around and simply started following her. The two of them continued to speak for a while, as the rest of the cadets and recruits cleaned up the place and dragged all of the pirates towards the ships, either dead or not. Some that were pretending to be unconscious or dead tried to make a run for it. One such pirate was Cord Caltrope, captain of the Caltrope pirates with a bounty of 50 million berry, one of the highest on the island. He was quick to throw himself on the ground when seeing how Enel trashed an entire island filled with pirates in mere minutes. He had eaten a devil fruit that allowed him to turn everything he touched into a caltrope, and he was quick to get up and start trying to run when he saw the Marines had encircled the island. He quickly used his ability to turn a few rocks into caltropes as he ran away. Unfortunately for him, panic had blinded him quite a bit, as he ran directly in the path of Hina and Enel. The two of them looked at each other, for a bit, as they noticed the pirate running straight towards them. Is this guy serious? Hina extended her arm and swung it at the charging pirate, it connected right at his midsection, entrapping him in a cage that caught both of his arms. He tripped, losing his balance and falling down right near Hina and Enel. He quickly scrambled to get up, only for Enel to tap his staff on the pirate's head and knock him out completely, creating a crater using his head. That was stupid. And quite unexpected. Enel said with a blank face. Indeed. Hina responded much the same. The Marines nearby also didn't seem to know how to react properly. They only continued doing their jobs after staring for a bit. Hina and Enel then continued making their way back to Hina's ship, they continued talking again, pretending that nothing had happened at all. Time skip 2 weeks later POV Enel Hina has been weirdly accommodating throughout this whole journey, she actually spent most of her time with me throughout the entire journey. The Marines needed only 2 or 3 to collect all of the pirates and capture any stragglers that were still on the island. They also seized all of the pirate ships that were docked at the port, including all of the riches in them. Most of the fleet parted ways and went for the gates of justice, making their way to Impel Down. Hina's ship and a few others started heading towards Marineford. We are now an hour or 2 away from the marine base, and I've not actually spoken to anyone besides Hina this whole time. She was the one to handle all of the conversations and arrange the meeting with Sengoku. He will apparently need to assess what type of person I am and give me a test of sorts. Now, I am not exactly excited to meet Sengoku, but the fact that I can escape at any time does give me some peace of mind. I am also rather concerned about what his test is going to be. Hina did tell me not to worry about it, but I can't exactly help it. I don't remember much about the history of the Marines, I can easily face a psychological analysis, just like I could easily fake it in my past life, but I won't be able to pass many written tests. It's an actual miracle of God that Enel even knew how to write now that I think about it. Hina doesn't seem all that worried though. Currently, we are just sitting on the railing of the ship and looking at Marineford as it gets closer and closer. So nervous? Hina asked without much of a shift in expression. Throughout all of our interactions, she remained completely stoic, despite the fact that she genuinely speaks as a child would. Not that it's a bad thing, I even find it somewhat cute. But it's rather odd. I tried to make her laugh plenty of times, and she always suppresses her smile when around people. Not really nervous. Although I don't really know what to expect. I am a bit nervous, but that's not because of the reasons she thinks. Don't worry. Hina is telling you that everything will be fine. You are strong after all, and you are a good person. Hina trailed off a bit there and looked a bit to the side. A bit of a confusing reaction if I do say so myself. Right now I do have quite a few worries. If I fail to join the Marines, then I will have to rethink my entire plan, and that would be a really big hassle. I would also have a more difficult time learning the 6 powers. Some of them seemed rather easy, cut and dry. Things like Jeppo, Moonwalk, and Soru, Shave, for example, which I don't even really need to be honest. But the actually difficult ones are the ones I care about. Things like Kami-e, Paper Art, Tekai, Iron Body, Shigan, Finger Gun, and even Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, and the mastering of Seimei Kikken, Life Return. They are the more important ones, especially the last one, as having absolute control over my body is a must. An armament haki is even more difficult than the rest. I have no way to actually train it. I have a basic understanding of what it is, like most One Piece fans do, but that won't be enough to practice and put it into action. If I fail to join the Marines and gain a better understanding of these techniques, then my plans of getting stronger will be completely derailed and delayed. To the point where getting involved in Marineford would even be dangerous for me. So this is an extremely important step. I better not fuck this up. Underscore 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 run. Would you look at that? The second chapter's out. What's that? Working? Never heard of it. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patra_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 19, Sengoku, Garp, and test underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Enel and Hina walked down the halls of Marineford. No one stopped them as they made their way towards the Fleet Admiral's office. They had passed by other high-ranking Marines on their way there. Hina did salute them formally, but Enel didn't really bother, which earned him a few odd gazes. Some of the more prideful Marines even wanted to walk up to him and call him out on his disrespect. But they were stopped by their peers, as many already knew who Enel was. There were already rumors circling around of Enel, the well-dressed man with long earlobes that had taken down an entire pirate colony by himself, racking up bounties of at least 900 million in total. This big of a catch was extremely uncommon. Even better, he had cleared up an island that was considered a bastion for crime and a hotspot for pirates. This would end up giving the pirates of the world even fewer resting places and hopefully discouraging some from taking up that profession. Although he wasn't even a recruit yet, he already had quite a reputation. This did piss off some of the more jealous Marines, but Enel wasn't exactly one to care for that. Hina also didn't seem to care about the reactions the other Marines were showing. She was just speaking to him casually while leading him to Sengoku. The two of them reached the office rather easily. Enel could see the large door in front of him, the sign on the door clearly stating that it was the room where the most influential man in the Navy worked. Enel had retracted his observation haki while in Marineford. He didn't know if the Marines had any way to detect it. Hina sure didn't, but he didn't want to take that chance with Sengoku and Garp of all people. Walking in, Hina once again saluted her superiors. 2 people were already in the room, one of them being Sengoku, of course, and the other was Garp, the hero of the Marines. The 2 of them usually stuck together when Garp wasn't out traveling around the 4 seas or the Grand Line, so Enel wasn't exactly shocked that Luffy's grandfather was present. Hina is here. This is Enel, the one Hina has been telling you about. Hina was also quick to introduce Enel to the 2 legendary figures in front of them. Garp looked exactly as portrayed in the show, even eating rice crackers while slouching on the couch with no regard for anything. Sengoku's afro was also just as magnificent as Enel had remembered it being. His serious demeanor and gaze were a stark contrast to Garp's. Well, everything. Thank you, Hina. You may retreat for now. Sengoku sent Hina away. The pink-haired woman looked a bit reluctant, but she couldn't exactly disrespect Sengoku's orders, so she just nodded and left. Garp didn't seem too bothered, although he did study the newcomer with a rather close eye. Sengoku waited for the door to close again behind Hina, after which he stared Enel straight in the eyes. I will be honest with you, your appearance wasn't something we expected and it is completely suspicious. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. He figured he would appear as suspicious to Sengoku. The man was rather well known for being smart and calculating. He wouldn't have reached the position of Fleet Admiral otherwise. But Enel didn't expect Sengoku to express his suspicions so openly. Even Garp looked at his old friend a bit weirdly. That is understandable. Enel said, his hopes for the ensuing recruitment becoming lesser by the second. However, you seem to have made quite the impression on Hina, as well as quite a few other Marines. I will choose to trust their instincts at this time, especially since we could use a fighter like you. Sengoku then spoke out with a smile, but the message in his words was also rather plain to see. He wasn't sure of Enel, he knew of him only from others. He trusted his subordinates, but he didn't trust Enel. In short, he was going to be keeping an eye on Enel. I am thankful for even that. Enel nodded once, before looking Sengoku in the eyes. Good. Now, I was going to run a few tests on you, psychologically speaking, to figure out where you stand and what type of person you are. But Hina's reports already tell me plenty about that, and I doubt you'd do something stupid enough as to contradict what you've told her. At this point Enel also noticed it, the fleet admiral was rather interested in him. Maybe it was because Marines didn't have many rising stars? Regardless, skipping the mandatory tests showed that he did truly want to have Enel as a Marine. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Enel said as he took a small bow. Don't thank me yet. Now we get to the point of contention. What rank would someone like you be given? Sengoku even stroked his chin as he spoke. Enel considered it a miracle that Garp hadn't spoken up yet, he also found it strange that the old man was still studying him. Making you a regular soldier would be fair to the others, but it would be a disservice to the achievements you've racked up in such a short time. At this point, Enel realized that his plan worked, and it worked perfectly. The Marines are a lot more desperate for promising recruits than I had foreseen. Get to the point, Sengoku. Garp said from the side, choking on a rice cracker as he rolled his eyes at his old friend's long-windedness. Sengoku looked at Garp with a scowl on his face. After a deep sigh, he looked back at Enel, who was doing his best to suppress a small chuckle. In short, you will be made a rear admiral. But you will have to fight someone within the Marines in a public match in order to solidify that role. Many know of what you've done, but no one really knows of your strength. If you want no one to complain about your ranking, then you need to prove your strength against one of our best. Enel simply nodded his head, this was all still within his expectations. You're fighting me, kid. Garp said to the side, making Enel's head snap towards him in that instant. Numerous thoughts were going through his head as he looked back at Sengoku with a startled gaze. You really don't know anything about subtlety. I was getting there. Sengoku berated his old friend for spoiling his fun. Ah, shut it. Garp continued stuffing his face after that. Yes, you will be fighting Garp. Now, no one expects you to actually win, or even do any damage. This is more so that we have an understanding of your limits. Enel took a sigh of relief internally when hearing that explanation. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 disaster dodged, huh? But I guess it makes sense this way. They wouldn't expect a newcomer to actually beat the Marine hero. I understand, thank you for clarifying the situation, Fleet Admiral, I said with a slight bow. I am rather grateful for how things turned out. Getting the position of Rear Admiral right from the start is a lot more than I was expecting. Does this mean that I am becoming Hina's superior? Don't get too excited, young man. Your position will be more of an honorary one. You will still have some training to go through before you are actually leading any troops on the sea. I wouldn't have it any other way. Seriously, I don't want to lead anyone anywhere. I'm just here to learn your techniques, then I'll get out of your hair. Good. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's start heading for the training grounds. The rest of the Marines present at this base will bear witness to this. Sengoku got up from his chair, and so did Garp. I had forgotten how tall the leading figures of the Marines are. Both Garp and Sengoku seem to be taller than me, although Sengoku isn't by all that much. Well, it's as good a time as any. Underscore 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 hope you liked the chapter. More about Sengoku's plans will be explained later. Smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 20. Fighting a legend underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Hina didn't quite know what to make of Enel at first. He was certainly strong, stronger than most people in the first half of Grand Line. But he was also extremely friendly. He was humble and really approachable. Although most of her crew were scared of him due to the massacre he carried out on the pirates. Hina didn't really judge him for that, they were all criminals that were wanted either dead or alive. To her, Enel just did an impressive job, although a bit gruesome. Her interest in him only grew more and more with each conversation. She could tell that he was not just anybody, that he was certainly an ambitious man. But his calming smile and welcoming attitude made her feel extremely warm to his presence. She was a bit unsure of how his meeting with Sengoku was going to end, but she had high hopes for him. She especially hoped that the two of them would end up working together. The thought of just how many pirates the two of them could catch made her excited. Hell, Enel alone caught more pirates in a day than the rest of the rear admirals caught in the entire year prior. It was rather embarrassing the more Hina thought about it. But that was also the reason why most of them were somewhat jealous of Enel. So what if he caught a few weaklings? I bet he poisoned the food supply or something. One of the rear admirals complained in the common room. Quite a few other rear admirals seemed to nod their heads at that. Hina gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in anger. She wanted to walk up to them and tell them off, but she was lower in the ranking than them, and they were surely going to use that against her. I believe you young people should stop looking at others' achievements in that way. Maybe you'd be able to brag about your own achievements if you had any. A person that had no qualms about offending anyone did speak up in the end. It was none other than Tsuru the Crane. Another legend in the Marines, although she wasn't quite as popular as Garp. The rear admirals that were gossiping didn't even dare to look her in the eye as they all stood up and saluted her. Hina was extremely pleased to watch them scamper about in that manner. Tsuru walked into the middle of the room. We have a new recruit amongst your ranks now. I'm sure you all know about it already going by your previous conversations. Sengoku also decided to grant him the role of Rear Admiral. Tsuru said as she spoke with a tone of authority. Miss Tsuru. Do you mean that he is being recruited as a Rear Admiral? One of the other Vice Admirals present in the room asked with a confused tone. It was rather unprecedented for such a thing to happen. Even the current admirals started as recruits. The people in the room failed to account for just how desperate the situation was for the Marines currently. They had resorted to asking for help from actual pirates, and Sengoku wanted to be able to gain enough firepower to completely disband the warlords. He hoped that the recruitment of Enel would bring him one step closer to that. When Hina heard that Enel was going to be of a higher rank than her, she became a bit disheartened, but she hoped that she would still be able to work alongside Enel. The next piece of news was what interested her even more though. Indeed. I understand how this may look to some of you. That is the reason why Sengoku has made a test for Enel, our newest recruit. All of you are to come out to the training grounds to witness what your newest companion is capable of. Tsuru started heading for the training grounds herself after saying her piece, not waiting for any more questions as she was also rather curious about the person Sengoku placed so much importance on. Even better, something that the rest of the Marines were going to find out soon, Enel was fighting Garp. Hina was one of the first to start heading for the training grounds. A lot of Marines were forming a circle, in the middle of it she could see two people. She easily recognized one of them as Enel. She smiled when seeing him in the distance. But her smile quickly turned into a frown when seeing who it was that Enel was actually facing. The newcomer is fighting Garp. Ha 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 ha. This is amazing, I can't believe we get to see the Marine hero in action, although it's not going to last for too long. One of the rear admirals present said with a smile on his face. His emotions and thoughts echoed in many of the Marines present. They were all excited to see Garp in a fight, but they all knew in their minds that the fight was bound to be a short one. Hina wasn't quite as excited, she simply clutched her chest as a bit of worry crept into her mind. She gritted her teeth as she hoped for the best. She knew that Enel was strong, but she didn't have any delusions about him being able to fight Garp either. That's why she could only pray that he wasn't going to get injured too badly, at least that he would stay healthy enough so that their future missions together wouldn't get affected. The fight started as soon as all of the higher-ranking Marines arrived at the scene to witness it. The admirals weren't present though, all of them likely being away on important missions. Sengoku was also there, he watched with expectation in his gaze. He wasn't dumb, he knew that the state of the Marines wasn't a great one. Their morale was not that high and only got lower with each new pirate that appeared on the high seas. Sengoku saw the rise of many affluent pirates all over the New World, but the forces of the Marines remained relatively unchanged, all of their power concentrated on the top brass. He knew that they needed something new, something fresh. Enel's recruitment was his attempt to bolster their rankings. But Enel himself needed to be strong enough for everyone to accept such a change. That was Sengoku's bet. He bet on Enel to surprise him on this day. It was sudden, but to him, Enel represented hope. Sengoku hoped that, like Enel, other promising young men would choose to join the Marines instead of going ahead and becoming pirates. The Marines had done many campaigns and many attempts at motivating young men and women to join their ranks, this was just another one of them, as he planned to publicize Enel's achievements and recruitment for the entire world to see. The fight started rather slow, with Enel and Garp staring at each other for a bit. Each more serious than the other. Enel spun his staff in his palm in a slow motion, waiting for Garp's attacks. He had no delusion of winning, but he knew that losing in a pathetic manner was also not an option. His determination was easily noticed by Garp. I like your guts. Garp said as a sadistic grin formed on his face. He quickly used Soru and appeared right in front of Enel. The old-timer had decided not to hold back much against Enel after that short exchange of gazes. Eyes like that don't belong to someone weak. Don't disappoint me now. Garp shouted as he brought his fist down onto his younger opponent. Enel, using his observation haki, was easily able to read and predict this movement. With a backwards step, he managed to dodge the punch. Garp's fist cracked the entire floor of the training grounds as Enel was sent flying backwards a bit due to the shockwave. The crowd was reeling with both shock and panic. No one had expected Garp to take things this far. Neither did Sengoku or Tsuru. But what they expected even less was for Enel to be completely unscathed. The shockwaves sent him a few meters away, but he landed on the ground gracefully and without any issue. His gaze also seemed completely unaffected. His demeanor changed though, as he realized that simply waiting for Garp to attack wasn't a viable strategy. Garp quickly noticed Enel's intention. The two of them dashed at each other in a mad frenzy, each less controlled than the other. Garp's fists swung around everywhere at wild speeds, creating shockwaves and shocking all of the marines watching. But the even more shocking part was how Enel moved. His staff managed to either bat away or deflect all of Garp's blows. The two of them couldn't seem to land a blow on each other. Sengoku quickly noticed the problem. Garp had an overwhelming advantage when it came to strength, but he was slightly outmatched in speed. The two of them clearly specialized in different fighting styles, so the situation evened itself out due to that, and Sengoku quickly realized that making Enel a rear admiral might have been underestimating his capabilities. Garp's smile was turning wider by the second as he realized that he would surely never be able to win if he kept fighting in the same manner. He quickly jumped backwards, expecting Enel to not pursue him at all, as he prepared to use the Rokushiki that he had perfect mastery over. But Enel wasn't quite on the same thought process. The second Garp took a step back, he took advantage of it. A lapse in concentration was all that he needed, and with his superior speed, he seized the opportunity. His staff twirled towards Garp in a thrusting motion. Garp noticed that it was aimed more towards his arm, so he prepared to just let the thrust slip off as he fled, only tilting slightly to the side. In that instant, Enel twirled his wrist, and his staff became a trident. Garp's eyes widened as he noticed that change in the last second. The strike that was going to barely hit him before now turned into sure impalement. Enel thrust his trident forwards without any hesitation, only to hear the sound of metal hitting more metal, as sparks arose from Garp's blackened torso. The old man looked at Enel with an almost feral grin. He forced me to use armament. This brat. Garp was obviously still going somewhat easy on Enel. He thought that using armament would simply be unfair for the youngster. But he had actually been forced to use it. He knew that a thrust at that speed wouldn't have been blocked by Tekai. So a junior actually forced his hand and made him use one of his strongest trump cards. Armament Haki. Enel's smile also emerged as he realized that he had finally managed to do what he had wanted to from the beginning. Witness a top power of the world using their armament Haki in person. In truth, Enel was also not using his top speed, not even close to that. He was only using enough to be justifiable by something other than his devil fruit. He was currently not a teenager, he was in his physical prime, so Sengoku wouldn't get too suspicious when seeing that he was more specialized in speed than anything. He could also use the excuse that he was simply manipulating his staff to go at greater speeds, letting his body be controlled by the weapon in a sense. You're really something, huh? We're getting serious now. Garp shouted, his smile not faltering for one moment. Enel had managed to awaken an excitement in him that not even the admirals could. The young man he was sparring with had managed to exceed his every expectation. Garp's entire body turned black as he coated it in a thick layer of armament Haki. It was at that moment that Enel realized that the fight was lost. He had absolutely no way to harm Garp. The old man's attacks were also going to be a lot stronger now that they were infused with Haki. Enel was still prepared to give it his all though. He wasn't one to give up so easily after all. He turned his trident back into a staff as he prepared for the upcoming exchange. That's enough. That was the moment Sengoku chose to call the fight. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Yeah, I hope no one actually expected Enel to somehow win this. Smiley face. The only reason he could even keep up was due to the speed his DF provides him. The second Garp started actually taking things seriously, the fight was done. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 21, Rising Star underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Sengoku had decided to stop the fight right there. He couldn't help his excitement during that entire fight, especially at the end. Enel had managed to exceed Sengoku's every expectation. The same was true for Garp, who was expecting the fight to end after a few punches. But the two of them weren't the only ones flabbergasted by these results. Most of the other marines that bore witness to that fight were speechless. The ones that could speak were just gushing about how amazing it had looked. Hina's calm facade also broke for a few seconds when the fight stopped. A brilliant smile spread on her lips as she looked at Enel with amazement in her gaze. Hina knew he was strong. But this is something else entirely. She hadn't seen him in action until now, she had only ever read reports of the wounds that the pirates that Enel captured. After interrogating a few survivors, she also knew that he had some type of metal manipulating devil fruit. She wasn't all that shocked to see Enel able to turn his staff into whatever he desired, but she was shocked at the way he had applied it. The surviving pirates that he had fought all reported that his fighting style mainly relied on keeping his distance from his enemies and attacking with his devil fruit. It was only now that Hina realized. The pirates Enel had fought were likely simply not worth engaging, so Enel didn't even take them seriously. Sengoku had similar thoughts to her. He knew that Enel was at least at the level of a rear admiral just going by his achievements, maybe someone better suited to fighting large groups. But this fight managed to somewhat contradict that, showing him that Enel was already above most vice admirals. And, just going by the fight he had currently witnessed, he was likely the second fastest person in the Marines, Kizaru being the only one able to surpass the speed Enel has shown. But it did make sense to Sengoku, at least somewhat. Enel was already in his 20s or even late 20s only going by his looks alone. And he had stated that he had been training for this occasion for a while now. Garp wasn't quite pleased that the fight was stopping, but he turned off his armament haki and crossed his arms all the same. Enel also took a natural stance as he rested his staff on the ground. What's this about Sengoku? Things were just going to get more interesting. Garp said, not knowing that his enemy was actually seconds away from losing. I figured that there is no need to further destroy the training grounds. Sengoku told his old friend while looking at Enel with a proud gaze. It's been a long time since we've had a recruit as promising as you are. The fleet admiral said while stroking his beard. Garp wanted to brag about the recruits he was training for a second, but he refrained, knowing that Enel was truly on another level compared to them. The rest of the Marines around also started cheering and clapping, any uncertainty about Enel's recruitment was gone from the minds of the people present. All of their jealousy was promptly replaced with admiration. To be fair, I don't know how to use armament haki, so I would have lost if the fight kept going, Enel said with a sigh. He didn't need to keep something like that secret, especially since he was in the Marines to learn. Garp widened his eyes at that. Sengoku was also rather shocked. The power and skill that Enel had displayed was not belonging to the first half of the Grand Line by any means, neither of them expected Enel to not know armament. Garp burst out laughing at that, even Sengoku smiled a bit. I guess you still have plenty left to learn, you brat. Garp patted Enel on the back in a friendly manner. Sengoku did decide to question Enel a bit more. You don't seem to be a stranger to haki though, I'm guessing you at least have some knowledge about haki types, right? I have mastery over observation haki, to the point where I can predict movements. But I've never had any formal teacher for haki, so I mostly learned it on instinct. Armament simply didn't come to me at all. Sengoku's eyes widened a bit at that. Having mastery over observation haki to that extent was impressive, but the fact that Enel was self-taught made him a genius. An unpolished gem. Maybe he didn't have as overwhelming a talent for armament haki, but he would surely learn it with them, and his observation was bound to improve to the point of future sight with some guidance. That's something, kid. I figured you were predicting my moves in that bout. Garp seemed just as excited as Sengoku, his old friend, but he wasn't bothering to hide it. Thanks, old man. Enel said with a wry smile. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. It's a bit of a shame the fight had to end so prematurely. I would have lost, but I would have had some more understanding of just how powerful the Marines can get. Garp is a legendary figure, he might not have been the one to catch Roger, but he had worked alongside the former Pirate King in order to take down the strongest pirate crew in recent years. I still remember reading about Rox D. Zebek and his pirates. The man somehow had most of the current Yonkos under him. Garp and Roger somehow managed to take down that pirate group. I at least got to witness his physical strength, but I do know that the true power of people in this world comes from haki. The stronger one's willpower, the more damage their armament-infused fists can do. Well, it's better that things ended like this. I don't feel like visiting the local marine doctors for a quick checkup. After the fight, we continued our talk back in Sengoku's office. Tsuru the crane also decided to join us, as she became curious about me after my fight with Garp. Garp himself was in a really good mood. The old marine has been trying to recruit promising young men for a while now. It was clear that he cared a lot about the Marines, so having a recruit as promising as myself would obviously make his mood skyrocket. I feel a bit bad, both Sengoku and Garp seem to be accommodating and friendly. But I am here with a purpose. I won't be staying for long, a few months at most. All until the war, where I will be technically betraying the trust they are putting in me. I need to get a lot stronger if I want to face their rage after such a betrayal. The one I'll feel the worst about betraying is Garp. The second we got back to Sengoku's office, he started giving me advice on how to train my armament haki. Now, advice from someone like him might as well be more valuable than gold. The old guy isn't holding back on the details at all. Something he said also gives me a bit of perspective on the level I've reached. I would give you some pointers on observation haki, but if you can predict your opponent's movements then you're already on the right track. I have yet to reach any state of future sight, but my talent with observation isn't very great. I may have slightly underestimated my observation haki. I thought I was maybe a bit above average, at best, with only my range being enhanced by my devil fruit. But I guess the old Enel must have had some inborn talent with observation haki even before he had a devil fruit. Otherwise, I can't really explain how he got this much mastery over it with barely any training. Well, I guess he was using it constantly, so he did train it. I've already received my marine coat, it hasn't even been a day, and I already have a justice coat draped on my shoulders. I guess my fight with Garp must have left an impression on anyone that was present at Marineford. Right now, I was given a room inside Marineford. This will serve as my permanent residence while I train daily for the next few weeks. With Garp's help and guidance, I'll be able to gain some understanding of armament haki in a very short time. At least that's what I hope. Sengoku also instantly gave me the manuals for the 6 powers. He said that usually they would be bought by each individual recruit using their respective contributions. But he said that my contributions are already numerous, and my advancement was a bit too sudden, so I had to gain mastery of some techniques quickly. Apparently, there is some unwritten rule about rear admirals having to have some mastery over at least 2 of the 6 powers, otherwise, they would be considered just honorary rear admirals. Sengoku wants to solidify my position even further, so that's why he gave me all of the techniques at once, probably thinking that I'd find which suited me best faster this way. Well, now I have a lot of work to do. Better get to training. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Not much else to say today, just kind of feeling out of it for a bit. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 22, Training an Admiral underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 2 weeks was all it took. I went through quite a rigorous training regime, made by none other than Garp himself. Unfortunately, we didn't have any beast-filled forests on Marineford, so he was forced to improvise a bit in my training. But after finally pushing through all of that, as well as daily sparring with both Garp and Sengoku, whenever he had the time, as well as quite a bit of meditation, I am now able to materialize my armament haki. It wasn't even that difficult, I could already sense and control haki/spiritual energy due to my mastery over observation, I just didn't know how to approach the armament properly. Well, I can't really cover my staff in haki yet, but this is still massive progress. I also seem to have an intrinsic talent for both Soru and Jeppo, having mastered the 2 of them in just these 2 weeks. To be fair, they are the most useless to me because I could already fly and move at light speed. So I can't really brag about them much. But this seemed completely astonished both Garp and Sengoku, as well as Hina, who was a bit jealous of how easily I was able to perform the techniques. Hina is also a person I worry about disappointing with my future separation from the Marines. She has been hanging around Marineford for me basically. She could have left right after handing Sengoku the reports of my little adventure in Jaya, but she's still sticking around and training with me most of the time. It was together that we had trained the first 2 techniques. As useless as they seem to be, they might serve me well while undercover. The upside is also that I now don't even need to use my devil fruit to fly. These 2 techniques also make for extremely good training for the legs. Both of my legs have been strengthened noticeably after I started training these techniques, to the point where Garp says it's only a matter of time before I gain some mastery over Rankyaku as well. This is convenient, as Rankyaku is the next of the 6 powers that I plan on mastering. With someone like Garp giving me pointers, this is only to be expected though. I get that learning the techniques this fast is unprecedented, but having someone perfectly explain how to do them to you does somewhat dampen that achievement. Well, at least in my eyes. The 2 of them seem surprised regardless of that. I've not done anything besides training, eating and sleeping these past 2 weeks though, and that makes me a bit tired. I am used to doing repetitive tasks, but training like this is really making me chronically tired. I need to take a short break to avoid burnout in this case. I did train for 3 months without many breaks when I was in the Sky Islands. But I was also taking plenty of time to decipher the poneglyphs, something I can't exactly do right now. So I've decided to take a break, much to Garp's disappointment. What? You want to take a few days off? The old guy seems almost offended even. I mean, I've been hard at training every day for 2 weeks. I deserve a break. At this point, I don't really bother to mince words with either Sengoku or Garp. The two of them have been nothing but agreeable to me. Treating them like anything other than friends would be rather disrespectful on my part. The fact that they both outrank me doesn't matter much, and neither of them seems to mention that whenever we eat in Sengoku's office. I can understand Garp being friendly from the way he was portrayed in the series. He is an extremely kind character that can find the good in any person and in any situation. Seeing him burst out crying during Ace's execution was rather heart-wrenching to me back then. Now that I know him personally, it's even worse. I don't want to see this old man suffer at all. Sengoku though. He's a bit harder to read. He is just as friendly as Garp, but I remember him being the devious one of the two of them. Or at least the one with the plan and a secret goal. I think that he is keeping me close in order to make sure I am a safe individual. Well, I guess you're right. But I doubt Sengoku is going to let you rest. Garp said while smiling a bit. I realize that, but I also don't think he'd make things too hard for me, I said with a confident smile of my own. Garp can't really intimidate me at this point, not even when using Sengoku's name. POV narration I think I heard something about you being sent on a mission actually. Garp said as his smile became broader. Enel's head immediately snapped in Garp's direction, making his earlobes swing from side to side a bit as the old marine hero laughed at him. That's right. How about you go speak to him yourself? Garp said as he started walking away and laughing. Enel himself started making his way towards Sengoku's office to get some clarity on the situation. He waltzed up through the marine base, ignoring any gaze directed at him. At this point most of the marines that witnessed his fight with Garp considered him to be admiral material, so no one got in his way. Enel reached the office quickly enough, entering instantly without even bothering to knock. I'm telling you, killing those vermin is only beneficial to us. A deep voice spoke out as Enel walked into the room. A tall figure was speaking to Sengoku in a familiar manner. Enel raised an eyebrow as he instantly recognized who that man was. A red costume, a marine cap and a white coat, with justice spelled on the back of it, with the yellow epaulets that signified the fact that he was in fact an admiral. It wasn't hard to tell that his person was Akainu, the admiral that most people hated in the series. But Enel didn't hate him. To Enel, Akainu was just a driven man and an extremely devoted marine. He only believed in the justice that the world government propagated. That was the only part about him that made him evil. It was simply because his beliefs in his own justice were unshakable. Akainu turned around, his eyebrow raised in confusion as he studied the newcomer. How dare you enter the fleet admiral's office unannounced? Akainu shouted, his confusion turning to anger as he failed to recognize the person that had interrupted his conversation with Sengoku. I always come here this way? Doesn't matter. Admiral Akainu, I am Enel, a pleasure to meet you, but I am here to speak to Sengoku as well. I will wait for the two of you to finish, of course. Enel's calm tone managed to slightly surprise Akainu, who was expecting the newcomer to at least get startled by his tone and apologize for intruding. He was about to step towards the newcomer, who he realized was a rear admiral due to the color of his epaulets. But right as he took the first step, he could hear Sengoku clear his throat. There's no need for the aggression, Sakazuki, he is the latest recruit that I've been talking about. Quite formidable in most aspects, but he is still not quite familiar with how the Marines operate. Sengoku was happy enough to inform Akainu of who Enel really was. Akainu's eyes widened a bit, he looked back at Enel, as the young rear admiral just took a seat on the nearby couch, Sengoku's pigeon landing on his head. This is the one you've been telling me about then? He doesn't seem like a kid, as you described him. But he is certainly disrespectful. This is why we don't skip the necessary steps in educating our recruits, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akainu was quick to start complaining. He was a person that always went by the books. Enel's entire recruitment process seemed like a travesty to him. Akainu wasn't alone in this. Some other higher UPS had raised the issue with him, but he had turned them all away regardless of status. I get you reservations, but we've already talked about that. He proved himself in both achievements and fighting strength. He may not have gone through the same channels as you, but he is worthy of his position regardless of that. Sengoku was quick to defend his decisions with Enel. In a sense, recruiting him had served its purpose. It had worked like a charm and they had a surplus of recruits in the last 2 weeks. It worked especially well after Sengoku made a deal with Big News Morgan to publicize the story all over the world, including Enel's fight with Garp, which was told without holding back any details. A new star rising among the Marines caught the attention of everyone around the world. Even some of the Yonkos took the news seriously, as it meant the rise of another admiral-level figure within the Marines. Even if Enel wasn't currently considered as strong as an admiral, the fact that he could fight Garp to a standstill on the day of his recruitment was already enough to warrant the attention of the most prominent pirates. Still, I refuse to believe he is worthy of such a rank. Personal strength isn't everything within to the Marines, discipline is just as important. Akainu still refused to acknowledge Enel though. Sengoku was about to open his mouth again, but Enel decided to finally speak up. It's a bit awkward that you are technically gossiping about me while I'm in the room, don't you think, Admiral Akainu? Enel said, not bothering to stand up from the couch as he let Sengoku's bird make a nest on his head. Your rudeness should have its limits, newcomer. Akainu was now prepared to start a fight. At this point, the only thing stopping him from lashing out was the fact that they were currently in the office of his supervisor. That's enough, you two. Especially you, Akainu. If you are still inclined about him lacking discipline, then how about you actually try to help and teach him? Sengoku was quick to stop any conflict from happening. Although what he said was a bit bothersome. Fuck me, this isn't happening. Was the thought that arrived in the mind of both Enel and Akainu. Underscore 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 underscore. Hope you liked the chapter. Feeling a bit better today, just bought some new creatine and protein powder, so I guess they're giving me some energy after the workout, smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 23, First Mission underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Enel looked at the sea in front of him with a relaxed smile on his face. The fact that there was a storm raging about didn't really seem to faze him much. The rain didn't get him wet due to a large umbrella sprouting out of his golden staff. There were quite a few things on the young marine's mind, one of them being his current mission. Hunt down the Gorilla Pirates, a pirate crew with a captain that had a 400 million bounty on his head, rather notorious in the beginning parts of the New World. It was a rather high bounty for a newcomer to be chasing. Under normal circumstances, Sengoku would have refrained from sending Enel on such a mission. But not this time. I can't believe the fleet admiral is wasting my time in such a way. This is outrageous. A voice was raging on the ship, probably speaking to some poor sod back in Marineford through the transponder snail. The enraged voice belonged to none other than Akainu, the admiral that was supposed to have a week off right now but was stuck on a ship, going for a pirate that was well below him. Enel took a deep sigh when hearing that voice. A few days had already passed like this, his opinion of Akainu souring day by day. Akainu also started hating Enel to the core, as the newcomer didn't bother much with honorifics or with respecting the hierarchy that the Marines had in place. They both were bearing with each other as best as they could. Neither had any clue why Sengoku even thought this was a good idea. Most of the Marines steering the ship were also being stressed out by Akainu's rageful shouting. This was just a random crew of another vice-admiral that was supposed to be patrolling the seas where the Gorilla Pirates were last spotted. They were already somewhat stressed due to the location they were constantly patrolling. This time their usual leader wasn't even present, so having Akainu's rage breathing down their necks made things even worse. At least the presence of an admiral gave them some semblance of safety. But Akainu didn't really have a great reputation for protecting other Marines during missions. He had always been the type to do anything needed in order to finish a mission swiftly. Enel smiled even more when hearing that stupid admiral's voice die down a bit. He started humming a calming tune. It was in a quiet tone, but it was still audible. Almost like wind chimes. A tune he remembered from his past life, one that he used to hum while trekking the desert sands, vast expanses of nothingness that he used to explore for years on end. It was where he had spent most of his time, sometimes with a team, sometimes alone. Not many trekked those paths by themselves, it was considered dangerous. But Enel was the type of person that always worked better when left to his own devices. And he also loved to revel in the silence. The cold of the desert nights was the most calming thing there was. If only the sky could have been more accommodating, the feeling that the stars were looking at him, was what he found to be the most disturbing in his journey. Therefore he had started humming like there was an audience. Humming as if he was nothing more than a ghost in that desert, his curiosity binding him to haunt them for as long as his life allowed him to. Maybe he had always been a deranged individual after all. All of it contained under a facade of class and the track record of a legendary archaeologist. It also made more sense for him to be insane. Maybe everything he was experiencing now was nothing but a delusion? He had let his mind be driven by curiosity of all things. That was what had always created monsters in history. Geniuses always tended to either be remembered fondly or with horror. Enel had always been afraid that he was going to end up as the second, so he put his curiosity to some good use. Finding traces of that ancient civilization was nothing more than a stroke of luck. Without it, Enel was unsure of what would have become of him. He knew that he would have one day become bored of the deserts and that his curiosity would aim elsewhere, maybe on a much worse path. But curiosity was also what drove him to approach the mad god's messenger on earth, completely disregarding the warnings that the ancient tribal people had left for him. So, with those thoughts and memories in mind, Enel hummed. He hummed like the madman he was. He hummed without holding anything back at all. Maybe it was a sea shanty, maybe it used to be an orchestra, he had never managed to remember where that song had originated from. Enel's humming seemed to outshine the storms, the marines that had been scrambling on deck looked at him in wonder, and the lightning and thunder even seemed to pause. The calm smile of the rear admiral, coupled with the calming tune, had managed to relax the nerves of all of the marines that had heard it, making them look at him in admiration. Many recruits had found Enel's addition to the marines unfair at first, but his strength was nothing to scoff at, and they all knew it. What was always brought into question was his attitude. His demeanor when interacting with the top brass of the marine base. It appeared that, despite what the rumors would have them believe, Enel didn't seem like an arrogant man, nor did he seem like a temperamental one. The image of him, humming through a heavy storm remained ingrained in the minds of the marines that were on that ship, and stories of it were bound to reach the others at the base. A serene mind brings about the greatest of perceptions. One can never understand the world around them if they are too caught up in it. That was a concept that Enel lived by for the longest time. To view the world as an outsider, unperturbed by anger and sadness, the point of view of the neutral observer was bound to always be the cleanest. Enel controlled the overcharged clouds above him with that same calm smile on his face. The clouds stopped raging at his behest, the massive storm becoming nothing more than a slight drizzle. Enel's umbrella seemed to retract into itself, turning back into a staff as he let some of the water hit his skin. Stop humming. You're being annoying. Akainu had walked on the deck, breaking the serenity of that scene for the rest of the marines, as they all scampered back to finish their duties. If I wanted your opinion, I would have asked for it, Admiral Akainu, Enel said as he studied the clouds. The storm quickly started kicking off again, and Enel stopped bothering to suppress it. His staff also quickly turned back into an umbrella, covering Enel perfectly, but not quite reaching Akainu. The Admiral had turned completely red at Enel's words, and rain was evaporating as it touched his body. Enel was unsure whether or not that was due to Akainu's devil fruit, or due to his anger. I've had it with your disrespect. Do you think Sengoku can protect you forever, you lit PFT? Ha ha ha! Enel's laughter interrupted Akainu's tirade before it even started properly. You really think I'm afraid of you? Are you actually insane? Enel held his stomach as he spoke to Akainu without holding back much. He didn't hate Akainu because of his actions in the original show, but Akainu had been nothing but a nuisance ever since the two of them were given this mission. Enel wasn't about to treat someone this rude with kindness. You little she! Akainu's right arm instantly turned into magma, as he was about to grab Enel's shoulder. In that instant, Enel's umbrella turned right back into a staff. Akainu didn't think much of it, but what the Admiral didn't expect was to receive a staff to the face, at a speed he could barely react to. Magma splattered everywhere as his head completely disappeared from his body. The magma was thankfully mostly blown into the water, with only a few droplets landing on the deck, quickly being cooled off by the raging storm. Don't test me, Admiral. My mood has just soured, and I don't feel too welcoming to your antics right now. Enel then started walking away without even bothering to look back. Akainu's head reformed, and his eyes were almost bloodshot with anger. He wanted so much to just explode and destroy the ship they were on completely. But he was also against needlessly damaging marine property. The Admiral quickly dashed towards Enel, his fist cocked back and ready to strike the rear admiral only once, just to prove a point, to establish his superiority. A single punch was all that he needed. Enel's staff expanded at that moment though, like a thick golden shield, it blocked Akainu's haki-clad punch. Or at least it tried to. Gold wasn't an especially strong metal, it only managed to stop Akainu's fist for a half-second, as he tore through the shield as if it were paper. But instead of striking Enel, his fist only hit the deck of the ship, sending a tremor through the ship that managed to shake it even worse than the storm around them. Akainu's eyes widened as he felt a strange weight on his shoulder for a second. Enel had just stepped on his shoulder, then simply jumped back on deck, landing behind him. The broken shield seemed to extend from a small handle in Enel's hand. He retracted all of it and quickly turned it into a pristine staff. We really won't benefit much from fighting like this. Akainu turned around, restraining himself, not wanting to do any more damage to the ship than necessary. He knew that Enel was right. He had somewhat lost himself in anger due to the circumstances, but he knew that if something happened to Enel, Sengoku and Garp would likely cripple him. He had seen it with his own eyes, the amount of importance the two of them put on Enel. It wasn't just that he had a promising future, the three of them got along like three old men in a park, playing chess. Enel was also a symbol for the Marines right now, so harming him in any way would warrant a huge punishment, especially while Enel was supposed to be under his care. Akainu was about to turn around and leave, not wanting to look at Enel anymore, lest his anger got the best of him again. Say, how about a small contest? A smile spread upon Enel's lips as he spoke out those words. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. A bit later than usual, just arrived home RN. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 24, a hunting competition underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Akainu looked at Enel with a raised eyebrow, not quite understanding what Enel was proposing. I understand that you like being a good boy, and you dislike going against orders. But I think both of us know that this mission is beneath us. Enel's voice rang in an almost melodic tone, as his excitement was rather obvious for Akainu to see. Huh? This mission may be beneath me, but you are nothing more than a slightly stronger rear admiral, don't get too complacent. Akainu said as he scoffed a bit at Enel's words. Seriously? Do you really think daily sparring with Garp only puts me at the same level as some random pirate on the New World? Akainu looked away a bit. On one hand, he wanted to say that the old man was likely holding back on Enel. But he had managed to catch a glimpse of one of their matches before departure. Garp was using both haki and all of his physical strength, while Enel was managing to evade and bat away most of the strikes. Enel had even landed some hits himself, coating his fists with gold, forming a set of gauntlets, and cladding them in haki as well. The rear admiral still lost that spar, but it wasn't a complete loss. The bout lasted for around 10 minutes. And lasting for 10 minutes against a somewhat serious Garp was something extremely few people in the Marines could do. Let's see. How about we collect as many bounties as we can within a month, then return to Marineford. Whoever has caught the most pirates with the highest bounties wins. Enel's words slightly enraged Akainu once more. We can't just go around doing whatever we want in the New World. We have a mission given to us directly from the Fleet Admiral. Akainu said, his irritated tone making Enel smile even more. We won't be going after actual Yonkos and their crews, we aren't starting a war. But if we want the Marines to prosper, getting rid of more pirates in the New World would be a good start. Enel said as he tapped his staff on the ground. A small strange boat was formed from the gold that came out of his staff. If our strongest just waste their time inside Marineford, we will never gain a proper foothold within the New World. The Yonkos should be the ones intimidated by us, they are the pirates after all. Enel's words somewhat managed to sway Akainu, as the Admiral nodded a bit, agreeing with what was being said. Still, the Admiral still was a bit apprehensive about disrespecting direct orders from his supervisor. You make a point. But what if Sengoku has other plans, and going out like this gets in the way of them? Akainu had somewhat calmed down, asking a rather pertinent question. I will talk to him afterwards. The lower levels of Impel Down will be getting a surplus of new residents, unfortunately. Enel stepped into the strange golden boat, sitting down on his golden throne-like chair. See you in a month, Admiral Akainu. With that, Enel departed from the marine vessel, completely ignoring the raging storms as his flying ship took to the skies without much build-up, making Akainu's eyes widen a bit. Hold oh dash! Akainu shouted, but Enel was already too far away to hear him. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. Traveling above the clouds is extremely nice, especially during a storm. It wasn't that hard for me to lose the Marines and gain some free time. This whole contest with Akainu is more of an excuse to have some time for myself. It also helps my mental state since I find his presence extremely annoying. I didn't even have any hatred for him at first, his demeanor and actions towards me are the only thing that spurred this distaste I feel for him. If anything happens, this is also Sengoku's fault for sending the two of us on a mission like this. He probably knows that this was an easy mission to send me on, just to get me in the swing of things. But I would classify it as too easy. A pirate that has racked up this much bounty isn't necessarily too strong. From what I've read about him, he is mostly just a menace to society. Sure, he's decent in strength, but someone like Doflamingo would kill him at any time of the day. Still, this is only to clear my head, so I will take him down, along with his crew. The guerrilla pirates, this at least gives me some type of information on their abilities. Probably a Zoan of sorts, but he shouldn't be with Kaido. If he was part of Kaido's army, Sengoku wouldn't have given us this mission. Things are already strained enough in these seas, starting a war with the beast pirates isn't something the world government wants right now. It's a bit strange how a group of pirates can manage to do so much in this world, from taking over kingdoms to creating armies large enough to threaten the largest authorities of the world. Honestly, if all of the emperors were to join hands, the world government would fall in a matter of weeks. Well, not that all of them would join hands, they have plenty of pride and rivalry between them. I've always wondered if the rivalries between Yonkos were caused by the world government itself. That would be the only way for them to truly control the most dangerous pirates, at least to some extent. If I remember correctly, Big Mom and Kaido did end up teaming up in the end, during the Wano arc in the manga, but they were taken down anyway. They waited too long and other powerful pirates rose to the occasion and took them down. Luffy's Sun God Fruit was also revealed in that arc. It's a confusing power, it allows him to bend the world to his imagination, giving him absolute freedom. It does make sense for the world government to be afraid of it, especially in the hands of a pirate. I wonder if Shanks knew the true identity of that fruit. I mean, he had sailed with Roger before, so maybe he did. But he never did reach Raftel, so it's hard to say. This world is brewing with conspiracies, so many threads to count that you can easily lose your mind in them. It's easy to observe everything within a screen, but it becomes a lot more real when these schemes have chances of affecting you personally. Well, that doesn't really matter right now. I have quite some time to think about things before actually having to face the world government. Although the clock is ticking, I have to use this opportunity to gain as much experience as possible. I will go after as many powerful pirates as I can. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 25, Hunting Pirates underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The gorilla pirates were traveling the seas, merrily singing and dancing on the deck of their ships. Their spirits were high, they had just managed to ransack another island, getting their hands on plenty of gold and women. Right now their captives were all in cages, awaiting their fates among the cargo on the ship. Many of them were crying, wailing. But their cries weren't heard by anyone, as the pirates partying above made even more sound. Slave trafficking was one of their main businesses, but that didn't mean they didn't get to sample the goods from time to time. Their good mood wasn't even affected by the storm they had just left behind, nor the marines they had escaped from recently. This time they also did something special. I can't believe we were able to pull this off, Captain. One of the pirates said to the man known as Branton Kimberly, his nickname was the Gorilla. He had eaten a Zoan devil fruit that gave him the abilities of a silverback ape, and he put it to good use, becoming a pirate and doing whatever he wanted in life. So what if the territory was protected by the Whitebeard pirates? No one was there to defend it anyway. Another of the pirates present on deck said with a laugh. He. There's no reason to worry about it now. They have no way of finding us on the high seas. The pirates continued talking among themselves, with the captain just listening. In the end, Branton smacked down the bottle he was drinking from on the deck, making it creak in response. Who cares about Whitebeard? He's nothing more than an old man, even if he were to come I wouldn't be afraid of him. The captain boasted without any regard for who could hear him. The crew started laughing in response, whether it was the alcohol or the high they were riding on, they all trusted their captain's words. HOH, a calm voice descended upon them, a cold tone that managed to make their spines shiver. I didn't realize I was hunting down a big shot. Woe is me. All of the pirates looked above, a man sitting on a golden throne, looking down at them with a bored expression was what greeted them. His most prominent feature was his long earlobes, which he twirled in boredom. The plot thickens. So you all decided to attack Whitebeard's turf. This complicates things a bit. Would you look at that, a marine? You must have some balls, coming to us with that much gold on you. One of the pirates shouted as he took out his saber. The captain also looked up, his eyes filled with greed as he noticed the ship Enel was on. He was a bit startled by Enel's unexpected appearance, but he calmed down when seeing that Enel was just a rear admiral. It seems the newcomer wants to donate some gold to us. The captain said as his body seemed to start transforming, growing hair as his muscles became more defined. I wanted to just destroy the ship and watch them fight the sea, but I can't with hostages aboard. I don't want to further harm the people Whitebeard is supposed to protect. Enel thought to himself while stroking his chin in contemplation, completely ignoring the rowdy pirates below him. With a sweep of his hand, the ship below him was completely absorbed into his staff, as he landed on the deck of the ship, among the pirates that had already drawn their weapons. Enel could see that some of them were actually using haki, albeit only around 3 or 4. So they could technically injure him. If they got the chance. A shout was heard, and before any of them could react, the golden staff in Enel's hand hit the deck of the ship, impaling itself in it. Branton looked at Enel warily. Unfortunately, no one in his crew had any proficiency in observation haki, so they were unable to find out what was about to happen. Got you. One of the pirates shouted as his haki-coated saber was cutting the air, going for Enel's head right away. Just as the pirate's blade was about to reach Enel, dozens of golden tendrils broke through the deck of the ship, impaling all of the pirates that were close to the rear admiral. The fight soon turned into a frenzy, with the pirates now being impaled and thrown around, pushing many of the crew into the sea. Enel didn't move from his landing position, he just spread his observation haki around the ship and prepared for the actual fight to start. Branton was panicking, he wasn't expecting to run into such a powerful rear admiral, but he wasn't about to lose all of his crew to just one man. He quickly rushed at Enel, fully transformed into a silverback ape, as the wooden deck underneath him cracked and broke. With his great force, he tore through the golden tendrils shielding Enel with excessive ease. Branton's entire body was completely coated in a thick coat of armament haki, the gold didn't have any chance of stopping that. Enel smiled when sensing this, he twirled to the side, narrowly dodging the punch of the pirate. Branton didn't stop there though, missing the punch, he quickly swiped towards Enel. The rear admiral jumped backwards, the golden tendrils parting ways as he passed through. A small golden thread tied to one of his wrists allowed him to continue controlling the gold around Branton. The other pirates were quick to try and take advantage of Enel's retreat, many of them trying to stab at his turned back. Now, this would be a good time to mention the fact that Enel's accessories were all condensed with enough gold to be turned into anything in case his staff wasn't in his hands. With a flick of the wrist, Enel's rings turned into spikes, impaling the people that had gathered around him. Branton was quick on his tail, his haki-clad arms tearing through even more golden tendrils to reach him. Enel just smiled at that, his golden rings quickly turned into a set of ornate golden gauntlets with spiked knuckles, which then turned completely black. Branton's fist was met with Enel's in that instant. He smiled as he was completely confident in his strength. What he didn't expect was the sickening crack, followed by a feeling of numbness spreading throughout his arm. He was sent flying backwards into the golden tendrils, which quickly turned into spikes. Branton managed to cover his back in haki in time, but not before he was impaled by one of them. With a grunt, he broke the spike and looked at Enel with hate. Looking to his side, he could see his arm limply hanging there, broken and bent at an odd angle. Sorry if I went too hard, sparring with Garp so often somewhat skewed my expectations for others as well. Enel said as the blackened gold gauntlets he wore didn't even seem to have a dent on them. Branton realized, at this moment, that he was dealing with an actual monster. And the pirates that were under him had about the same reaction. Unfortunately, they didn't have anywhere to run. Enel appeared in front of the captain at blinding speeds. Burnton was about to open his mouth to attempt some type of bargain, but he was silenced by something. Enel's fist delivered a straight shot, right into Branton's face, caving it in and sending him flying through the golden wall behind him. The rest of the pirates didn't last long either, Enel just stood there with a smile on his face as he hummed his way towards the fallen figure of the pirate captain. He had already taken his staff back, and with a thought, he turned that staff into an executioner's spear, swinging it down and beheading the pirate without any hesitation. I don't feel like carrying the entire body back to Marineford. This is a good start for the contest though. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. It was nice fighting someone other than Sengoku and Garp for a change. At this point, I've gained a lot of proficiency in fighting without just throwing around lightning beams everywhere. Some might argue that throwing around lightning beams is pretty effective, and they'd be right, but I feel that diversifying my skillset would prepare me for any situation down the line. I've also managed to put my lackluster MMA skills to good use. They were fun when fighting Garp, but the old Vice Admiral is quite impossible to catch in a hold, as he can brute force his way out of it at any time. It's a bit odd, having to carry around a pirate's head, but at least I was able to find a sack to hold it in. Now, I've reached an issue. On this ship of the guerrilla pirates are around 30 to 40 hostages, all being held in cages. I can't exactly just leave them to die down there, so I should probably head there and free them, at the very least. At least that's what I wanted to do until I felt a figure quickly approaching the ship. Looking in the distance, I can see a blue flaming bird flying toward me at breakneck speeds. Of course, someone from Whitebeard's crew would appear. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Another one coming soon enough. I'm in a good mood since we reached 300 on Patra.en. The Power Stone ranking, something that I usually don't pay much attention to, was also really great last week, so huge thanks to everyone that's currently reading this story. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patra_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 26, Marco the Phoenix POV narration Marco followed the Vivre card he had on him all the way to the ship of the guerrilla pirates. The anger in his eyes burned brighter than the blue flames that constructed his body. The Whitebeard crew wasn't quite prepared for something like this to happen. Pirates usually avoided their territories like the plague. But sometimes an insane pirate still tried his luck in some way. That was why Whitebeard created methods for them to be alerted whenever an attack happened. This time, one of the prisoners on the ship was connected to the Vivre card that Marco was tracing. Usually, he would be with the rest of his platoon, but their captain/father Whitebeard wasn't feeling very well, so Marco decided to just deal with the issue himself. He was the first mate, after all, he was more than capable of taking care of some nameless nobodies in the New World. What he didn't expect was to see the ship completely still in the middle of the sea, and to see pirates being thrown into the sea. Marco's eyes turned into slits as he rushed the ship even faster, worrying for the passengers on board. What he didn't expect to see, was a Marine Rear Admiral. Sitting on a golden chair and looking at him with a calm smile. Marco stopped above the ship and looked down at Enel with confusion. It didn't take long for Enel to start speaking to the flying bird. Marco. I wasn't expecting you to come this fast. I was after the guerrilla pirates, but I guess they didn't have long left to live by the looks of it. Enel said as he crossed his legs and looked at Marco with the same calm smile. Who are you? Marco wasn't exactly about to entertain Enel, he was still trying to assess the situation. Finding a chatty marine among a mound of dead pirates didn't really paint too nice a portrait for him. Oh, that was rude of me. My name is Enel, pleased to make your acquaintance. Enel stood up from his golden chair. Marco looked at the marine with narrowed eyes, transforming into his hybrid form and looking at Enel without any fear. Enel. Marco searched his mind for a bit. He knew the most prominent marines. It didn't take long for him to realize who the man in front of him was. Enel's feat of fighting Garp was already well known. He was the Marine's newest Rear Admiral and someone that Sengoku tried to make the face of all new recruits. So you're that Enel, huh? Figured you'd be more of a righteous Marine by the way the newspapers painted ya. Marco finally landed on the deck of the ship. There was still plenty of weariness in his gaze, but he wasn't attacking, which Enel took as a good sign. What makes you think I'm not? Enel asked, as his smile turned upwards with a tinge of amusement. Well, for one, you would have attacked me by now. You don't seem scared by me, so I doubt you'd be too frightened to act. What are you trying to gain, Enel Yoe? Marco kept his distance from Enel, but his gaze was fixed upon the Rear Admiral. The enigma that was the most prominent recruit within the Marines. Standing out just enough to shock the world, but not enough to be taken seriously by the major powers of the world. Exactly how Enel had originally planned it. Although some things could have gone better, like his relationship with Akainu, not all things were always going to go his way, and that was just the way life went. He wasn't about to start pretending to be someone else, it was already annoying enough that he was suppressing his powers. Who knows? The prisoners are downstairs, pretty sure you already know that. They are the only reason this ship isn't already exploring the ocean's depths. Enel slowly turned around, tapping the gold chair with his golden staff. The chair was quickly swallowed up by the staff, making Marco narrow his eyes slightly. Some type of gold no metal manipulation, likely a paramecia. Pretty versatile by the looks of it. Marco instantly surmised Enel's power from that small reveal. How generous of you. I'll deal with them. I'd recommend you leave this place now, Enel Yoe. Marco would have tried to make a move on the Marine under normal circumstances if only to test the newest Marine star. But the situation didn't really allow for that. The prisoners downstairs were still bound and helpless, if they were to start fighting the ship would almost surely sink. Which was why Marco didn't want to fight the Rear Admiral now. Of course. Wouldn't want to wait for the whale to come here, huh? Enel said, his calm smile not disappearing. He made an obvious reference to Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. Marco didn't react much, only continuing to carefully gaze at Enel's back as he prepared to leave. His staff quickly turned into a flying ship, and Enel sat on the only chair of that vessel. Well, till next time, Phoenix. Enel said, as his small ship quickly took to the skies, surprising Marco slightly. So he can also fly. Marco thought to himself in confusion. No. It seems more like a machine that he creates using his devil fruit. That ship must have a special engine that works with his powers. Still, the newest Marine star is pretty shady. Pops will be pretty amused by this turn of events. Marco then continued with his business, going towards the lower deck of the ship in order to free the prisoners. POV Enel I'm rather glad Marco isn't a violent individual. Otherwise, he might have even ignored the fact that there were other people on that ship and just attacked me. To be fair, I doubt I would have won against him, just like I know I can't beat Akainu and the other admirals right now. I would still be able to flee, but that applies to most situations. It gives me quite a bit of serenity, knowing that I can pretty much escape from most situations. I've not yet met Kizaru, but I'm sure I could also lose him. I don't know why, but he seems to only be able to fly in straight lines by reflecting off surfaces. So I should be able to run away from him if I turn into a lightning bolt and travel through the clouds for a while. So this was my first meeting with the Whitebeard pirates, and it didn't go that bad. At least I didn't end up having to fight with my allies. Well, they don't know we are allies yet, but they will eventually. I'm starting to think in odd ways. I should get back to hunting down pirates. I will also have to practice the other 6 powers in my spare time. I want to at least master one of them before returning to Marineford. I think I'll pick rank Yaku. I really do need more attacking techniques under my belt if I want to get some versatility in my fighting style. Rank Yaku is also something I can combine with my devil fruit to some extent. More specifically, I can combine it with the metal controlling aspect of my devil fruit. It won't be easy to master, but it will surely take enemies by surprise if used under the right circumstances. Something else has been bothering me lately. I've somehow not yet been investigated by the Chipper Pole. I was expecting to see an agent or two while I was in Marineford. I doubt the world government trusts Sengoku to the extent that they won't even bother to check up on me personally. I made sure to not show a lot about my power, so as to not stand out too much to the people that truly matter. Regardless of that, I'm sure plenty of them have taken notice of me. It can't be helped though, I can't pretend to be a recruit and hope I get access to the 6 powers and armament haki instructors instantly. Using my special ability called common sense, such a thing wouldn't even be possible. That would take years and I don't feel like waiting years. Especially since a great war is already brewing. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the second chapter of the day. Smiley face. Felt that it wouldn't be appropriate for Marco to trust Enel to any extent, since Enel is still a marine, so I don't know if this was the interaction you've been expecting. Smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 27, Plotting and Beast Pirates underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. As Enel ignored his initial mission and took to cleaning up the seas, another storm was brewing. Doflamingo had been paying close attention to all news regarding Enel, as he had plans to take his revenge at some point. He wasn't discouraged by hearing that Enel fought Garp. He knew that the marine hero was definitely holding back. He was pondering on how exactly to take him down, but he couldn't quite do it himself, nor could he send his people to do it. If he or his people openly killed a high-ranking marine, then his status as a warlord was going to get revoked without any doubt. He didn't really care much for that status, but it did provide him with quite a bit of protection with his business in Dressrosa. At least it guaranteed that no government agency would get involved in his business. As long as he remained secretive enough with his dealings and crimes, he could get away with anything. As Doflamingo stood there, pondering how to deal with Enel, one of his associates seemed to get an idea. Why not just contact someone from the Beast Pirates? An extremely high-pitched voice came out of a mountain of a man. Pika was the one to propose such a thing. As one of the top 3 officers of the Donquixote pirates, he had enough knowledge on who they could call upon. Doflamingo pondered that suggestion for a moment. Their dealings with the Beast Pirates were all going well until now, so they would definitely agree if it was just hunting down a random rear admiral. The Beast Pirates' captain was Kaido after all. That man didn't fear any marine or government. But Kaido wasn't the only notable figure in the crew. They were all a strong and extremely dangerous group of pirates, especially the top brass. That might actually work. I received word that Enel is out hunting some nameless pirates, a rowdy bunch that seem to make a lot of trouble wherever they go, so we also know his general location on the seas. Doflamingo became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Dealing with him won't be easy though. We might have to pay extra to call a higher rank from the Beast Pirates in order to kill him. Pika said as he scratched his chin a bit. Pika had no way of knowing what Enel's strength was, but he could easily surmise the level he had reached, both from rumors and from Doflamingo's tellings of his meeting with the marine. They knew that he was somewhere at the level of a vice admiral, extremely specialized in speed, from the way he had taken Doflamingo by surprise. I think I have the perfect candidate. Doflamingo said eerily as a devious smile spread on his lips. Time skip 3 weeks. The seas were calm for the Jackal pirates. They had just entered the new world, happily looking forwards to their future as pirates in the most dangerous sea in the world. Their captain had managed to rack up a bounty of 90 million in the first half of the Grand Line, and his 2 heads each had around 80 million on their heads. The 3 of them all had Zoan devil fruits, and all of them were dog models. Nothing special in the grand scheme of things, but it still put them above most other people, at least in physical strength and endurance. They all had big dreams, they wanted to join the Beast Pirates and rise in the rankings there. It was their goal in the New World, as not associating with a greater power made things exceedingly difficult in some parts of the New World. Captain, when are we heading for Kaido's territory? I can barely wait to join up with such a legendary figure. One of the crewmates spoke in excitement. The captain just smiled. We're going there soon. Keep sailing, you scum. The captain had absolutely no intention of keeping his crew with him, he knew that they were all just weaklings, they didn't even have any Zoan devil fruits. Only the three of them were going to join the Beast Pirates, they were going to forge forward and reach the top. At least that was what they were dreaming about. Out of nowhere, a large storm started brewing. Fuck's sake. The Grand Line is merciless as always. One of the captain's heads spoke up, looking up at the sky with a frustrated gaze. Shut up and get to work. We need to get out of this storm, and the captain's words were silenced by something. A large lightning beam descended from the clouds, completely swallowing up half of his ship, including the people on it. The second the beam ended, the captain's eyes widened as he saw that half of his ship was completely missing. Shit. Hold on. What the fuck is this? The seawater around them was now building, having been heated up to an extreme by that lightning beam. The people that had fallen into the water were struggling and dying rapidly. The half of the ship that remained quickly started sinking, the only people that were still managing to hold on to the ship were the devil fruit users. They also didn't bother to save anyone of their crew. A large whirlpool quickly formed in the place where the lightning beam had fallen, making the scenery look almost apocalyptic. Really? A natural disaster. The devil fruit users quickly used their power to rush to the top of the ship, trying their best to avoid the water. Wow! I didn't expect you guys to struggle so much. A voice was heard from the skies. Looking up, the captain saw a figure flying on a golden ship, looking down at them while laying in what looked like a golden beach chair. The captain also noticed a large sack behind the strange man. Please help us. We'll repay you. The captain was quick to start begging for help, knowing that their chances of survival were extremely small. That was when he noticed Enel's coat. A marine. That was when his hopes died. Enel then lifted his finger and pointed it down at the pirates. A small tendril of gold appeared from the ship and swiped towards the pirates. It released a large flying slash that managed to cut the captain in two. The half of the ship they were standing on was also split in two, right down the middle. More golden tendrils expanded from the ship, killing the other two pirates in a similar fashion, then reaching down to grab their corpses. Enel then got up and collected their heads, placing them all in the sack that was behind him, half a head in the captain's case. POV Enel It's been a while since I've used my devil fruit like this. I really felt like letting off some steam. I doubt some nameless newbie pirates would have given me much fighting experience anyway. They didn't even seem like they knew haki. I've already hunted a lot of pirates. I've not really bothered taking them alive, but that's because I have nowhere to store prisoners. I did take all of their heads as proof of their bounties. At this point, I'm pretty sure I racked up at least 8 to 9 billion in bounties from a lot of different pirate groups. I've actually run out of all of the bounty posters I collected from the marine base. So I might have to go back a bit earlier than expected. I've at least managed to gain some mastery over Rankyaku. Turns out it's one of the simpler techniques if your body is strong enough to handle it. I was able to combine it with metal manipulation without much issue. When I manipulate metal, it basically becomes a part of me as I run electricity through it, it's only temporary though. Regardless, I should probably start heading back to base. I doubt Akainu participated in this contest, so he should probably be back to a base already. I don't want Sengoku to start worrying or something, so I'll just head there right now, shouldn't take longer than a few days with the speed of my ship. Well, I wanted to escape. But I feel a rather strange ship approaching me. I can sense it from the distance. The beast pirates are here. More specifically, a large ship with a giant mammoth head as a figurehead for the ship. I remember this specific ship, one of the beast pirates' ships, the mammoth. Were the nobodies I killed supposed to meet up with them? Why are they in this part of the sea anyway? More specifically, why is Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 closest confidants, here? Underscore 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 Hope you liked the chapter. Big BOI pirate incoming, BTW. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 28, Jack the Draft underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 ha 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 ha. I can't believe that dog, Heavenly Yaksha is paying so much for a single fucking rear admiral. Jack, one of the strongest pirates within Kaido's crew, laughed his lungs out with his crew as their ship sailed the seas. He was a man of large stature, towering over all of his crewmates even when sitting down and drinking from a barrel. Jack was a giant grouper fishman. Unlike most fishmen, his pale skin is identical to that of a human. He was immensely muscular, but his limbs are disproportionately small when compared to his enormous torso. He was wearing a metallic jaw mask and had a pair of horns on each side of his head. His blonde hair was worn in a ponytail and a pair of long braids. The giant man had decided to go after Enel's head, and he and his crew had been after Enel for around 2 weeks by this point. They had happened to be in the area and decided to look for him and claim the bounty that the Heavenly Yaksha, which is Doflamingo's nickname in the underworld, had placed on his head. Doflamingo had contacted them directly when realizing that they were in the area for some business related to the smile fruits. Jack instantly accepted the contract when hearing that they only had to deal with a rookie rear admiral. The giant man didn't seem to care about him being some rising star of the Marines. He also didn't take Doflamingo's warnings very seriously. Why would he take a measly warlord seriously after all? In truth, Doflamingo himself wasn't that much weaker than Jack, the two of them excelled in different things. Some would even say that Doffy was stronger in many aspects. Jack could tank a lot of damage and his armament haki was stronger. But Doflamingo also had decent mastery over haki, as well as Conquer's haki. His devil fruit was a lot more versatile, and he had a lot more mobility. If Jack was a bit more intelligent, then he may have been more informed on such things, but to him just seeing Doflamingo's low bounty and warlord status sealed the deal. He had always been a stubborn individual, his pride was also large enough to not allow him to register a rear admiral as a threat. Without much warning, a storm started kicking up. Jack wasn't really worried though, his ship was extremely sturdy, and could survive any storm. In the distance, he could see a group of newbie pirates being destroyed by the harsh weather of the New World. He laughed out loud at that, finding joy in their suffering. Although that strange beam of lightning did somewhat unnerve him, he didn't pay it much attention. The leader of the New World was extremely hostile most of the time, it didn't shock him that such a thing would be possible. Due to his lacking knowledge, he also believed that he wouldn't be in any danger regardless. As he had absolute trust in his defenses and didn't think a stray bolt of lightning would defeat him. Captain! We can see it! The golden ship of that rear admiral! One of Jack's crewmates spoke up with excitement in his voice. At this point, it was well known in the underworld that Enel piloted some type of odd golden ship with the use of his devil fruit. This was because he had used it repeatedly when hunting pirates. Jack looked in the distance with a bored gaze, as Enel finished off the unfortunate pirates that had been stranded on the sea. Jack's excitement grew, as he realized that Enel likely carried the bounties he had collected with him, which meant that he was carrying around quite the treasure. Perfect. All of you, follow his ship. He's done for. Jack spoke out to his entire crew, unaware of the fact that Enel could hear every single thing that was being said on his ship. Enel looked at the mammoth as it approached, he pondered on what to do. On one hand, he wasn't exactly afraid of fighting Jack, he was relatively sure that he'd win. But on the other, winning would also mean possibly instigating a war with the beast pirates. Enel needed the war of the best to start for his plan to work, so capturing Jack at this moment would only be counterintuitive. Starting a conflict with the beast pirates right before the war with Whitebeard pirates would either postpone the war or stop it altogether. So, Enel could under no circumstance capture Jack or collect his bounty. But how would anything be traced to him if Jack simply vanished? Enel smiled at that thought. Even if Jack was known to be looking for him right now, no one in the beast pirates would believe that a rear admiral was strong enough to take him down. It would take a while for them to investigate Jack's whereabouts, so Enel would have plenty of time for his plans to work. Therefore, Enel made up his mind to have his first serious fight with a person that was at the top of the world in terms of strength. Well, at least in the top 30. Enel didn't move, as he watched Jack's ship approaching him with a smile on his lips. The ship eventually stopped before getting too close to the whirlpool that Enel had created. So Enel himself decided to go greet Jack. In an instant, he appeared in the mammoth's figurehead, looking at the crew with a calm smile. Hello there. Strange to see the beast pirates around these parts, kind of far from Wano country, aren't we? Enel stepped on the deck of the ship with confidence, shocking most of the pirates present. No one had expected Enel to have this much courage, they expected to have to chase him down and corner him somewhere, but they weren't exactly displeased. Ha ha ha. The Marine is coming to us by himself. Suicidal bastard. One of the pirates said with a sadistic smile on his face. Let's not judge him, boys. He's already prepared himself to die, might as well give him what he wants. Jack said, Not even bothering to sit up, he continued drinking sake from his barrel without any concern. He didn't bother thinking about how Enel had reached them so quickly. And very few on the ship were worried about that. Jack wasn't a friendly individual, he was a ruthless person even to the ones he called allies. But the crewmates could at least trust his strength and that he could deal with most situations easily. Therefore, everyone on the ship laughed mockingly, as they looked at Enel like predators looked at their prey. Enel laughed along a bit, the calm smile on his face not changing even once. He then clapped his hands once. The clouds stirred in frustration, and the world roared with anger. A storm the likes of which the beast pirates had never seen soon descended on them. A lightning bolt struck each pirate on the ship, right on their head. Many were killed instantly, only the ones that were more careful and managed to use armament haki in time survived, but they were unconscious and left with severe burns. Jack instantly got up when seeing that, his gaze turned serious as the bodies of his crewmates hit the ground. It had only taken an instant for all of his crewmates to fall down defeated. They were all weaklings by Jack's standards, but people in the first half of the New World shouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. He didn't care about them, not by any scope of the imagination. But he now realized that the rear admiral in front of him would prove to be a bit more troublesome than he initially had expected. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 29. Fighting a top power underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. Ever since coming to this world, I wanted to witness it. The strength that this world's best wield. I've never been much of a battle junkie. But I was always fascinated by fighting. I even trained as a fighter, although not for a very long time. To be fair, all of my time was consumed by my main profession, so I barely had time for working out, let alone practicing MMA every day. It hasn't been long since I've come to this world. Maybe around 5 months if you put it all together. I trained like a madman in the first 3 months, doing my best to get my body up to snuff in order to properly use the speed that my devil fruit gives me in combat. Even now, I am far from being able to use actual light speed when attacking with my staff. I don't know if I'll ever be. But I am still able to go faster than most people, excluding Kizaru and maybe the Yonkos and Yonko level fighters that weren't touched much on the show. People like Shanks and his crew, and even my hawk are enigmas, and I have no way of knowing how I compare to them. I can always constantly toss around lightning with no regard for anything. I'd probably win most conflicts with that regardless. That was also what the old Enel had been doing, mostly. But what happens when I eventually run into someone that can resist my ranged attacks for long enough to get close to me? What if someone like Kaido, in his full dragon form, appears? I'm sure that monster can tank quite a few hits. He was specifically known to be annoyingly durable. Hell, Garp himself would probably be able to withstand quite a few hits with his legendary armament haki. That's why I decided that it's best to work on my body. To make up for my weak points by completely eliminating them. I'll leave the sack of heads that I collected on a piece of floating wood somewhere farther away from the beast pirate's ship. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to do much if I also have to worry about the other beast pirates present, so I'll take them out of the fight early on. Jack himself isn't someone I have any confidence in beating without the full use of my devil fruit, but I need to at least see how long I can hang on before going all out. I want to test how far I've truly come against an enemy at a higher level than myself. If I want to improve my haki, then this is the only way to do it. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. And so, the two figures stood face to face as the rain hit both of their bodies. Jack the Drought far surpassed Enel in height, being around 8.3 meters, 27 feet 3 inches, in height when standing straight. He looked down at the rear admiral with a curious gaze. All of his crew members falling at once didn't bother him, he was much stronger than them. What bothered him was how Enel did it. The reports said something about a metal manipulation devil fruit of sorts. Jack muttered as he remembered bits and pieces from the file Doflamingo sent him regarding Enel. He sneered a bit as he now realized that likely all of the information he received was wrong. He decided that he would bring it up later with Doflamingo, to squeeze more money out of him. Well, they aren't entirely wrong. Enel said as he started twirling his staff to his side, waiting to see what Jack was going to do. Ha, bullshit. Jack quickly took out his 2 curved blades from his tusks. He looked at Enel with a hint of excitement. Lightning boy, you better not disappoint me. The huge man rushed Enel with the greatest speed he could muster. A speed that Enel considered quite lackluster. Jack swung one of his blades down with a lot of strength. Enel simply sidestepped the attack and jumped on the top of the blade. With his superior speed, he ran up Jack's blade, as well as his arm. Enel had reached the pirate's head in an instant. Jack's eyes widened as he noticed Enel's speed a bit too late. His staff was tilted backwards as Enel struck the large man with his staff, using all of his strength and momentum in one blow. Jack's head moved back a bit as the mouthpiece that he was wearing cracked. Small pieces of metal spread around the deck of the ship. Enel quickly jumped backwards as Jack took a step back and regained his bearings. The large pirate rubbed his jaw a bit as he looked at his adversary with a bit of anger. "You little bastard!" With a grunt, he swung both of his blades towards Enel. The entire ship trembled as Jack let his rage control whatever reasoning he had before. Enel used his staff to push himself backwards, extending it into a tendril in the same process. The golden tendril wrapped around Jack's attacks, forming a spear point at its head and going directly for the large pirate's chest. Jack scoffed as his chest turned completely black. "As if a puny attack like that can pierce my skin." The golden spear point seemed to struggle against Jack's skin as sparks arose from it. Enel scowled a bit as he pulled his staff back, bringing the tendril back to him. Or at least he tried to. Jack quickly grabbed onto that tendril when noticing Enel's intentions. "Running away? I don't think so, you little shrimp." He quickly pulled on the golden tendril, not allowing Enel to move one step, as his other arm was already swinging a curved blade towards Enel. In truth, Enel could have always just let go of the staff, or simply detached the part that Jack was holding onto. But he decided to take a different approach. With a small twirl, he channeled lightning into his staff. Jack's body was completely paralyzed just as he was about to hit Enel. Jack himself felt his muscles spasm as the gold he was holding electrified him and burned his palm a bit. The gold itself was being melted by the high amount of electricity soaring through it. Enel didn't stop there though, he quickly wrapped that molten gold around the giant's arm, completely using up his staff as he only had a small string of gold left tied to his wrist. He continued to run electricity into Jack's body as the pirate shouted out loud and tried to power through the attack. Enel noticed that he had managed to finally regain control over his body. Enel crouched under Jack's blade as it came striking into the deck of the ship once more. That strike managed to sever Enel's connection to the gold as well, giving Jack some breathing space. Enel kicked slightly upwards at Jack's outstretched hand, and a flying slash rushed towards the heavily muscled arm, only to be stopped by Jack's thick muscles and armament haki. The flying slash was deflected upwards and hit the mainmast of the ship, cutting it in two as part of it fell onto the ship, creating further tremors. At this point, Enel noticed that the ship they were on simply wouldn't be able to last for long if they kept going. But he didn't want to stop yet. With a grunt, his rings and accessories turned into the same ornate golden spiked gauntlets, which then quickly turned completely black. Enel was quick to arrive in front of the giant that was still recovering from the previous attack. With a shout, he started punching Jack's chest with fervor. Each punch seemed to push the rain away slightly, each punch was faster than the last. Jack was slowly being pushed back, but his chest was still barely even getting scratched. Enel got a sense of danger then, he quickly used Soru and disappeared from Jack's range, as the pirate slammed both of his hands in his previous location. One of the hands was still covered in molten gold, which at this point also turned black. "You little coward! I dare you to try and face me!" Jack was beyond enraged. Enel had dodged every single one of his attacks, there was simply no way for him to touch the rear admiral. Enel smiled a bit. "Fine. I'll take you on." Enel decided to finally try to take an attack with his body, knowing that he would never improve his armament haki fast enough if he simply dodged everything. Jack flashed him a crazed smile, he brought both of his hands above his head and brought them down in a violent manner. Enel turned his arms upwards, both of them coated in haki and clad in gold, attempting to stop the giant's attack. The second Jack's fists made contact with Enel's palms, a shockwave was released that seemed to almost push the clouds away. Enel could feel his bones cracking as the golden gauntlets that protected him almost immediately burst. The ship underneath him cracked uncomfortably, he then felt himself falling, the deck of the ship had finally given way, the part underneath him broke and he was sent tumbling to a lower level. Jack laughed out loud as he looked at Enel's state. "Haha! You weren't that much after a dash." His words were stopped by something heavy. He was kicked to the side of his temple. Enel had suddenly appeared beside him, taking him by surprise and sending him flying through the other three masts that were still standing on the ship. And with that, the ship was already almost done. With regret in his mind, Enel looked in the distance at Jack, his eyes held a calm gaze as he studied his opponent one last time. His kick had managed to deal some damage, Jack's mouth guard was completely off, his temple was bleeding slightly, and there was blood coming out of his nose as well. Enel sighed regrettably, in the end, he wouldn't get to see much of Jack going all out. Jack himself wasn't expecting Enel to be able to hurt him at any point. He had only landed a single hit, and now his entire arm had slight burns on it, and he was also kicked rather heavily in a moment of carelessness. The injuries were still nothing to the large pirate though. He used his free arm to quickly peel off the molten gold from his skin, without the electricity coursing through it, it was also starting to cool off. While pulling off the gold, he also pulled off some skin from the parts of his arm that were somewhat burnt. Armament haki had protected him from having his entire arm burnt off. Jack scowled at the gold as he tossed it on the ground. He hadn't expected such a high temperature to come from mere gold. Enel's powers were getting more and more confusing for him, as he glared at the rear admiral hatefully. It was rather unfortunate that he had no way of knowing gold's melting temperature, which was comparable to that of magma. Enel could have gone much further, but he stopped as he still wanted to keep using his staff, and gold was rather expensive. After all, gold was one of the few metals that could evaporate under high enough temperatures. A rather sorry set of circumstances you seem to find yourself in. Enel mocked Jack a bit, as he wondered how to end the fight properly. One of his arms shook slightly, but Enel was otherwise uninjured. The ship broke at the perfect point, which made Jack's only landed hit rather ineffective. I don't want to hear that from a little rat that can only dodge around. If you let me hit you once more you are dead. Jack shouted, enraged by Enel's words. Maybe your words would have more of an intimidation factor if you actually had any chance of hitting me by yourself. Enel ended up crouching down on a broken part of the mast as he calmly looked at Jack. I could keep fighting this guy for a few days, and I still won't get any closer to killing him at this rate. At least not by going this easy on him. Jack was enraged even further when seeing Enel's relaxed attitude, but he took a deep breath, and he calmed himself down. He quickly rushed at Enel with his greatest speed. He brought down his sword towards Enel, this time his gaze was a lot more focused as his blade turned completely black. Enel flexed his left leg, preparing to simply dodge to the side again, that was when he noticed it. The moment he flexed his leg, Jack's attack shifted more to the right, attempting to cut off his head as he was dodging. Jack was finally taking things more seriously, he actually started using observation haki. Something that was impossible to survive without against an opponent faster than yourself. Enel let his body go soft, as he looked at Jack's blackened blade almost reaching the space between his brows, aiming to split him in half. Jack smiled sadistically as he looked at his blade sink into his enemy, completely splitting him in two as dust and splinters spread everywhere on the ship. At this point, the mammoth, Jack's ship, was already starting to sink. Jack released a boisterous laugh as he was about to retrieve his blade and turn around. Then he felt a strange weight on his blade. His gaze turned towards his opponent again, only to see Enel squatting on his blade in a relaxed manner. Jack took a step back, making Enel fall off his blade. Future sight. Well, it's not perfect, but using armament haki won't work with me, at least not when using such obvious patterns. The last part was left unsaid. Enel had parted his body right at the moment Jack had attacked, making it look like he had been split in half by the haki-clad blade. Jack might have had the stronger armament haki, but Enel's observation was also leagues above that of Jack. If things continued like this, they'd be in a stalemate for who knows how long. Enel was also smart enough to realize that. It's about time I end this. In the hope you liked the chapter. Another one coming today, smiley face. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 30, Real Unnatural Disaster POV Enel In the first place, someone of his level would be extremely difficult to deal with, so it's only normal that the situation would turn into a stalemate. This has gone quite a lot better than I had expected, but I was still unable to deal any significant damage. Some small burns along the arm and a few bruises aren't anything to someone like Jack. To actually damage him I have to go all out. I've already gotten a bit more perspective into where I stand in this fight. My armament haki has no way of overcoming his, most of my hits were rather ineffective because of that. And attacking with gold isn't very effective in the first place, especially since I can't even coat my weapons with armament yet. So I'll rely on my devil fruit from now on, at least to end this fight. I'm curious about how much he can withstand. POV narration In that second, any notion of holding back disappeared. Enel took to the skies, ignoring Jack's surprise as he looked down on the sinking ship that the large pirate was on. I won't lie to you, I was expecting a lot more from someone of your level. But I guess you weren't anything special in the end. Enel said as he pointed his finger towards the gold that was on the deck. A lightning tendril seemed to extend to it at speeds that Jack could barely follow with his observation haki. The gold rose from the ground and got pulled straight at Enel. The gold then circled around Enel, forming a large circle floating behind him. A pair of golden drums reminiscent of the ones he had when he came to this world. This time, they weren't attached to him, merely floating behind him, spinning slowly as they seemed to release endless arcs of pure lightning, overcharging the stormy skies even further. Jack looked at the scene with clenched fists. He was unsure of what was coming next, but he finally figured out that his enemy wasn't going to hold back anymore. He had seen Enel take out his crew in the beginning, he knew that attacking physically wasn't the only thing Enel could do. But now that he was faced with Enel going all out, he was unsure if he was supposed to feel gratified or terrified. Don't think I'll go down this easy. Jack instantly shook his head, disregarding that last thought with a scowl on his face. He immediately started transforming, taking on the appearance of a gargantuan orange-haired mammoth. It doesn't matter what you do. You won't ever get through my defenses. He also covered his body in a thick layer of armament, making him look like a black-haired mammoth. It was the strongest defense he could muster, and something that he had complete confidence in. Enel looked down with a smile. Defense is your strongest point after all. I wonder how you'll fare against something like this. Enel's hand pointed upwards, as the storm clouds seemed to gather above the ship. The lightning in all of the overcharged clouds quickly started gathering in one single point, a sphere of electricity that seemed to be radiating enough heat to make Jack sweat from a distance. More and more lightning kept gathering at that point, and the sphere grew more and more in size and density. After around 15 seconds, the sphere itself was large enough to cover an entire island, it completely dwarfed the mammoth. At this point, Jack realized that feeling scared might have been a bit more accurate for the situation. Try and survive, maybe you have a chance? But your ship sure doesn't. Enel then clenched his fist and brought his hand down in a violent motion. The lightning sphere seemed to get compressed, becoming a completely purple ball of plasma. The sphere of lightning descended on Jack and his ship. Jack roared as he prepared to take the attack head-on. Although compressed, the sphere was still larger than Jack's ship, completely engulfing it. Dodging wasn't even an option, the attack descended on him at lightning speed, and Jack was surrounded on all sides by the sea, even the ship he was on was already half sunk. The sphere expanded in an explosion that seemed to swallow up the sea for kilometers all around it, the sound of the raging thunder seemed to dwarf that of Jack's screaming voice. The sphere didn't stop when hitting the surface of the sea, it continued downwards, hitting the bed of the sea and evaporating all of the water underneath it. Enel looked on, as the sphere of lightning he had created evaporated the seawater around them, boiling it and creating tsunamis on all sides. Enel's eyes quickly widened when noticing the waves and tides rising as high as the clouds. My hard-earned bounties! He quickly dashed towards where he had left the sack filled with heads, thankfully the tsunamis had yet to reach it. He grabbed the sack and flew with it above the clouds. Enel then sat down on a cloud and sighed in tiredness, such a large attack wasn't exactly easy to pull off, it had taken quite a bit of stamina from him. Still, he could keep fighting regardless of that. If there was a need to anyway. The tsunami of boiling water seemed to almost reach his feet, it seemed determined to flip the seas upside down as it continued its journey. The sphere of lightning finally dispersed after a full minute, leaving a large hole in the middle of the sea, going all the way to the bottom. Inside that hole, Enel could see a smoldering figure, looking like charcoal, but somewhat melted. He could still recognize Jack, his trembling body made it seem like he had somehow survived that attack, but there was no saving him. Enel landed in the hole he had created, as the sea started quickly trying to fill it with water. To think you'd still be alive. Truly wondrous, the strength that stands at the top of this world. Enel spoke to the melted almost corpse of Jack. The large and previously intimidating pirate didn't even have eyes anymore, he couldn't even speak. All that he could feel was numbness, the lightning having fired all of his nerves and melted part of his brain. His powerful armament haki had protected him, but it couldn't protect him properly from such an attack, it only served to prolong his suffering. As he was now, he didn't have much more than a minute or two to live. Even those few minutes were granted to him due to his immense endurance. Someone like Doflamingo would have died much quicker underneath that kind of attack. I'll admit, fighting you gave me a lot of insight. Have a good one, Jack. The large pirate couldn't even hear Enel, he was simply pondering the choices he had taken in his life, to have led to him attempting to fight such an opponent. Blinded by his own hubris and confidence, maybe he would have survived more had he taken his opponent seriously from the start. Or had he not gone for such an opponent at all. But in truth, he had no way of knowing his enemy's abilities. Now, there he stood, in a crater in the sea that was already filling up with water. A massive whirlpool formed above him. Him being a fisherman meant that seawater couldn't drown him. Maybe he should have thrown himself into the sea to try and escape? But the seawater itself was boiled and evaporated by Enel's attack, so that wouldn't have worked either. In the end, Jack simply couldn't imagine a scenario where he could survive such a ruthless attack. He was left to ponder his last moments at the bottom of the scorched sea. Back at Wano country, an underling was sitting down, his eyes filled with boredom. His task was to look at the pieces of Vivre cards from the top brass all day. His job was to instantly report any minute changes that might have indicated that any top member of the Beast Pirates was in danger. A boring task, and rather uneventful, as very few could confidently say they'd be able to kill one of Kaido's top brass. Today was different, however, as that nameless underling looked in fear at Jack's Vivre card being burnt up and disappearing. It was almost instant, and the underling was paralyzed with fear as he looked at the burnt-up remains of Jack's card. The underling quickly stumbled and ran to inform the others. This news was bound to shake the Beast Pirates. But in truth, it was going to shake the new world in its entirety. Underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. That was certainly an eventful day. In the end, I managed to gain a lot more perspective on how my attacks would fare against the top of the world. I know from the show that Kaido has the highest defense in the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom should also have a stronger body than Jack here. So, if I were to hazard a guess, most top cotters of Yonkos wouldn't be able to survive this type of move. Jack's specialization was his endurance, but the others, like Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker, have different strong points. As long as I keep my head straight, I can dodge most attacks headed my way. And with the firepower that my devil fruit provides me, I should be able to win most fights I find myself into. I'd rather train a bit more before the war though. I need to strengthen my armament haki quite a bit if I want things to be a bit smoother in the future. Some would still be able to attack me while I charge my larger moves, so I need to at least be prepared for that. Jack couldn't fly, so he was kind of like a fish in a barrel. But others won't sit tight while I charge my attacks like that. I'd say this tired me out as a good workout would. I've already regained most of my stamina. I should start heading for Marineford now. I have quite a few bounties to deliver. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 31, Arriving at Marineford and Punishment underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Sengoku didn't quite know what to make of things. Akainu and Enel were both reportedly hunting down scores of pirates. They were recorded to be going a bit above what Sengoku had initially requested. Sengoku somewhat expected that type of thing from Enel. The Rear Admiral wasn't exactly one to listen to anything besides training. He wasn't exactly accustomed to their ways yet. But he hadn't expected that type of thing from Akainu. Sakazuki had always been an extremely serious and by-the-books marine. Also extremely ruthless and unforgiving to anyone who even showed slight disrespect to the traditional ways of the Marines. His extreme and oftentimes cruel way of handing justice to criminals was what made him a prime candidate for the future position of Fleet Admiral in the eyes of the world government. To Sengoku, Sakazuki going out on his own to clean up the beginning of the new world was nothing short of a miracle. It didn't take long for Sengoku to understand that some type of competition was going on in between the two of them. Sakazuki used one of the fastest marine vessels to rack up as many bounties as he could. And Enel used his flying golden ship, which Sengoku already knew about from the Jaya Island reports. The Fleet Admiral had tried asking more about how the ship worked, hoping to be able to use the design of the ship to create a new type of marine vessel. But Enel was rather secretive about it, only saying that it had worked with his devil fruit. But Enel was secretive about a few other things as well. Like his backstory. He never went into too much detail, only giving them a basic and rather hard-to-believe story. How were Garp and Sengoku supposed to believe that he was from an island in the middle of the Grand Line? Enel claimed he came from Little Garden. No one could verify it, but the two old men knew from reports that there weren't any inhabitants on the island besides two old giants. How exactly did his devil fruit even work? The gold he always manipulated seemed to become hot whenever he changed its shape. He never bothered to explain it, only saying that he didn't really know what the fruit was named since he just found it randomly on Little Garden and ate it on the spot. Even now, Sakazuki reported that he was returning to base, while Enel was only giving them radio silence. Sengoku had tried to call the Rear Admiral. He had personally given him a marine-issued transponder snail. It was rather disheartening that Enel didn't respond even once. At least until someone finally responded when Sengoku was calling, only for the old Fleet Admiral to find out that Enel had left his transponder snail at Marineford. The one that had answered was none other than Hina, who just happened to be inside Enel's room. For some reason, Sengoku was a bit too weirded out to ask. He also chose to refrain from getting involved in his subordinates' private lives. Garp also didn't really seem to care. The old man cared more about seeing the results of the competition. He had high hopes for his newest recruit. He hoped to be able to laugh at Akainu's face for losing to a rookie for at least the following month. Garp thought that it was possible enough. Enel was just that talented to him, nothing that Enel did could surprise him in any way at this point. Hell, Enel had managed to gain armament haki in an extremely short time, and he had basically trained without rest to master 2 of the 6 powers at the same time. Armament haki was something that took years to master in the first place, so Enel most likely had some type of inborn talent for it. His near-perfect mastery over observation haki also certainly played a part in it. Enel's progress was staggering. Even if his armament was considered weak, some marines would spend a decade training and still not gain the same results as he did. Garp genuinely hoped that Enel would not become an admiral though. He didn't want to see someone like Enel at the beck and call of the celestial dragons. The admiral position certainly came with a lot of boons, it brought about a lot of respect. But it also meant that you were to become one of the official bodyguards of the celestial dragons, and the government would have even more control over your actions. Garp was not all about that, so he simply stayed a vice admiral. He had hoped that his grandsons would also follow this path. They were all brats that he saw promise in, and he had hoped that he wouldn't be the only one in the family to become a marine. Fate was a cruel mistress though. It wasn't like Garp saw Enel as a grandson or anything. Enel did manage to become friends with Garp in that short time. It was the same for Sengoku. The time the two of them had spent with Enel was rather short, but with him, they could speak freely. He didn't care about putting up a facade, he also didn't seem to care about ranks or formalities. He was extremely open and easy to talk to. Garp had spent a lot more time with him than Sengoku, and Garp told Sengoku about everything. They both considered Enel to be an interesting person. They were still unsure of how he viewed the world government and what his definition of justice entailed, but they knew he wasn't a bad person. He also seemed to have a talent with people. Both Garp and Sengoku were rather weirded out about how quickly they had taken a liking to him. But they couldn't really hold it against the new marine. He simply seemed to know his way around befriending others, acting just friendly enough to warrant a similar response, but not friendly enough to appear like he had some ulterior motive or that he was in some way disingenuous. Still, friends or no friends, subordinates were supposed to listen to the higher UPS. Sengoku had received news that the guerrilla pirates, Enel's initial target, were dealt with not long after Enel had departed from Akainu. So Enel was technically just doing whatever he wanted while purposefully not finishing his mission and handing in a report. This annoyed Sengoku quite a bit. I don't need another Garp, was the thought that was most prominent in his mind as he gazed at his old friend, eating his rice crackers while sitting on his couch. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Akainu has returned to base. A rear admiral shouted as he entered Sengoku's office. Sengoku was about to complain about how the marine had failed to salute him, but then he noticed that the marine appeared to be rather frantic. What happened? He asked as he also stood up. "Yes, sir." He came back with a lot of bounties. But he also collected a bounty from the Big Mom pirates by mistake. The rear admiral spoke as he trembled a bit. Sengoku snorted a bit as he realized how big the issue could get. "Please tell me it was at least someone unimportant," Sengoku said as he rubbed the bride of his nose in frustration. The rear admiral was looking more and more anxious. That was when Sakazuki himself entered. It's Charlotte Oven, a member of the Big Mom pirates, was traveling to some kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, probably collecting some sweets for Big Mom herself. That fat slob, Akainu said as he looked a bit pissed off about the whole situation. Sengoku took a deep breath. He decided to calmly think about everything before making a decision. "Did you kill him?" The fleet admiral asked while looking out of the window of his office, his pigeon perched on his hat as he glared at the marine base he was ruling. "No, I captured him. He is missing a limb or two, but still alive," Akainu said as he crossed his arms. "I see. You did well. I don't think the Big Mom pirates will act right away, but they will definitely call for us to visit them and bring Oven to them. Especially since he is one of Big Mom's children," Sengoku said as he stroked his beard. "Humph, disgusting pirates thinking they own the seas. I will go if necessary, but if I do so, I will kill that pirate scum right at their front door," Akainu said as he huffed a bit of smoke. As an admiral, he was not afraid of either Big Mom or her crew. He strongly believed that he had done the right thing, as it was his job as a marine to hunting down pirates in the end. "I know you would. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. But we don't want a war, Sakazuki. A war will leave us weakened, and the other Yonko will take advantage of that. The world government would also not agree to the war." Sengoku seemed to be more and more annoyed as he thought about the situation. They were the Marines, yet they couldn't apply their justice freely in the New World exactly because of the influence of the Yonko. Winning a war against Big Mom was not impossible for the Marines, but there were plenty of other pirates that would take advantage of the Marines' weakened forces right after the battle. There would also be plenty of people taking advantage of the territories that were previously under Big Mom's protection, which would only make for more scandals. Akainu didn't say anything, he knew that a war wasn't a good idea in the current climate, at least not without a concrete clause. Wow, what a conundrum we find ourselves in. That was when Enel walked into the room, dispersing the heavy mood with a few words as he strolled inside without any worries. You brat! You came back already! Garp said as he looked at Enel with a smile on his face. The whole talk about the war didn't interest Garp much. If there was to be a war, he'd fight in it, if not then whatever, he didn't care either way. Of course I did. Ran out of bounties to collect. Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around his finger. I'm afraid the situation isn't a joking matter, Enel. Many lives could be lost if war truly begins. Sengoku said as he looked at Enel with an appreciative smile. This is all your fault. Akainu said as he looked at Enel with a bit of anger. I only proposed a hunt, you were the one that decided to kidnap a baby wolf cub and bring it back to us. The rest of the pack are obviously not going to be happy about it. Enel sat down right beside Garp. The old man handed him a packet of rice crackers and the two of them just started eating mid-conversation. Sengoku looked at the scene, a tear threatening to fall from his right eye. I should never have let Garp train him. This is very disrespectful. We've had this talk before already. And if you hadn't proposed that stupid competition I wouldn't have felt the need to go after such weaklings. Enel just smiled as he munched on a rice cracker. Stop. Sengoku said as his anger also finally rose. Pointing fingers won't help anyone. The Fleet Admiral said as he rubbed his temples in annoyance. Enel. While Akainu was the one to bring in Oven, you are the one that convinced him to disrespect orders. I was pondering on how to punish you for a few weeks. I think I finally have the right idea. Sengoku seemed like he had cracked the code when he was speaking, and Akainu seemed happy about what he was hearing. But Garp and Enel were still just eating and looking at Sengoku as if the situation had nothing to do with them. You will be the one to take Oven back to the Big Mom pirates. Fighting them won't benefit us right now, we must preserve our strength, we can't simply start a war without the world government's approval. The world's balance is already shifting constantly, we can't afford to mess with it for no good reason. It's a long journey, but I expect you to be done within 3 months. Okay, sure. Enel just looked at him, his face didn't show much emotion, and his mouth kept devouring rice crackers. The Marines are doomed after my retirement. Was the only thing on Sengoku's mind when watching that scene. Underscore 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 hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 32, Reasoning and Weight underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 ha ha ha. I can't believe that Brat is scamming us like this. Garp laughed as he slapped his knee in joy. I wouldn't call it a scam. He did bring down many pirates, he is at least deserving to be rewarded. I can't promote him again, but since he just asked for some materials urgently, I can provide them. Sengoku said as he took off his cap and looked out the window, the concern in his gaze was evident. I don't get it, Sengoku. Why are you sending him if you are so concerned about it? Garp asked to the side, looking at his old friend with a strange smile on his face. The Fleet Admiral himself looked a bit annoyed by the whole situation. You don't get it, Garp. I am not concerned for him, he can take care of himself. I am more concerned about the possibility of a war occurring. Sengoku took a sip of his coffee as his pigeon sat on his hat and looked at Garp. Sakazuki, that brat, he really doesn't like that you chose to not keep that pirate captive, we are supposed to be the authority on the seas, backing down like this might make others look down on us. Garp said as he crossed his arms a bit. Starting a war right now won't benefit any side. The world government also wants to avoid it, so it really can't be helped. Sengoku said, plenty of frustration etched in his tone. Is that why you didn't send someone like Sakazuki there? Well, good choice. I doubt Enel would be one to start a war. Indeed, but I am rather concerned that the Big Mom pirates would be the ones to attack in this case. Under better circumstances, I would have told one of the other admirals to deal with this, as the possibility of them being attacked is extremely low. Sengoku said as he rubbed his temple in frustration. Kizaru and Aokiji are both away on missions, one of them is hard to get in touch with and the other is with the Celestial Dragons, so neither is currently available. I doubt the Big Mom pirates want war anyway. Linlin isn't exactly known to be too affectionate towards her children. Garp scoffed as he took out a packet of rice crackers. This isn't about affection, Garp. This is about pride. Big Mom will most likely act out because we stepped on her toes by capturing Oven, his state is also not that great, he had to be treated by our best doctors already. It's more about how much both sides are willing to lose due to their pride. If an admiral went, then they wouldn't act up directly, at least. But if anyone with less strength is going, they might return with a few missing limbs. Sengoku said as he took out a few files to look through them. Sure. I doubt Enel of all people would get himself in that situation. And even if a fight was gonna break up, he can always retreat with his flying ship. Garp had absolute confidence in Enel's abilities at this point, especially after the large harvest he had brought them. Around 10 billion belly worth of bounties, 5 billion more than Akainu, and all were collected within 3 weeks. It showed that Enel was not only capable of navigating through the sea unhindered, but also that the speed of his vessel was nothing to scoff at. His ship must have flown above all of the storms, which meant that he had been finding pirates using his observation haki constantly. This also meant that he was completely unaffected by the weather of the Grand Line, to the point where Enel might as well have been traveling one of the 4 regular seas. This was a huge blessing, as there had been reports of huge tsunamis wiping out both pirate crews and marine ships in the area where Enel had been active, which had also made Akainu return to base a bit earlier than expected. As I said, I'm not worried about him not escaping, I'm worried about the Big Mom pirates not letting this matter go and starting to attack nearby marine bases. That can't be helped really. Pirates will be pirates. Garp said as he scowled at the thought of so many marines dying for such a stupid mistake. Indeed. And we are the marines. If the Big Mom pirates insist on completely shifting the balance of the world, then we aren't scared to face them. It won't be pretty, but we must do our jobs regardless. Sengoku was placed in a rather uncomfortable position, he could only hope that Enel would be able to carry out the task without any issues. While the 2 old men were contemplating life, the halls of Marineford were rather lively, as Enel made his way there with a smile on his face. At least until he finally decided to acknowledge the people following him. Okay, so it's of my understanding that my mission is more akin to a punishment. So why exactly are you 2 following me? Enel said as he scratched the back of his head. Behind him trailed 2 people, one of them being Momanga, a marine vice-admiral that somewhat admired Enel's achievements, and Hina, who was currently recently promoted to the rank of Commodore. I am merely here to make sure that your departure is smooth, and I also want to give you some advice regarding the Big Mom pirates, just to make sure that you are prepared for everything that might come your way. Momanga said as he crossed his arms. He was rather displeased that Enel had ignored him and Hina for the entire time they had been strolling the halls, but it couldn't really be helped as he had also not voiced his intentions. He was used to people with lower rankings at least saluting him, that was when he wanted to speak to Enel. But that never happened. He didn't want to appear forceful either, so he ended up awkwardly following the rear admiral around because he didn't really know what to do. That's nice, thanks Momanga. What about you, Hina? Enel asked with an odd smile on his face. He remembered Sengoku mentioning something about Hina being in his room, but was rather unwilling to bring up the subject with her directly. Hina wants to come with you. The pink-haired woman crossed her arms as a scowl rose to her face. She was rather displeased that Enel was being sent alone to deal with the Big Mom pirates. She knew Enel could take care of himself as well, but she also felt quite concerned for him. I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Enel said as he tilted his head to the side a bit, looking at Momanga and Hina with a bit of appreciation. Hina was about to protest, but Momanga stopped her. Commodore Hina, I understand that your friendship with Rear Admiral Enel is making you worry about him, but I assure you that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would never have sent Enel on this mission had he thought he would be unable to finish it properly. Momanga was extremely straightforward in his beliefs, and he didn't for once consider that Enel was going to have trouble returning from this mission. He was a fiercely loyal person, he didn't question Sengoku's decisions for one bit, and he also knew that Enel had shown enough merit to be promoted to Vice Admiral already. The only reason a promotion wasn't going to happen anytime soon was that Enel's addition to the Marines was rather sudden. He didn't have all of the training necessary to go any further than an honorary Rear Admiral rank. This was because he still had to go through a few classes to teach him how to lead his marine ship properly. Enel had been constantly postponing that though, as he didn't see any use in those classes. Momanga, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but the truth is that this mission is still plenty dangerous. Alone, nothing will be able to stop me from escaping, but I am unsure if I can protect someone else at the same time. Enel said as he shook his head a bit. Hina's mood instantly plummeted with those words. She disliked the thought that she would be somehow inconveniencing Enel in his mission. Both Momanga and Enel noticed her mood reaching rock bottom. The Vice Admiral simply took a few steps away awkwardly, not wanting to intrude on what he thought was likely something personal for the other two. Enel heaved a sigh in frustration as he wondered about how the people he was interacting with would react to his eventual betrayal. Hina, I know that you are strong. But I wouldn't say you are strong enough to face something like the Big Mom crew yet. Hina looked up at Enel with sadness in her gaze, but she couldn't exactly deny his words, she truly had no place in a conflict with pirates of that level. At least not as she was right now. You can take this time to train a bit, and you can join me in my next mission, how does that sound? Enel was quick to placate her, though he was well aware that this was likely going to be his last mission with the Marines. In a sense, he could have left already, he had gained training in armament hacking, and he had all of the manuals for the 6 powers. But he still wanted to be there for the war, and he felt like doing one last mission for the Marines. Enel was not an ungrateful person, dealing with the Big Mom pirates would be his way of thanking the Marines for the help they had given him. Soon, the War of the Best will take place. I will take advantage of this journey and train constantly, I should have enough time to brush up on all of the 6 powers. After that Hina simply nodded and said her goodbyes, she didn't stick around any longer, likely going right back to start training without Enel. I'm glad you were able to convince her, Rear Admiral Enel. Momanga had still not left though. Yeah, Enel said as he wondered how he was going to transport his prisoner. Sir Enel, if I may. The Big Mom pirates are a ruthless bunch, much like the majority of other pirates. If you can, I recommend simply dropping off Oven at the shore on one of their islands and retreating back to Marineford. Momanga said as he stroked his beard for a second. He knew that Enel was strong, and he was obviously confident in Sengoku's choice, but he also didn't want to see the new rising star of the Marines get hurt for no reason. I appreciate the advice, Momanga. I will likely take my leave in a few days' time. First I need to collect some things that I requested from the base, then I will be able to transport the prisoner without any issues. Enel said as he nodded his head in appreciation. Very well, I wish you good luck, Enel. Since you are leaving soon, I will send proper descriptions of Big Mom's crew and their known abilities to your quarters. It's better to be prepared for anything. Momanga also nodded, and then he took his leave. Enel gave one last smile before his face returned to being neutral, as he was left to his own devices. I can't wait for them to bring it over. Sea stone is a material that I didn't think I'd get my hands on any time soon. I guess things are looking up. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 33, Order and Departure underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 underscore. Well, a day of waiting for my order actually turned into 3, as I also have to wait for Oven to be in a stable condition to be carried around on a ship for a month or 2. It's a bit annoying, but I can't complain, there are still some things I can get done at Marineford. I also managed to spar with Garp once in the past 3 days, he was rather pleased with my progress with armament hacking, fighting Jack might have helped with that. He also looked at me like I'm some type of freak after seeing that I also could perform Rankyaku. It can't be helped, these techniques are easy for me since I can use my devil fruit to enhance my base speed. The best thing is that constantly enhancing my speed using my devil fruit makes me stronger too, as my body needs to be strong enough to handle that speed anyway. Well, this only works if I hit something, but still. Hina didn't really get in touch with me after I told her she can't come with me on this mission. She spent most of her time training after that and left yesterday to patrol the waters at the beginning of the Grand Line. Momanga was also really nice, sending the details of the most high-profile members of the Big Mom pirates my way. It's a shame I already knew all of the details and even more. The Big Mom pirates were a rather dangerous group in the series, and also one of the largest groups of antagonists that the protagonists had to face. I already have plenty of knowledge about most of them, their abilities, and their respective styles of combat in some cases. I am a bit glad that Sengoku put me on this mission, the more time I spend at Marineford the worse I will feel later. I also spent just enough time to find out that I won't be able to get much information on the world government from the library I have access to. I only found out a bit more about the Gorosei, but that's about it really. The 5 elders, as some would call them, are technically the ruling authority of this world. That is what is being taught in the books that I found in Marineford's libraries. They are just a group of the highest-ranking celestial dragons, which doesn't tell me much, since celestial dragons are mostly bottom feeders. I am unsure if the 5 elders have any fighting strength themselves, any book I found only spoke about political power, and I don't feel too comfortable asking Sengoku more about it. I tried to listen in on some conversations using my devil fruit and observation haki, I was able to learn some things from Sengoku's calls with other world government officials indirectly. After a bit of research and some testing, I discovered that I can spy on any conversation completely undetected as long as I don't reveal any intent towards the person I am spying on. Other experienced observations haki users can easily sense intent, I was able to test this on numerous occasions with Garp during training. Thankfully, hiding my emotions and not harboring intent is rather easy, as using observation haki requires one to keep his mind calm at all times anyway. I was able to find out a bit more about the political shifts in the Four Seas. The show was extremely centered on the Grand Line, but apparently, more and more kingdoms across the world are having revolts, and the people are getting less and less happy with their leaders. This is theorized to be the work of the Revolutionary Army. But I can't be too sure about that. It's easy for them to blame the Revolutionary Army for all of their problems, but it may just be that people are sick of their lies and of being mistreated by nobility. I can hear the five elders trying to order Sengoku around most of the time. They even told him to prevent a war with the Big Mom pirates at all cost. I'm guessing they already have some foresight that the War of the Great will happen at this point. Ace hasn't even been captured yet, but it's likely that they were planning to kill Whitebeard ever since the old man was weakened by whatever disease he's having. Well, regardless of that, I already know that the five elders aren't even the actual rulers. I'm, the one that stands on the throne, and Mary Gosa is the one that these elders bow to. I was unable to find a single thing about him in either history books or books praising the world government. He should be the one actually pulling the strings. The five old men are just the figureheads, also likely older than they appear to be. Which says a lot since they are called elders. I know they are older because they had appeared in Robin's memories during the show, and they looked much the same as in the present. 20-something years later. There is also a rather simple explanation for this. Jewelry Bonnie, a pirate captain from the worst generation, she has the ability to age and de-age others at will. It's unknown how long she's been alive, but I know that she used to be a prisoner of the world government at some point. She also hates the Marines to the core. I remember that she is supposed to be getting captured sometime after the war when entering the New World. I need to prevent such a thing from happening. Her devil fruit is far too powerful. I'd rather the world government don't get their hands on it again. If I remember correctly, Blackbeard was the one to catch her. I guess that won't be happening. After all, I have quite a few plans for that pirate in particular. Still, I will be paying attention to her, just in case. I can't exactly go about kidnapping her, that wouldn't be quite right. But if things turn out to be similar to the original story, then I might arrange a permanent residence for her in the Sky Islands. Well, enough about that. There's no use in thinking about these things right now. Too many variables could come into play. My plan centers around my knowledge of the future, at least to a certain point. I need things to go normally for a while, so I need to get on and finish this mission. It's still hard to believe that Akina made such a stupid mistake, but I guess he's not the type to easily accept the fact that Marines can't enforce their justice properly in today's climate. A single word from the world government is all it takes, and the Marines will be forced to drag their names through the mud. Sengoku likely knew from the beginning that the world government wouldn't want a war with the Big Mom pirates right now, so he started making decisions right away. I wonder if things will play out properly though. I should go to the port and collect my order. It didn't take me long to make my way to the docks, not exactly that large, Marine Ford. They left the crates out in the open, simply stamping some pieces of paper on them to signify that they were mine. Pretty subpar delivery service, but hey, they're here. No one would steal the property of a rear admiral anyway. Unless they're pirates, but you won't really find any in Marineford, besides special prisoners. These crates hold quite a few metals. Well, 3 metals, there are only 3 crates anyway. One crate is filled to the brim with white gold. Extremely expensive, but I brought in a lot of bounties, so it wasn't really an issue. White gold has enough conductivity to the point where I can use it like my regular gold, even somewhat better, as its melting point is slightly lower. But, as a metal, it is also tougher than silver, which is the metal with the highest conductivity that I could find. One of the other boxes has something else entirely, that is, bars of tungsten, the toughest metal that could be found back on Earth. Apparently, it's still a rather difficult metal to find in this world, but still extremely tough. Now, unlike gold, this metal has around 4 times less conductivity, but if I can mix and match this and my white gold, I should be able to make a staff good enough for me to use efficiently. A staff made out of tungsten and white gold will be extremely tough, a lot harder to break apart than my regular golden one. But this isn't really it, at least not yet. The third and very last box. Sea stone. Mythical material, barely understood, copies the effects of the sea from what I was able to read about it. The only person that understands a bit more about it would be Dr. Vegapunk, a former member of the MADS, a group of an illegal research group that I only know a few members of, from the series of course. It's difficult to handle and extremely tough, its conductivity is almost non-existent as it is an actual stone, not a metal. It's a special stone, and its conductivity should be even lower. However, I don't need to manipulate it like a metal. To be specific, I only ordered sea stone dust, ground properly by Vegapunk's machinations. I will use this sea stone, and spread it within my staff, keeping it away only from the parts that I touch. Since I control all other components of the staff, it will just get some getting used to, then I will be able to disable most devil fruit users by simply catching them with my staff. The final product should weigh around 6 to 7 tons? That's about what I expect. I became a lot stronger after learning armament, and getting beaten up by Garp on a daily basis, so I should be able to handle this weight. The staff wasn't hard to make, it's a bit less malleable than the golden one, but it's still acceptable enough. Now, I want to keep my ship made out of gold, as I don't feel like just throwing away a good few tons of gold. So I will just compress my former staff into a permanent pair of gauntlets. It's better than throwing away what is essentially heavier money. Having all of this weight on me will make movement a bit more strained for a while, but I can just take it as training. I'll get used to it in a week or two. Now, it's time to visit the prisoner and start taking him home. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. A bit shorter, but I was at a concert last night, got shit-faced, so I'm kinda tired today, been lazing around the entire day. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 34, Charlotte Oven underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Oven didn't quite like the situation he found himself in. He had just decided to go out and travel a bit, wanting to garner some favor from his mother by bringing her some exotic sweets. What he didn't expect was to run into Akainu, the most brutal of all admirals. He tried to fight back, but Akainu burnt off his entire left arm and half of right leg in the process, which only made things worse. Oven also received a heavy strike to the torso, which had almost killed him, if it weren't for the doctors at Marineford. He was pleased to learn that he was going to be taken back home. He knew that his family was likely going to come looking for him anyway. He wasn't stupid enough to not see that the Marines wanted to avoid a war. What pleased him the most was the fact that, apparently, a measly rear admiral was going to be the one to take him home. He laughed out loud at that, thinking with glee of how his family would likely torture the Marine for a few days. The world government would also never let the Marines start a war over some rear admiral, so Oven saw this as a chance to get some semblance of revenge. Not that he could do it himself, he was bound by sea stone shackles, his only arm had its wrist tied to his neck, and he also had a leg bracer made out of sea stone, with a heavy steel ball chained to it. Oven hoped to be able to get home and hopefully either find someone able to heal him or find some prosthetics with the help of his family. He was placed in a holding cell while his wounds were still being looked after. He knew that he was going to have to resist at least another month or two in captivity before being returned to his crew. The shame he felt was great, and he knew that he wouldn't receive that warm a welcome when being delivered to his home. What he didn't expect was a tall man with large earlobes to just stroll into his cell while humming. The blonde man was wearing a formal suit, his accessories were all golden, including a set of ornate gauntlets that made Oven squint his eyes a little bit. The staff he was carrying was a bit more interesting though. It seemed to be made out of a strange material, or a mix of materials. It seemed to be pure white in some parts, mixed with grey in others. It was an odd color scheme. The last thing Oven noticed was the marine coat flowing behind the tall man, which made the pirate realize that he was staring at a rear admiral. A rather high position within the Marines, and also most likely the person that was tasked with taking him home. It was also now that he noticed the backpack that Enel was carrying, likely with supplies for the journey. "Ha, you took your time coming here," Oven said as he looked at Enel with a mocking smile. "Not like you could walk to me anyway," Enel said with a smile of his own, not bothering to give the prisoner much courtesy. The pirate growled a bit at that, scowling while thinking about the audacity of the rear admiral in front of him. "Ha, what a prideful dog. Let's get going, I don't have all year to waste on you and your little family." Enel tapped the bars of the holding cell, heating them up and bending them out of his way as he walked towards Oven. The pirate was somewhat shocked when seeing Enel's ability. It made him think that Enel had a devil fruit somewhat similar to his, but he couldn't guess what it actually was. Enel simply grabbed the heavy ball that was tied to Oven's ankle, heating it up and turning it into a handle. He then proceeded to start dragging the pirate out like a ragdoll, not really bothering about his safety or listening to screams of protest. Most of the Marines that witnessed Enel dragging the prisoner to the docks were either terrified or amused, with Enel just casually humming while Oven swore at him constantly. It was an odd sight, a large and intimidating pirate being dragged around by someone almost twice as small as he was. The two of them reached the docks, at which point Enel let go of Oven's chain, allowing the pirate to finally stand up on his one leg. "You fucking scum! My family will murder you for this. Do you think this is a joke?" Enel chose to shut him up with a slap. The slap sent Oven tumbling to the ground, almost making him fall into the sea. "You are a pirate. You are in no position to speak to me using any kind of tone. From now on, you only talk when asked, or I will deliver you to your family in pieces. Understood? Enel looked at Oven with a cold gaze. The old archaeologist didn't take all that kindly to insults, and pirates were all criminals to him anyway. He wasn't about to let a random criminal insult him so brazenly. Oven, even with all of his pride, couldn't help but gulp a bit and nod when seeing Enel's cold gaze. What the fuck is this marine? It was at this point that he reminded himself that the Marines were a world superpower for a reason, and not only the admirals were powerful in their faction. But he was still too prideful to accept the fact that some random rear admiral could order him around. Still, he decided to stop talking, in order to not get hit any more than necessary, as he could tell that Enel was likely not joking. Enel clapped his hands, washing away that cold look with a smile on his face as his gauntlets started departing from his hands and forming a ship. This time the ship had 2 seats, one was more akin to a throne, while the other was just a stool. Get on! Enel simply said as he ignored the startled gaze Oven gave him. The pirate proceeded to do as Enel said, sitting down on that stool as he looked at the ship a bit confused. Shouldn't the ship be in water? His words were cut off when the ship immediately took to the skies, Enel supplying its motors with enough energy to take off almost instantly. The scene made Oven eat his own words, as he saw the ground get further and further away, as he and Enel approached the clouds at impressive speeds. Enel placed his backpack near the throne and looked at the sky with a relaxed gaze. Now, I'll make this simple for you. You can either help me train or do nothing for the following month. What do you say? Enel's words were beyond anything that the pirate had been expecting. What? Oven asked with a confused tone. How can I even help with training? I don't even have a full set of limbs. He thought to himself as he looked at Enel in confusion. I'll remove your shackles, your only task is to try and hit me. I will try to dodge out of the way without actually moving from my position at all. Simple enough, right? Enel's smile was radiant at this point, as his ship had also already reached above the clouds. Sure. Oven said with a sadistic smile of his own. This is my chance. I won't be shamefully delivered to my family after all. Underscore 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 hope you liked the chapter. We do a little bit of training now, smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 35. Temporary training partner underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The sadistic smile didn't last long though, as Charlotte Oven looked down at the clouds below him with a frustrated gaze. If I kill him now, how do I get down alive? I don't even know how he steers this stupid ship. The prideful member of the Big Mom Pirates didn't even stop to consider that he wouldn't be able to handle fighting the rear admiral tasked with steering him home. I could likely steer this ship to the closest island if we were on the sea, but I'm not even sure if this stupid thing can float on water. Enel looked at his prisoner with a calm smile. I know you're thinking about the logistics of killing me right now. Enel said as he squinted his eyes a bit and crossed his legs. I'll let you know, even if you try. As you are now, you won't be able to even make me get up from my chair. Enel didn't even bother judging Oven's reaction as he took out a map from a bag and started looking over it. Oven himself sweated a bit as he thought about Enel's words. He didn't know if he could take on a rear admiral as he was currently, still he didn't expect that much confidence from Enel. No reason to get all scared now. But damn, I kinda really did do a number on you. Enel said as he slowly sat up. This time Oven calmed down, knowing that Enel wouldn't kill him due to his mission at the very least. Oven couldn't really protest, looking down to see his missing limbs. Maybe he truly wouldn't be able to do much in his current state. I don't get it. Why ask me to help you train anyway? Oven said as he snorted a bit. He wasn't precisely against some light physical activity, especially since he was going to be alone with Enel for quite a while and he needed to somehow check how weakened he was after his capture. The rear admiral also seemed a lot more agreeable than Akainu was. The admiral had been extremely brutal, both before and after he had caught Oven. Although Oven didn't like Enel due to his previous actions, he could at least appreciate that he wasn't put in an uncomfortably small cage that was laced with sea stone. Listen, I don't care much for pirates. I detest most of them, honestly. But that doesn't mean I can't look over that and take advantage of a pirate if need be. Enel said as he nodded his head in a sage-like manner. Hearing Enel's answer made Oven raise an eyebrow at him. Maybe Enel wasn't that much better than Akainu after all. Hey, I appreciate the thought, but now that I think about it, did you even grab the keys for my cuffs? Oven asked as he looked down at his cuffs. Why would I ever need that? Enel said as a golden tendril rose from the ship, it seemed to enter into the locks of the restraints that held Oven's power at bay. The tendril then twisted all of the locks at once, opening them up instantly. The sea stone fell, hitting the golden deck of the small ship they were on. This world really needs to work on more secure locks. Enel thought to himself as he frowned at how simple the lock was. He was an archaeologist in his past life, but he also dabbled a bit in lockpicking, so he knew how the most difficult locks could take even hours to pick at times. He didn't really pick the lock this time, he technically just created a golden key, but he could feel the simplicity of the lock mechanism regardless of that. You'd think they would make their cuffs harder to pick open. They use these types of things on the lower levels of Impel Down. Imagine if the lock-picking lawyer walked in and decided that he wanted to make some new friends. Oven flexed his arm a bit as he stretched, sighing in relief as he felt more power returning to his body. Feels a lot better this way. The prideful pirate was brought to this point already, he didn't feel the need to mince words, and he no longer cared for posturizing. I bet, you won't be putting them back on, by the way. They're pretty useless all things considered. Enel said as he started clipping his nails randomly. Thank you. Oven said as he smiled honestly for a bit. He hadn't expected Enel to be that accommodating. Don't thank me. By the way, one wrong move and you will be hanging from the bottom of the ship by a sea stone chain. Enel said, he wasn't going out of his way to be friendly, Oven was really the last thing he was worried about currently. Oven's smile became strained for a bit as he let off a tenure of slurs in his mind. He kept all complaints to himself though, preferring not to test Enel's patience and understanding. Let's start training now. I want to take advantage of every minute of this journey. Enel stopped whatever he was doing and stood up. Oven was about to comment that the ship was a bit small for training, then it started to fit right underneath them. It went from being the size of a small boat, to begin the size of a small training room. A square platform with wings and propellers, basically. Oven was a bit impressed by the way Enel was manipulating the metals around them, and by the ease with which he could keep them in the air despite those shifts. The pirate could feel the ship slow down a bit, which made him raise an eyebrow. Slowing down a bit to keep our stability, we aren't as aerodynamic anymore so this is necessary. Shouldn't get in the way of the timeline though. We should get to Cake Island in approximately a month. Enel said as he prepared for the training, casually taking off his suit, leaving his upper body bare. Sometimes he trained in his original clothing, the one that the old Enel wore, but he didn't feel like fully getting changed in front of Oven. Oven nodded, as he also wobbly stood up, he barely had any balance, as he was missing the lower part of one of his legs. Enel frowned a bit. With a sigh, he tapped the ship with his staff, and a golden peg leg formed and supported Oven without any issue. The upper part connected itself with Oven's leg with two metal tendrils that twirled around all the way around his knee, making it look like a modern prosthetic. Oven's eyes widened at that. Thanks. This time, his tone was completely honest. He may have looked down on the Marines, but he was not an ungrateful person. With that, Oven decided that he would at least ask his siblings to not outright kill Enel. You would be relatively useless without a peg leg, stop thanking me for nothing. Also, get to work, don't stop unless I ask you to. Enel said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Oven looked at Enel pointedly, then, with a sigh, he decided to start. With a sadistic smile, he dashed toward the Marine, his fist cocked back and ready to crush Enel. Enel didn't move one step, simply trying to bend his body out of the way. Right now, he wanted to train 2 of the 6 powers, and gain some insight into Seimekikan. The first strike was easy to evade, as Enel simply allowed his body to tilt to the side. But the second one became much harder, as Oven delivered a straight right towards Enel's gut. Enel frowned a bit as he realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge that one, so he instantly hardened his muscles as hard as he could without using haki. Garp had told Enel of this training method, it was to gain mastery in both Tekai and Kami-e dodge any attack that you can, those that you can't use your body to block. Oven punched Enel in the gut with considerable strength, making Enel gasp a bit as some spit came out of his mouth. Oven stopped at that point, and asked need a break. He didn't know how to pilot the ship they were on, and at this point, he realized that it was likely only flying due to Enel's devil fruit. So he didn't want Enel to pass out by any means, as that would mean his death as well. What? Why did you stop? Do I look like I've moved from this spot? Enel looked angry at the mere suggestion of resting so early. Oven was a bit shocked by that. Looking down, he noticed that Enel had indeed not moved at all from his original location. Oven's eyes widened a bit, he had hit Enel with a lot of strength, he was still acclimating with his missing arm, so his balance and weight distribution could be improved, but that punch was still close to 70 to 80% of his full power. This is going to be a long month. Oven thought to himself as he felt less and less excited about the sparring partner situation he found himself in. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 36. Food problem solved underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Oven lay on the ground. He was heaving for air as he tried his best to comprehend what had been happening. 3 days, that was how long Enel had lasted to move from that place. Even now, after many hits, and Enel's body being bruised all over, all Oven had done was to make him take a step backwards. That was it. Oven was exhausted beyond anything else, his injuries somewhat affected his stamina, and he still wasn't in the best of shape. Oven could now at the very least correct his posture, and he had gotten used to the strange balance that his body had now that he was missing an arm. The peg leg that Enel had given him was also already making up for his lost leg. The only problem was that it was rather easy to bend. Enel did tell him eventually that gold wasn't a horribly strong metal. The Rear Admiral ended up repairing it for him in an instant, which the pirate appreciated. Still, missing limbs did make him feel quite discouraged. It was as if he had to get used to an entirely new body. Oven didn't really blame it on the Rear Admiral, it was just a bit odd, not being able to feel parts of his body that he once could. Oven could only inwardly curse his stamina and weakened body, as he was now the one sprawled on the ground, and Enel was still standing, casually walking around and bandaging himself. We should probably eat now. Enel said as he flexed his arms a bit. What? Eat what? That backpack of yours won't have anywhere near enough food for the two of us, even for one sitting. Oven said as he raised an eyebrow. Enel had not taken many supplies, he had basically started sailing spontaneously, only getting his new weapon and bringing a small backpack with some books, a journal, a map, and very few supplies. He also had a few eternal poses, one was for Marineford, and one was for Cake Island, the main stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. Don't be such a pansy. We can always fish a Sea King and get enough food to last us the rest of our lives. Enel said as he finished bandaging his body. His entire abdomen was now bandaged up. Oven had given him a few injuries, but nothing too major, most of them were bound to heal in a few days. Oven sulked a bit as he murmured some slurs. It was hard for such a prideful pirate to accept Enel's casual demeanor and remarks. Still, training with Enel had managed to humble him slightly, making him realize that Enel could basically stand in a place for 3 days, and Oven wouldn't be able to defeat him in any way. Sure, he had yet to use his devil fruit, but he wasn't about to try and kill Enel. He knew that would also likely mean suicide. It wasn't like he was a fishman, and that he could survive underwater until one of his family members followed his Vivre card, so we were just hoping for a Sea King to appear. Oven said as he rubbed his stomach a bit. Another reason for his tiredness was definitely the lack of nutrition. He wasn't exactly fed anything great during his stay as a prisoner in Marineford. Nah. We're going for the calm belt. We are already relatively close to it, I'll just get us close to the water and some curious sea creature is bound to pop its head out. Enel said as he started lowering the ship through the clouds below them. Thankfully, there wasn't any storm. Well, thankfully for Oven, Enel would have been just fine either way. Not like storms were all that common near the calm belt. It was called the calm belt for a good reason. Enel was quick to spread out his observation haki as far as he could. He sensed it, all of the life forms hidden in the depths. He could sense them shifting around as they also likely felt his intrusive presence. Out of the waters rose a snake, a Sea King. It was tall and long, thick and powerful. Its fangs bared at the golden ship that was hovering in place at a low altitude. Oven trembled a bit, knowing that he wouldn't be able to do much without falling off of the ship. He could only hope that Enel had some type of plan. It dove out of the water at surprising speeds, its maw instantly opened, and it was large enough to swallow the ship in a single bite. And it tried, oh it tried. Oven's eyes widened at that. Cold sweat filled his back as he saw the rows of teeth that threatened to eat him, as well as the ship he was on, whole. Enel didn't bother dodging the attack, he didn't panic, nor was he surprised. To him, the snake moved so slow, that it was pitiful. He simply pointed his white-grayish staff towards the quickly approaching snake. Like a river, a torrent of tendrils sprouted from the staff, dwarfing the giant snake in both size and speed. The snake realized that it was being attacked, but it was far too late to dodge, so it hoped for the best and forged forwards. The tendrils were merciless, their sturdiness almost unmatched as they pierced through the snake's head in countless places and pushed it back towards the sea. From the sea, it looked like a golden cloud was releasing a storm of blades, a deadly rain that threatened to kill anything in its wake, all towards the sea creature that was unfortunate enough to approach Enel's ship first. The lifeless body of the Sea King reached the sea, waves rising in its wake as it was slowly starting to sink. See? That was easy. Enel said as he quickly steered his ship towards the corpse of the Sea King. Golden tendrils expanded from the ship and quickly started collecting large chunks of meat out of the cadaver. Oven gulped a bit, both out of glee that their food was secured and out of fear. Would I survive something like that? The attack wasn't just terrifying, it was also terrifyingly fast. It had taken less than a second from the snake jumping towards the ship, to it being riddled with holes. Any notion of even attempting to escape or fight Enel once they reached an island vanished from Oven's mind at that moment. We'll only be taking around a ton or two of meat, I don't want our speed to be affected by this. Enel said as he created something akin to a golden net at the bottom of the ship that held the meat he had collected. I understand. But how are we cooking it exactly? Oven asked while slowly getting up from the golden floor he was laying on. Oh, that's your job. Oven snapped his head at Enel when hearing that. Enel just tilted his head when seeing that. What? Your name is Oven, and you have a devil fruit very well suited for this. For the rest of this journey, you are this ship's designated cook. Enel said as he clapped his hands with a friendly smile. Oven just looked at the ground in exasperation. This is going to be a long month. Underscore 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 on chapter done. TTTSDSD. That's all folks. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 37, Dress Rosa and Change of Plans underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 training with Oven has been rather nice. He makes for an adequate sparring partner. Honestly, if I tried this type of training with Garb, he would have most likely killed me by mistake. At least I can take plenty of hits from Oven. With each punch, I feel my body more and more prepared for the next. With each hit, I feel less and less pain. Endurance is something necessary in this world. I need a lot of it if I want to not get downed by one hit from someone like Kaido. Oven is very far from a Yonko, hell, his physical strength is even lesser than that gorilla pirate captain from a few weeks back. But I'll take what I can get. Currently, I don't feel like I've made much progress with Kamii, but I think my body has been becoming stronger and stronger thanks to this training, so I can't complain. It's only been a few days anyway, I can't possibly master all of the 6 powers this fast. Oven did get tired a bit quickly though. Maybe I jumped into this training a bit too soon, but I figured he'd heal a lot faster if he wasn't being constantly weakened by sea stone. I don't care about him wearing cuffs or not, neither him nor anyone in his family is a real threat to me. Only Katakuri is a bit more dangerous thanks to his observation haki. Big Mom is just a big target that is also relatively slow. Her special moves also mostly rely on her Sun and Cloud Souls, which are completely useless against me. Funny how she calls one of her attacks God of Lightning, Tenjin. I do hope she tries to use it on me, so I can at least get a good laugh while on their island. She should be a bit more resilient than Jack though, if a fight is to break out I expect her to tank at least 10 hits. Her haki is a lot stronger, she should also have Conquerors, which makes her even stronger. Katakuri won't be as resilient as Jack even, I expect him to be able to somewhat evade most attacks though. He will be the most annoying, but as long as I can disturb his serenity he won't be able to use Future Sight much. I don't know a lot about the other cotters of the Big Mom pirates, nothing besides the fact that they aren't of any concern to me. I doubt they'll take this too far though. I've been somewhat placating Oven, he should be able to somewhat calm down his family and hopefully prevent an all-out war. I can't exactly befriend the Whitebeard pirates if they don't participate in the War of the Best. Well, I can, but it will be a lot more annoying and difficult to gain their trust. This way, I will be able to both gain their trust and forge a tight enough relationship that I would be able to call on them for help later on when the world government realizes that I am a bigger threat than just a random bloke with a powerful devil fruit. I have no idea how many trump cards the government can deploy, with powerful allies they will also be extremely reluctant to act. And by the time they realize the importance of the situation, the history of the world will already be out in the open. Big news Morgan. I need to get in touch with him immediately after the war to form an alliance. I will be able to also give him a lot of spicy information about the world and some events, as I know quite a bit about this world. I also can listen in on conversations on any island I visit. Rumors will reach me first before any type of network that he can set up. Cake Island will be a pretty interesting place to gather information. The main base of a Yonko, plenty of conversations to listen into on that island. I plan to stay there for a few weeks too, training on a ship is quite tiring, so taking a break there won't be that bad. I also get the chance to know the Big Mom pirates a bit better, even if their leader is a stupid slob. If I can befriend someone like Katakuri the situation would be worth it. Oven himself is a bit of an arrogant prick, but he's mellowed out quite a lot. Guess losing half of his limbs did have some type of effect on his psyche. He seems pretty agreeable, but he also fears me quite a bit. It might just be that he doesn't want to antagonize me and risk any new injuries. He should be able to tell that he's not a big threat to me from the earlier display with that Sea King. Even without using my devil fruit fully, I should be able to fill him with enough holes to turn him into a net. Even so, we are soon reaching our first stop. We aren't exactly going to travel to Cake Island in a straight line. I don't want to just eat fried unseasoned meat for an entire week. Now, the first stop is a bit peculiar. It's a place that I've been meaning to check up on for a while. Dressrosa. Controlled by none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. A little rat that I have a bit of a debt to repay to. I was obviously able to listen in on the conversations on Jack's ship before I got close to them and started killing everyone. Good old heavenly Yakasha put a bounty on my head. I am sure I will find some pirates trying to collect it on this journey, but I doubt anyone of note will rear his head. I don't want to kill Doflamingo yet, but I do feel like giving him a small present. Currently, only his people are in the royal castle, as he threw out the royal family and enslaved them. I will probably make a nice storm strike them a bit. Nothing major, just a bit of property damage and maybe 1 or 2 deaths for messing with me. Well, better keep on going. POV narration Enel and Oven traveled and trained for around 5 more days before Dressrosa was in their sights. Oven wasn't expecting to stop at the island so quickly, but he did agree with Enel's reasoning about needing some spices for their food. The pirate didn't really care about escaping at this point, as he was heading for his family anyway, and Enel didn't exactly make him feel like he was a prisoner or anything. The sea stone cuffs were absorbed into the ship at some point, Enel saying that he'd be able to use the materials at some point. Oven obviously didn't complain, it was a rather great turn of events for him. No cages, no cuffs. This wasn't a usual marine escorting prisoner situation. This was more of a regular trip than anything. Oven didn't even mind cooking, he was already relatively skilled in doing it, and Enel wasn't treating him badly anyway. Enel could tell that Oven had warmed up to him rather easily. Ah, the astounding effects of Stockholm Syndrome. Wait, that doesn't sound right. If he looks at me weirdly I will kill him. The two of them reached the docks in Dressrosa without any issue, both of them gaining quite a few looks as they descended from the sky in their golden boat. Enel also put his suit and rear admiral coat back on as he wasn't about to start training in Dressrosa. They jumped down from the ship without any issue, Oven didn't even lose his balance, having already fully gotten used to his peg leg. Enel touched the ship with both of his hands, as he compressed the gold and turned it into his usual spiked gauntlets. He handed his backpack to Oven, the pirate just nodded and put it on his shoulder. Oven. I'll rely on you to collect the necessary spices, I am not the best chef, so I'll trust you on this. Also, buy yourself some clothes if you find anything nice, you're bound to need a change at some point. Enel said as he waved his hand at Oven. Sure thing Enel. Meet you back here in about 6 hours. Oven asked, trying to establish some sort of return so that they didn't waste time finding each other. He didn't bother asking Enel what he was planning to do, as he knew that the marine likely had some business on the island. You can come by any time, don't worry, I'll know if you get here. Enel said as he simply started flying away using Jeppo. Oven sweated a bit when noticing what Enel had implied. Observation Haki spread out this widely? Why am I even surprised at this point? Enel stepped on air as he reached the middle of the island. He was quick to check the situation inside the castle, curious about how his good friend, Doflamingo was doing. The scene he witnessed, however, managed to turn his plans around a bit. Doflamingo was dragging a woman by the hair, carrying her towards what Enel assumed were his chambers. Enel recognized the woman as well, a relatively tall and voluptuous lady, wearing a white dress with red dots. She had disheveled dark violet hair, and her face held a look of defiance, but her eyes were filled with indignation and frustration. The woman was none other than Viola, the crown princess of Dressrosa. Enel wasn't a hero. He didn't plan to rescue the people of Dressrosa. That was because he had a mission, and he knew that they would eventually be saved regardless of what he did. He had planned to destroy the palace a bit, and kill a few crew members. But seeing that scene made the rage inside him boil. If I ignore something like this when I have all the power to stop it, can I really call myself a man? Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 38, A warlord's crimes underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Doflamingo was pissed, to the point where he couldn't even find it within himself to calm down. He had lost all contact with the mammoth, and Jack the Draft. He wasn't stupid enough to not notice what had likely happened. They were all dead, that blasted rear admiral had somehow managed to kill them all, not even leaving a trace of their bodies or the ship anywhere on the sea. The beast pirates quickly started contacting him, as they all knew that Jack had been pursuing a bounty he put on someone before he had vanished. So, Doflamingo was now stuck trying to placate the beast pirates, as they now partly blamed him for Jack's death. It was a stretch for them to blame him, but he knew that the beast pirates didn't give a shit if it was him or someone else that had killed Jack. They wanted blood because one of their core members was killed. Doflamingo had to pay a huge price to calm them down, one that was bound to put him behind a few years on his plans. And that made him angry. Beyond anything that he had been before. He had just ended the call with Queen, another one of the 3 stars of the beast pirates. He and Queen had established the tax so that Doflamingo wasn't going to be attacked by the beast pirates and have his entire operation ruined. Doflamingo even cracked his glasses in anger and he broke the throne inside his palace. Well, it was the palace of the Dressrosa royal family, but it was being ruled by him now, so he didn't care. Now, the former celestial dragon needed to blow off some steam. And unfortunately for her, Viola had walked into the room at the worst time possible. Doflamingo didn't waste any time grabbing her hand and dragging her towards his chambers. The woman somehow managed to break free, shouting in indignation. But the warlord got even angrier, slapping her once, sending her to the floor, then grabbing her by the hair and dragging her anyway. Viola shouted and struggled, some strands of her hair were being ripped out as Doflamingo dragged her across the floor. Her long heels had been lost somewhere along the way, as she struggled with tears in her eyes. Many times, she cried herself to sleep. She had lost her father, her older sister. Even her young niece was forced to be a gladiator in the arena to placate Doflamingo's boredom. Deep down, she was hoping for someone to come, for something to happen, and for the man that had ruined her family to finally meet his end. But she knew. No one was there to help her, she knew nothing would save her. It wasn't the first time Doflamingo was going to get away with taking advantage of her. At least that's what she thought. Wow! What an odd courting method! Doflamingo stopped in his tracks as cold sweat filled his back. In front of the warlord, the figure of a tall man appeared, swaying slightly as a marine coat flowed behind him. His long earlobes also swayed from side to side, as he used a greyish staff like a walking stick. His hands were adorned by a set of golden gauntlets. Doflamingo grit his teeth in anger when seeing him. He could recognize that look anywhere in the world. The main cause of all of his recent setbacks and problems. Enel. Doflamingo said as he reflexively let go of Viola's hair. The woman finally was able to look freely at the person that had arrived in the room. Her eyes widened with joy when she noticed that he was a marine. But a wave of disappointment soon washed over her when noticing that he was a rear admiral. She knew that at least an admiral was necessary to take someone like Doflamingo down. Maybe he can call for backup. I can't lose hope now, maybe he can help us. She reasoned in her mind as she was about to open her mouth and ask him for help. But Doflamingo's stare made her close her mouth shut, as she looked at the ground in fear. A person that could help her was here, but she was fearing for her life. There was no way a rear admiral will be able to protect me from high. Viola didn't even get to finish her thought, as she felt a coat around her shoulders, her eyes widened, as she hadn't even seen Enel move. Yet he was at her side, and Doflamingo was currently a bit further away. The warlord had felt a chill on his spine. Doflamingo jumped away thinking that Enel was attacking him with his staff again, only to see the marine completely ignore him and put his coat around Viola, a princess of Dressrosa. You seem to be shivering a bit. Are you cold? Enel asked with a relaxed smile on his face. Viola quickly blushed at the sight. She then decided to check something. She used her devil fruit, the power that allowed her to be called an inside human, to study Enel for a second, and her eyes widened at what she saw. This man. He is strong. She had never seen someone with that much power hidden within them. Enel was by far the strongest man she had laid her eyes upon. At least, he was capable of the most destruction. If she was to put it into perspective. Then Doflamingo was a small star that showed itself at night, and Enel was more akin to the sun, completely outshining him in every aspect. The best part was something else though. Within Enel she could feel a drive, a determination so powerful that it completely outshined Doflamingo's. His mind was also completely empty of any perverse thoughts, despite her disheveled appearance. She gulped a bit as a smile was making its way to her lips. She felt a familiar emotion coming from him. Rage, a rage so grand that it made her shiver a bit. It was akin to a boiling sea of lava. And she could tell that all of it was directed at Doflamingo. And there was no speck of fear, not even the slightest inkling of uncertainty. That confidence managed to get a rise out of her, as she started feeling something that she hadn't in a very long time. A strange sense of affection. Enel's mind was a complicated one, that much was plain to tell. But Viola also realized that there was another issue with this situation. Doflamingo is a warlord. Can he even be apprehended by the Marines? The thought made her a bit disheartened, but feeling Enel's rage and confidence made her believe that he'd at least protect her. And maybe he'd also take her family away from the clutches of that mad warlord. That would at least give them time to recuperate and hopefully take down Doflamingo eventually. What is the meaning of this, Rear Admiral Enel? I was just about to have some fun with one of my subordinates. I don't see how this is of any concern to you. Doflamingo decided to address Enel formally, knowing that he had the upper hand in the situation due to his status. Enel didn't say anything, only letting out a small smile. But Viola could tell that the smile was merely a way for him to express his rage, it was nothing more than a misleading visage. Subordinate, you say? Is that right? Enel didn't bother listening to Doflamingo, instead, he looked at Viola, who was currently still sitting on the ground, with his coat around her. She clutched the coat as she covered herself with it, hiding her smile underneath it for a second. Doflamingo was angered by the fact that Enel ignored him, but he was still cautious. He already knew that Enel had a huge advantage in speed and that observation haki was also most likely his speciality. I'm not a pirate. Viola said as she slowly started standing up, making Doflamingo grit his teeth in anger. Enel could hear them crack at this point. I am Viola, the second daughter of the Riku family and one of the princesses of Dressrosa. She stood up proudly, finally being able to speak out freely in front of the man that had oppressed her for so long. Enel smiled at that, this time his smile was genuine, as he could feel Viola's confidence in him. He knew of her devil fruit powers, so he also knew that she could likely tell how powerful he was. Well, that addresses that. Enel said as he started slowly spinning his staff. Doflamingo scoffed at that. So what if she is a princess? Her royal family doesn't do anything for the Marines, your superiors would never agree to this. They were dethroned 8 years ago and everyone on this island hates them. He was quick to try and use his position again. Problem is, he didn't really know the Marines as well as he thought he did. Really now? Well, I better ask for their opinion then. Enel took a small transponder snail out of his pocket, he rang Sengoku's snail directly. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed into slits as he quickly dashed towards Enel. He wasn't stupid enough to let Enel inform the Marines of his crimes. But his agitated state of mind didn't allow him to sense Enel's next movement. A blackened staff hit him in the torso and sent him flying through the palace walls at breakneck speeds. Enel had only hit him half-heartedly, using only one arm as the other was still ringing Sengoku. But he had applied haki to his weapon, something that he had managed to do for the first time on his way to Dressrosa. Viola's hair and the coat she was now wearing both flowed violently from the shockwave of that hit. Her eyes widened as she saw that exchange happen, well she only saw the aftermath, as she couldn't even catch Enel's staff moving, and Doflamingo was seemingly sent flying by a violent gust of wind. The princess was about to say something, but then she heard another voice. Sengoku's office, who is it? Someone had finally picked up the transponder snail, as Enel smiled a bit. Greetings. Rear Admiral Enel here, I've run into a bit of a situation here in Dressrosa. Enel said as he twired one of his earlobes. His observation was spread all across the island, he could feel Doflamingo's forces all gathering towards the palace due to the commotion, and Doflamingo himself seemed to be staring at the sky in confusion a few hundred meters away from the palace. Enel. This is Akainu. Glad that you are reporting from time to time, finally taking your duties as a marine seriously I see. Akainu had just happened to be in Sengoku's office when Enel called. Sengoku himself was off to somewhere else, training in the courtyard with Garp most likely. Admiral Akainu answered as he knew that only important matters were told to Sengoku, the type that were usually extremely urgent, so he just responded directly. As an admiral he could at least deal with some matters in Sengoku's absence. He also still didn't like Enel, but he also couldn't help but respect the Rear Admiral's willingness to face the Big Mom pirates by himself. No one would have forced him to go on that mission if he had just refused it, yet he did it anyway. That much warranted some amount of respect, even from someone like Akainu. Indeed. This is a rather serious matter, Admiral Akainu. Enel said as he could feel Doflamingo slowly getting up from the rubble, clutching his side as his subordinates all ran to support him. Alarms rang throughout the city as soon as the palace walls fell. Viola's eyes widened again as she realized that Enel was indeed speaking to an admiral. At this point, she was starting to hope that Enel would be able to do more than save some members of her family. Maybe he truly was capable of bringing Doflamingo down. Akainu immediately noticed the seriousness in Enel's voice. This was the first time Enel had addressed him with his title while speaking in such a serious tone. Warlord Doflamingo has enslaved the former royal family of Dressrosa. I was able to catch him in the act, attacking one of the royalty. As a rear admiral of the Marines, I ask for you Admiral Akainu, to expel Doflamingo from the warlords. But regardless of that, he won't be alive to see today's sunset. Enel said with a blank gaze. He turned his head to the side, feeling that Doflamingo was already making his way back to the palace with an angry scowl on his face. At this point, Viola was almost bursting with joy, as she could feel the rage inside Enel rise when he said that last part. Enel. The rear admiral smiled a bit when hearing that voice. From the other side of the transponder snail, Enel could clearly hear the noise of Akainu's teeth clenching, almost cracking in anger, and magma bubbling. You are allowed to act. I will deal with any backlash that may come out of this. Akainu was actually boiling with rage as well, and Enel could feel it. I won't make it there in time, that scum will definitely try to run. It's up to you to dispense justice upon him. With that Akainu hung up, as the admiral shouted for Sengoku with an angry tone. Enel didn't say anything, he simply turned around to Viola, who was looking at him with starry eyes at this point. He simply handed her his snail, placing it gently in her palm with a smile spread on his lips. I'll be back in a bit. Princess Viola. Enel took a small bow and completely disappeared from the room, leaving only the eldest living princess of the Dressrosa kingdom in that room, with happy tears flowing from her eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. Hope you liked the chapter. I think I caught some type of flu. I've had a fever for the entire day yesterday. Smiley face. I wouldn't have been able to upload if I didn't have a chapter written in advance. Feeling a bit better today though, so all's good. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 39, Responsibility and Absolute Justice underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. To say that Akainu was angry, would be a gross understatement. He was beyond livid. He may have had his disagreements with Enel, but he didn't for 1 second doubt the word of his fellow Marine. He would always believe a Marine over a pirate. He didn't like the warlords in the first place, to him it was a stupid system that needed to be abolished as soon as possible. Besides, he could feel it from Enel's tone, the seriousness of the situation. To the point where Enel would go against their orders and kill Doflamingo regardless of what Akainu's answer was. Akainu respected that. Even if he didn't like disrespecting orders, he could respect that. An unbending sense of justice, and the will to carry it out regardless of punishments. So, he decided that, for now, he would push his disagreements aside, and that he would help his junior with the backlash. Sengoku. Akainu's angry shout was heard throughout Marineford, scaring a lot of people as the admiral made his way down to the training field, where he knew Sengoku was supposed to be. By the time he reached it, he could see that most of the people there had been expecting him. The Marines were all looking at him worriedly. And Sengoku, who had been apparently sparring with Garp, was looking at him with a bit of frustration in his gaze. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have a report that warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo abused his status and took over the kingdom of Dressrosa, enslaving their royal family for his own amusement. The scowl on Akainu's face sent a shiver through the spines of most of the people present. Sengoku looked around a bit with an even more frustrated gaze. This type of news wasn't good to talk about so out in the open after all. How credible is this report? But the cat was already out of the bag. They needed to get to the bottom of the issue as soon as possible. 100%, there is nothing to doubt about it. Akainu said as he walked a bit closer to his superior. Shit. Sengoku's calm broke at that statement. As he punched the sparring field he was on, the wind pushed back all of the people nearby, besides Akainu, who stood unmoved, and Garp, who was also narrowing his eyes at what he was hearing. Give me the details, Akainu. Now. Sengoku quickly started walking toward his office, and Akainu and Garp followed suit. Enel called you about it just now. He gave me that report and told me what he had discovered. He witnessed Doflamingo attacking a member of their royalty in person. Akainu crossed his arms as he spoke. It didn't take long for them to reach Sengoku's office. The fleet admiral clenched his fists a bit when hearing that Enel was involved. Garp also clenched his fists a bit, his usual relaxed expression turning into a displeased one for a few seconds. Doflamingo is a former celestial dragon. And he should also be as strong as a top coder from a Yonko's crew. Please tell me Enel isn't going to do anything by himself. Sengoku spoke as he sat down on his chair. His goat walked up to him and tried to calm him down a bit. Enel has already assured me that Doflamingo won't be alive the next time we hear about the situation, Akainu said, his tone not wavering for a second. What? This isn't a joke, Akainu. Enel is strong, but Doflamingo is also strong, and he has all of his codders with him. We'd need an admiral, at least 3 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals along with a lot more soldiers to take a pirate crew of that size down. Sengoku had already thought of the logistics of attacking Doflamingo, and he knew some of the people in the warlord's crew. He knew that taking them down would need a decent investment. Akainu didn't even seem fazed by that. Neither did Garp, who relaxed visibly upon hearing that Enel was the one reporting this. Rear Admiral Enel is more than capable enough to deal with this. Both Akainu and Garp thought about that, but Akainu was the one to voice it, surprising both of the other people in the room. Didn't expect you to be the one to vouch for his strength. Garp said with a hearty laugh. He wasn't exactly concerned about Doflamingo being a celestial dragon, so he didn't think much of the situation. He felt a bit conflicted when hearing how the warlords were taking advantage of their authority to such an extent, but he had never liked the warlord system in the first place. He had been one of the people against it. Still, he didn't hold it against Sengoku, knowing that the fleet admiral couldn't go against the world government. Enel has proven himself capable enough. I was also able to witness his strength. Very few people in this world can match his speed, and just as few can properly react to it. He is precise and deadly. If he fights to kill someone like that dog, Doflamingo won't last even a minute. Akainu said with a scoff. He remembered how easily Enel had blown off his head. He wasn't able to use observation due to his anger at that time, but he couldn't even see the blow, let alone react to it in time. Enel was, by all definitions, one of the fastest marines alive at the moment. The only person that Akainu believed to surpass Enel in speed was Kizaru, another admiral. And that spoke volumes of Enel's strength. Still, this isn't just about him. If he succeeds in killing Doflamingo, then another slew of problems will arise regarding this matter. Sengoku rubbed his forehead as the frustration that had been mounting turned into a headache. I plan to take full responsibility for this matter. Enel is currently acting under my direct orders, Akainu said with a steely gaze, completely shocking the others as well. Garp smiled widely at that. Didn't think this guy had it in him. To actually make Akainu respect him to this extent. If you're willing to take responsibility, then at least Enel won't become a wanted man or a slave. But they will most likely still force me to demote him. Sengoku said as he ran his hands through his afro. Akainu scoffed a bit at that. He didn't like Enel being the rank that he was, as he was still lacking basic knowledge that some marine recruits had. But he knew that Enel was deserving of such a rank. Anyone sent on missions to deal with Yonko crews deserved to be called the backbone of the Marines, to be at the top so that others could look up to them and appreciate their efforts. Ha! Let them try, see if they dare. Since Sakazuki here is doing it, then I'm also gonna dip my hands into this shit pie that we're baking. Garp ended up saying. He wasn't about to let only Enel and Akainu take slack for that matter. Especially since he fully agreed with their actions. If Akainu was willing to stick out his neck for Enel, then he sure as hell would support the two of them. Seeing that both Garp, the famed marine hero, and Akainu, the favorite admiral of the world government were supporting Enel, Sengoku could only sigh. So much paperwork. Fine. You two will take full responsibility for this and placate the world government. Now we need to wait on Enel to update us. Sengoku had simply decided to let the situation run its course. Sengoku was still rather shocked that Akainu was willing to vouch for Enel. Especially after their last few interactions. Thing is, Akainu didn't even consider that he was sticking up for Enel as an individual. To him, he was simply supporting a fellow Marine's justice. As Marines, they had the right to act and deliver absolute justice to all deserving criminals. Akainu was livid when hearing that such a criminal was under their noses the whole time. He obviously knew that Doflamingo was a rat, but he didn't think he'd dare enslave an entire kingdom's royal family. To him, if Enel had said that he was retreating, he wouldn't have blamed him. Maybe he would have looked down on him a bit, but he wouldn't have blamed him. He knew that Doflamingo wasn't made a warlord for no reason. However, regardless of that, he would have rushed to Dressrosa himself and killed the entirety of Doflamingo's crew and Doflamingo himself without any hesitation. At least he was saved from a pointless journey, and he only needed to deal with the world government. Akainu released a rare smile as he walked out of the fleet admiral's office. That bastard better not let any of these dirty pirates escape. Underscore 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 hope you liked the chapter. Feeling a bit better today. Forgot to thank everyone for getting me Power Stone this week too. Very nice. Big PP to everyone reading this right now. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 40, Conqueror's Haki and Swiftness underscore 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 POV Doflamingo underscore 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 underscore. There I was. Rushing back to the palace at the greatest speed I can muster, the earlier hit had dealt a few internal injuries, but nothing I can't fix with a few stitches using my devil fruit. At least I was able to tell my cotters to all head to the palace. Enel won't be an easy opponent, and I am unsure if I could take him on by myself. Jack the Drought was a lot more resilient than me, and there's not even a hair of him left. This Enel person must be hiding a lot of his strength, otherwise, I don't see how he'd be able to kill Jack without leaving a single trace. No one would believe me if I said that Enel killed Jack, but I know what happened. No one else on this side of the new world, not even an admiral, would be able to quietly snuff out someone like Jack. Yet Enel managed to do it somehow. I also have a few hidden cards, from here on out I'll try to not let him get close to me. At this point, that blasted rear admiral must have already called the headquarters, and Viola, that stupid wench, is also there to testify against me. I don't understand where she suddenly gained this confidence from, but after I kill Enel I will also kill her, as she's already outlived her usefulness long ago. I've never felt this angry before. Not even when my brother tried to betray me. But how can I not feel this much rage? When the empire I painstakingly built is about to collapse right in front of me. And all of it is because of that stupid rear admiral. Rising star of the Marines my ass. I don't care if I get in trouble for this anymore, as long as I get to at least kill him, then everything will be fine. The Marines wouldn't dare to touch me anyway. The world government will cover for me since I used to be a celestial dragon. I might lose some things, but I'm sure the rest of my cotters can escape if the worst happens. I'll stop thinking about that. For now, I'll concentrate on Enel, the one at fault for this whole mess. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Enel disappeared from the hallway, and Viola was left there, clutching his coat as it was still wrapped around her tightly. She closed her eyes as she told a silent prayer, hoping that everything would end well for her family. Then she heard a large boom, and every window in the palace was broken instantly. She quickly started running to find the rest of her family, hoping to be able to get to them and form some type of force to fight Doflamingo's pirates. She knew Enel was strong, but she didn't know if he would be able to deal with every soldier under Doflamingo all at once, so she was rushing to assist him as best she could. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had been rushing to the castle, finally calming down his mind and spreading his observation haki as far as he could. In that same instant, Enel had appeared in front of him. The rear admiral's gauntlet fist had already almost made contact with his face. A sickening crunch was heard as the punch connected, Enel sending Doflamingo flying in a downward spiral. But, even though he heard a crunch, Enel knew that he had barely done any damage. Doflamingo was sent hurtling towards the ground, but he had managed to protect himself with armament just in time, having used observation at the right moment to sense Enel approaching. Doflamingo didn't have future sight, so even though he could feel Enel's approach, he still couldn't react in time to that attack. But spiritual energy moved much faster than Doflamingo's body, so armament was thankfully still useful to block Enel's attacks. Enel had still managed to bend Doflamingo's nose in an odd shape with that punch, but Enel knew that such an injury didn't mean anything to someone like Doflamingo. The warlord was quick to spin a few webs and broke his fall completely as he landed on his strings. Enel. Don't think you're going to make it out of this alive. Doflamingo's threads quickly rushed at Enel, trying to entangle him and cut him to pieces. Enel used Jeppo, getting out of the way and arriving on a random building. The people below were panicking, but Enel didn't have the time to worry about them. He would still avoid hitting anyone in the streets. He would also make sure that Doflamingo's attacks didn't bother anyone either. There was also another annoying member of Doflamingo's crew. Young master. Allow me to assist you. An annoyingly high-pitched voice sounded from the side. Enel turned around to see Pika, one of Doflamingo's elite officers, about to dive into the earth. Enel knew that Pika could control earth and stone. He also knew that Pika was annoying to fight and that he could cause a lot of collateral damage and endanger a lot of the people in Dressrosa. So the rear admiral decided to act quickly in order to stop him. Doflamingo's threads couldn't even catch his afterimage, as Enel appeared in front of Pika, much to the shock and horror of Doflamingo. Pika, run! The warlord shouted as his threads did their best to catch up to Enel, but he wasn't close enough to reach Pika in time. Pika wasn't exactly a pushover. He coated his entire body in haki, preparing to receive a strike from Enel. The cotter tried to continue getting into the ground, but it was already too late. Enel simply pointed his finger at Pika's chest. Heartstopper! He said as he tapped the cotter's chest and sent an electric pulse into his body. The electricity ignored Pika's haki, as it reached his heart directly and paralyzed it instantly. The giant cotter tried to clutch at his chest, but he couldn't. He felt his muscles become numb in that split second. They weren't listening to him, and then his vision started becoming blurry. What? His voice became weaker with each syllable that came out of his mouth. The cotter collapsed to the ground in the very next second. Although Enel had called the move Heartstopper, it also fried the victim's brain, as Enel knew that some monsters in the world of One Piece could still survive with their hearts stopped for a few minutes. Pika! Doflamingo shouted, finally he started using his awakened devil fruit. Threads arose from the streets as Doflamingo's anger got the better of him. He had only been caught off guard for a few seconds, and one of his cotters was already on the ground. Worst of all, he had no idea yet how Enel had managed to do it. To him, and all of the people observing, Enel had just approached Pika, tapped him on the chest once, and then Pika seemed to try to clutch at his heart and collapsed. Enel used Jeppo, breaking away from the ground as threads arose from all around him, trying to entangle him and break him apart. Are you finally taking this seriously? Enel said as he turned into a blur, appearing by Doflamingo's side. This time, the warlord was expecting him though. A cloak of thick and blackened threads blocked Enel's staff, creating sparks as the shockwave broke a few nearby buildings. Don't play with me. Doflamingo said as he finally started releasing his conqueror's haki towards his enemy. Enel simply retreated for a bit and let the sensation wash over him. So this is it, huh? The willpower of the strongest people in this world. Enel basked in that feeling as he then noticed something else. This doesn't feel like anything special. His eyes flashed with light as he looked at Doflamingo's angered face. Conqueror's haki. If someone like you can do it, then so can I. With a burst of willpower, Enel's aura spread out everywhere around him. The second Enel's aura came into contact with Doflamingo's, lightning seemed to flicker into existence as the skies darkened and the world around them seemed to come to a stop. Doflamingo's eyes were wide open, sweat was filling his brow as he took a step back. Startled or not, his will faltered for a second, and his concentration waned. And Enel took advantage of that split second. Appearing in front of Doflamingo with a white spear already formed in his hand, turning black as armament covered it. And a forward thrust was all that he needed. Doflamingo didn't have any time to react, the only thing that had saved him was his instinct, and the fact that he already had his strings gathered around him. Enel's spear came into contact with Doflamingo's blackened threads, as the warlord shouted in desperation. The exchange caused even more lightning to occur, it was as if space was breaking around them. Doflamingo couldn't understand, he simply couldn't wrap his mind around it. Why did the marine in front of him suddenly have Conqueror's haki? Doflamingo had never felt it from him before, he had no idea such a thing could even be possible. Even worse than that. Why was it just as strong as his? Enel noticed that he couldn't break through the threads. His newly acquired Conqueror's haki was also somewhat calming down, and he didn't quite have any mastery with it yet. His armament, although a lot stronger than a few weeks back, was still weaker than Doflamingo's. So, Enel was technically supposed to retreat at this point. But he didn't want to do that. He ignored the threads that were trying to pierce him in his back, he ignored the ones that were threatening to impale him. Instead, his staff seemed to deform, completely warping around Doflamingo's string armor, as they sought to touch the warlord only once. And Doflamingo didn't know that, by the time his mind calmed down and he could use observation again, he was already almost entrapped in a blackened metallic sphere. Doflamingo quickly sent as many threads through the gap that still existed in the sphere, hoping to break out of whatever Enel was planning to trap him into. He was quick to follow them, jumping out through that gap without any hesitation, but as he was exiting, a tendril extended and grabbed his legs. He was about to break away from it. But he then felt something else, his powers, the ones he placed so much trust into, faltered. A part of Enel's staff had finally come into contact with one of Doflamingo's legs. Enel smiled, as the fight had ended in his mind. And Doflamingo was slammed into the ground by that tendril, as his control over the environment disappeared completely, and all of the attacks coming towards Enel stopped completely. Enel then formed something akin to a medieval man-catcher, as he caught Doflamingo's neck in it. The man-catcher was a staff, fitted on one end with what seemed to be a wide collar with spikes pointing inward. Currently, Enel forced Doflamingo to the ground using that staff, and the spikes were all puncturing into the warlord's neck as he screamed in pain. Enel's staff had put Doflamingo out of commission, as Enel then stepped on the warlord's head with enough force to fragment the street underneath him. Enel smiled for a good day's work, as he then caught the unconscious Doflamingo in a large sphere made out of his staff, leaving him there as he went on to hunt down the other cotters. The rear admiral didn't even bother to look back at the man he had so swiftly dispatched. Even if he was to try and escape, Enel's observation was covering the entire island, Doflamingo had no chance. Doflamingo's defeat was so sudden that he didn't even get to try using his strongest moves, he had just gotten serious when Enel had unlocked his Conqueror's haki. And the fight was over seconds afterwards. But this was the exact reason why Enel had created his staff. To be able to end battles instantly without much issue. All he needed was to catch his opponent off guard, a split second was more than enough. And then it's over. And it worked like a charm, Enel had walked away from the battle uninjured, and Doflamingo was caught in a sea stone-laced ball. The next thing Enel did was to arrive behind Sugar, who he knew was the key to getting everyone to hate Doflamingo. She was somewhere in the castle, hiding after hearing the commotion. The little girl didn't even get to react as Enel's staff left a dent in her head, taking her out of commission instantly. Enel didn't feel trouble anywhere nearby, so he assumed that the elite officer was likely away on a mission and continued on with his day while whistling in the palace corridors. Enel then stopped for a bit and smiled, sensing something rather interesting with his haki. To think he'd get involved as well. Underscore 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 underscore. Hope you liked the chapter. Didn't want to extend the fight too much without any reason. It could have been over in the palace halls if Enel just wrapped him in a sea stone ball back then. Sea stone is op AF. Expect Enel to use it in the future. Smiley face. Feeling a bit better today. Forgot to thank everyone for getting me power stoned this week too. Very nice. Big PP to everyone reading this right now. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 41, Diamante and involvement underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. News of Doflamingo being attacked by a marine was quickly delivered everywhere, as Viola did her best to bring out an army to fight against the warlord's numerous forces. Battles were occurring all over the city while Enel faced off against Pika and Doflamingo. By the time Enel finished the two of them, the battles were still starting, so Enel was rather pleased with their response time. It seemed like Viola had prepared for something like this already. The first thing she was planning to do was to make her way towards the arena, to look for her niece Rebecca and hopefully convince the gladiators to help her. But as she was making her way there, every doll on the streets seemed to be turning back into humans as Enel had already finished off Sugar. The second the dolls turned back into humans, the public started remembering what Doflamingo had done. Pirates and marines transformed from dolls to humans, and now they all started heading for the palace with one goal in mind. Kill Doflamingo. Doflamingo's forces now had their hands full, as Viola kept making her way towards the arena. As she reached the arena, she surprisingly ran into Kairos, who she now could finally remember, her brother-in-law. He was alive, missing a leg, but alive. Their reunion was rather short-lived though, as Diamante, who had been in the arena and was going to start making his way towards the palace, attacked the two of them brutally. Viola was almost cut in two, if not for Kairos, who pushed her out of the way quickly. Ha ha ha. Seeing you two royal rats struggle like that is so funny. Diamante shouted as he figured he'd just enjoy himself in the end. There was no way Doflamingo would lose after all. And even if Sugar was knocked out temporarily, everything would return to normal, they'd just have a lot more dolls than before. Diamante licked his blade with a sadistic smile as he then swung it, making it flexible and using it like a whip to slash at Viola and Kairos. The two of them both jumped to the side. Kairos was lamenting the fact that he had just turned into a human. He had his sword, but he was still slowly getting used to his movements, and Viola was trying to figure her way out of the situation. Kairos. To think I'd be fighting the former champion of the arena in the flesh. Too bad you are pretty helpless right now. Diamante was about to start talking more and more about his enemies, playing mind games. What he failed to notice was a giant man that had just walked into the battlefield with a large bag on his back. That tall man was missing an arm and a leg, his orange hair was weird, arranged into 3 curved sections, and he also had a short, spiky beard. It was none other than Charlotte Oven. He had been collecting ingredients like Enel had asked him to before the animated puppets he saw everywhere all turned into humans, and the riot started. He then saw signs of fighting everywhere in the city, so he decided to check the nearest ones to him. He was rather curious, and he was confident that he would be able to deal with most enemies without any trouble. He then saw Viola. He didn't think much about her, but he noticed that she had a rear admiral's coat around her shoulders, which made him raise an eyebrow. I saw a few marines get turned back from dolls. But that coat seems pretty familiar. Oven tilted his head for a bit, then he noticed something. A grease stain on the justice sign. A bit of sweat filled his brow as he remembered Enel using it as a napkin to wipe his mouth after eating some sea king meat. Yep, it's his. Oven let out a small chuckle, finally getting the attention of the people involved. Kairos had already seen him, so he wasn't surprised. The gladiator only hoped that Oven was not an enemy, as Diamante was already troublesome enough. And Viola was a bit intimidated, as she realized who the person laughing was. Charlotte Oven. What is someone like you doing here? Diamante asked as his eyes widened a bit. Oven completely ignored him though, looking at Viola and asking. Hey! The marine that give you that coat, did he have really long earlobes by chance? He asked as he stretched his legs, well, leg and peg leg, a bit. Viola's eyes widened, hoping that the pirate in front of her wasn't an enemy of her benefactor. Don't bother answering, I know he did. He's not even insecure about them, I don't understand how. Oven said as he dashed towards Diamante, his fist cocked backwards as he struck the ground where the elite officer had been. Diamante had managed to slip away from the attack, but the shockwave sent him flying into the wall of the arena, making a small dent in it. Kairos was relieved that the giant man wasn't their enemy, Viola even more so, making a mental note that Oven was likely an ally of Enel. What is the meaning of this? Our dealings with the Big Mom pirates are still ongoing. We aren't enemies. Diamante shouted as he looked at Oven with a panicked face. There's no helping it since that guy got involved, the deal's falling through since Doflamingo won't be around to keep his end of the deal. Oven said as he shook his fist a bit, flicking a bit of rubble around. There's no way Doflamingo would lose. Doesn't matter even if his opponent is an admiral. Diamante had absolute confidence in his captain, he had no idea that Doflamingo was taken out of the fight in seconds due to his carelessness. Ha! Sure. Oven then stretched his haki-clad arm to grab Diamante, the elite officer was quick to bend like a flag in the wind and dodge the attack. At this point, Diamante was also getting angry, so he decided to start fighting as well. He turned his sword into a whip once more and started trying to attack Oven as best he could. Charlotte Oven wasn't intimidated by the undulating sword though, he simply reached out and grabbed it without any issue. Diamante was a bit shocked, but he should have expected at least that much out of someone from a Yonko's crew. Then, Oven did as his name implied, and melted the blade entirely using his devil fruit. Diamante was shocked, letting go of the sword and tapping his hands on the ground, making it unsteady and wavy. This only served to annoy Oven though, and it wasn't like he was alone. Kairos was also there, and he had a score to settle, as Diamante had been the one to kill his wife, Viola's sister. The former gladiator dashed towards Diamante, unbothered by the fact that he was missing a leg. That action alone made Oven somewhat respect him, as he was in a bit of a similar situation body-wise. Diamante shrieked as he dodged a slash from Cryas, only to be hit by Oven's fist directly and crushed into the ground. Oven didn't let go of him though, clutching him tightly with his haki-clad hand and raising him up. Diamante tried to break out of Oven's hand, but was ultimately unable, as Oven's grip was too tight to slip out of. Oven was about to crush Diamante, but Kairos tapped him on the back, which made him stop for a moment. What? The Yonko pirate said as he turned his head and looked the much shorter man in the eye. I want to be the one to finish him off, Kairos said with his eyes narrowed, looking at Oven without any fear. Oven looked a bit at the gladiator, then at Viola who seemed a bit stressed by the whole situation. In the end, he sighed as he dropped Diamante on the ground, finally letting the elite officer of the Dongshot pirates take a breath of fresh air. Whatever. Do what you want. Oven said as he walked off to the side, not really caring to get involved any further. He had only gotten involved because he realized that Viola was likely Enel's associate, beyond that, he didn't care about Doflamingo's crew or anything that was happening in Dressrosa. Thank you for the help, Kairos said as he then stabbed his blade into Diamante without any hesitation. Viola heaved a sigh of relief and continued running into the arena to speak to her niece. Running past Oven and only giving the giant man a look of appreciation. Oven continued to walk the streets unbothered by whatever was happening in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Underscore 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 hope you liked the chapter. Another thank you for the power stones everyone keeps throwing at me. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patra_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 42, Death and Hunt underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. I'm able to look at this whole island, the way Doflamingo separated families and made people forget about their loved ones is something I had forgotten about for a bit. I mean, if I knocked out Sugar I would have had enough reasons to take him down, as he also turned marine officers and world government agents into toys. Now that I think about it, my momentary lapse in memory regarding that might just be related to Sugar's fruit. It's really one of the most demented in the series. Thankfully, I at least remembered that Sugar turned everyone into toys, but I had also kinda forgotten about Kairos in general, which means I was affected by her fruit too. Curious. At least everything turned out fine. Well, the situation isn't over, but there aren't all that many people left from Doflamingo's side, most of his associates were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even civilians picked up weapons to fight against his rule, if I leave him in the streets then he will 100% be killed by the civilians. And I don't want that to happen, he enslaved an entire kingdom, and I wanted their royal family to be the ones to kill him. He will still die, there's no question regarding that. But I didn't feel that he should die by my hand at first. But I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. I need to kill him quickly, and, now that I think about it, if I give the honors to someone from the Riku family, Dressrosa's royal line, then the world government might try to harm them. The government is so deluded that they'd go out of their way to protect any celestial dragon, even a former celestial dragon turned pirate that technically enslaved an entire country. But I doubt the world government suddenly cares about people or slavery. So it shouldn't surprise me. It was a lot more surprising to see someone like Oven actually help people. He's not exactly been shown as a positive character in the series, but I guess he's gone through plenty of changes in a relatively short time. It might also just be because Viola is still wearing my coat, but the fact that he'd help someone associated with me is even more shocking, as I am a marine, for now, and he is a pirate. I can sense that Viola and Rebecca have already met, and Diamante is dead by Kairosa's hand. Oven went back to collecting spices, looting from stores by the looks of it, he's ignoring most of the conflict around. I would go to Viola to grab my transponder snail, but I don't feel like interrupting her reunion with Kairos and Rebecca, so I'll hold off on that. First, I'll finish off Doflamingo. There's someone else already with him too, so I should act now. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Don Quixote Doflamingo was stuck. He didn't understand how he had lost, everything had happened too quickly, and he was left trapped in a ball of what he assumed to be white gold and sea stone. He tried to struggle, to break out, but he really had no chance after being weakened by sea stone. His physical strength wasn't that bad, so he could still somewhat try to struggle. But Enel's staff was made of rather sturdy metals, so he was stuck in the end. Young master! Doflamingo heard a shout from the side, he couldn't turn around and see who it was, but he could recognize the voice of one of his subordinates. Monet! What is the situation in the kingdom? Also, get me out of here, quickly! He was quick to give orders to her, trying to assess the situation as best he could. Young master! Most of our people are down, I don't know what happened to Sugar, but every doll is back to being a human. Monet said as she ran toward him in a panic. Are you serious? Where the hell is Treble? He was supposed to protect Sugar at all costs. Doflamingo was quick to lose his temper, as he wasn't exactly in the most flattering of positions. Why young master, you sent Treble away on a mission earlier today. Monet said as her voice trembled a bit, she quickly got to work through, using her devil fruit to try and cut through the strange sphere that imprisoned her master. Doflamingo scowled a bit as he thought about ways to salvage the situation. But he didn't have a lot of time to think. Wow, I leave you alone for a few minutes and now you're already trying to escape. Enel appeared on the sphere, crouching down near Doflamingo's head and looking at Monet with a raised eyebrow. The green-haired snow woman was quick to dash at Enel, trying to kick him away from Doflamingo, but she was unfortunately outmatched, as Enel simply intercepted her kick with a haki-enhanced fist, breaking one of her legs in the process, and sending her flying upwards. Doflamingo at this point was cracking his teeth out of anger, the veins on his forehead were pulsing visibly, to the point where Enel thought he was having a heat stroke or a regular stroke. Enel tapped the sphere with his staff, absorbing most of the metal back into the staff, leaving only a few sea stone-laced chains wrapped around the warlord. What do you plan, Enel? I doubt you're stupid enough to actually kill M. Doflamingo's monologue was stopped by Enel's spear attempting to pierce through his chest. The warlord's eyes widened in shock, as the worst thing he could imagine just happened right in front of him. He managed to use armament to completely cover his chest just in time, but Enel's spearpoint also turned black. Everything slowed down for the two of them, as lightning once again sparked into existence. A clash of conkers, this time Doflamingo was pulling no stops, struggling as his life was on the line. And Enel's anger was put on full display, as his spear seemed driven to pierce the warlord's heart. Doflamingo grit his teeth as he did his best to block Enel's spear from reaching its intended target. In this exchange, the only thing that could save him was his willpower. If he was strong enough, then maybe he'd be able to block that spear, maybe it'd give Monet enough time to fly back to him and free him from those chains. But the world was never kind to Doflamingo. The chains around him pulled him towards the spear point. He could now feel the spear, slowly piercing his skin and muscle tissue, as he was helpless to act, the sea stone still stopping him from fighting back completely. Doflamingo couldn't help but scream internally, about the unfairness of the situation, of how he refused to resign himself to such fate. Commendable will, but Enel's desire to kill him was even greater. In the end, the stronger will overcame the weaker one. With Enel's spear piercing through Doflamingo's chest completely. The warlord gasped as he felt the spear point leave a hole in his heart. Enel then pulled out his spear from Doflamingo's chest, turning it back into a staff and attracting the chains back to it. He took a step back and studied the dying warlord. Doflamingo stumbled forwards a bit, he looked genuinely confused, his usual smile was turned completely upside down as blood flowed from his mouth. He stretched his hand towards Enel, seemingly attempting to strangle the rear admiral in his last breath, only to fall forwards, unable to move forward. "Heh! You probably think this is all my fault. That I was the one responsible for all of your problems," Enel said as he crouched down a bit, talking casually in the warlord's final moments. "In truth, you did all of this to yourself. You were the one in control of your own life, you made your choices. And this is where they led you." Enel was mostly just speaking to himself at this point, not really gloating, just idly chatting by as he waited for Doflamingo to draw his last breath. The warlord couldn't even hear Enel's words, as he was far too focused on seeing his life flash in front of his eyes. "Young master!" Monet shouted as she flew towards Doflamingo using her devil fruit powers. Enel didn't bother to stop her either, as he didn't see how she'd be able to help Doflamingo at that point. She seemed to grab his bleeding body within her arms as she wept. Enel tilted his head a bit as he tried to remember what connection the two of them were even supposed to have. He remembered Doflamingo somewhat caring for his close confidants, but he didn't remember much about Monet. Regardless, she was an officer in Doflamingo's army, so he swung his staff, hitting her across the head much like he did her little sister, Sugar. With her knocked out, he simply walked off to deal with the rest of the officers in Doflamingo's army. Not many people could face them within Dressrosa, and Enel wanted to end the war already, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. He planned to knock out people like Baby 5 and Senior Pink, the others he didn't really care about much. Viola, Rebecca, and Kairos were still hugging it out and reuniting. They were also joined by the former king, Riku Dadu 3, who had apparently been cosplaying as a gladiator for some reason. It was a rather touchy reunion, one that, once again, Enel didn't feel like crashing. So Enel continued on his way to hunt down the other officers still in Dressrosa. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 43, Smile Factory and Flow underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Enel did as he had planned, taking out the rest of the officers with ease. Most of them he knocked out in the end, as he no longer saw the need to kill them. He then carried them all in one place, in front of the palace, and tied them all up using his sea stone-laced staff. Enel could feel that a crowd was already gathered around him, of both pirates and marines. They had managed to reach the palace with the sole purpose of taking down the man that had enslaved them. "Where is Doflamingo?" asked one of the higher-ranking marines that had been turned into a toy. Enel could tell that he was a commodore. "I already executed him under orders from our higher UPS, Enel said as he looked around at the crowd. The pirates and the marines were starting to look a bit strangely at each other. With no common enemy for them to rally against, it was only natural that they'd jump at each other's necks. But Enel had had just about enough bloodshed for the day. "The war is over. Everyone can either leave or stay, I don't care." Some of the pirates had wanted to kill a few marines, to let off some steam. But Enel's gaze made them stop. Most of them had caught glimpses of Enel, zipping across the battlefield and taking out all of the stronger members of Doflamingo's crew. His presence calmed the situation down a bit. Enel didn't have the time to stay there forever though. "All of you, behave. Start apprehending the rest of Doflamingo's men that are still alive. Contact the headquarters to come and capture them already." Enel started ordering the marines around without any hesitation. The pirates that had gathered also started dispersing when talk of the headquarters started. They had been enslaved for years, they mostly didn't feel like going from one prison to another. After ordering the marines around, much to the displeasure of the commodore present, Enel simply went to another part of town. More specifically, the part that currently had the Smile Factory, a place the Enel decided to destroy, as he didn't think that Dressrosa had any need for it. Enel could see many dwarves coming out of the building, most likely hearing of the revolt and deciding to finally free themselves from slavery. Enel didn't care about them much, only waiting for all of them to exit the building before finally deciding to break it properly. He looked from a distance, not wanting to attract too much attention to himself while destroying the factory, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so without using his devil fruit properly. With a yawn, he pointed his staff at the building. A massive storm cloud circled around in the sky before a massive beam of lightning hit the factory. The dwarves scrambled further away, afraid that they'd also get hit by that strange beam of light descending from the sky. Enel had made sure to avoid them though, so nothing would have happened to them regardless of what they did. This was nothing more than an extremely well-timed/convenient freak weather anomaly in the new world, nothing to see there. Enel knew that it was unlikely for such a thing to be linked to him, so he didn't really care. But he needed that factory wiped from existence. The Kaido pirates were bound to be a bit mad for the destruction of the Smile Factory, but since Dressrosa wasn't that far from the beginning of the new world, they'd be fine for now. Kaido's crew did suffer one too many defeats recently, so Enel did expect some things to change from the original story. Someone like Kaido wouldn't take nicely to the destruction of the factory that strengthened his army directly. Enel didn't really care though, much like Doflamingo, Kaido's days were numbered. Enel didn't want to deal with the Yonko himself. He felt that Joy Boy was the one fated to take down Kaido, as the prophecy in Wano country foretold, so he wasn't going to interfere with that. Enel needed Luffy to awaken his devil fruit at all costs, making the drums of liberation beat once more felt necessary to fight against the world government. For Enel's plan to work smoother, he needed the return of the Sun God to happen without any obstruction. His fight with Doflamingo was derailing Luffy's adventure a bit. But Enel knew the drums of liberation would find a way to beat with or without Doflamingo. Besides, Enel was about to make a lot more changes to the world during the War of the Great. Enel needed to fulfill criteria for a certain turn of events to occur. He needed a high enough degree of certainty that the world itself was going to play by his rules and continue flowing uninterrupted. Enel knew that his actions were going to disrupt the flow of the world, hell they already had, but thankfully, Doflamingo wasn't as major an antagonist as Kaido himself. And Jack dying also didn't put that big a wrench in Enel's plans, which was why Enel killed him in the first place. That and the fact that Jack would have continued to hunt him down for a while, which would have been annoying. POV Enel how do I go about doing this? In a sense, I want everything to go perfectly, but I know that perfection is a stupid thing to strive for and that it is human nature to fail. The more I think about my plans the less and less it feels like I am truly in control. It feels like I am truly leaving a lot to chance, that I am somehow betting on the world making way for Joy Boy's resurrection regardless of my involvement. It feels odd, as if I am trying to fish for a dragon with a wooden rod. Maybe I should stop betting on things to happen and forge my own way? But that would destroy any prediction that I could make about the future. Can I even say that I know the future at this point? I know of some events that will happen, but if my plans are to alter them, then what can I say I truly know? Maybe I just need to not get caught up in the moment too much. To avoid drowning in a sea of uncertainty at every step of the way, questioning my actions and fearing how they affect the future I know of. In the first place, why exactly was I even sent here? I've been thinking about it more and more. But was what I gave the Wanderer even considered kindness? I've never been one to put much value on money. So one could say that I didn't give him anything of value to me, which wouldn't qualify as kindness. But, in the first place, that god seemed to have no idea what kindness even was. Do humans even have any idea of what kindness is? Not really. Putting someone out of his misery is kindness, and so is giving someone money and food. It's an odd concept. And that's exactly what that god said too. Really, why am I even thinking about that god anymore? It's strange, but he didn't seem horribly interested in humanity. So I doubt he'd get in the way of my plans anyway. At least I hope he won't. Enough of the existential crisis though. I should stop trying to control everything and go with the flow for now. I've already altered this world a lot, constantly stressing out about the future won't help me anymore. I'm sure the world has its own plans, and the coming of Joy Boy is something that has been prophesized for hundreds of years. My interference and the changes I made in a few months shouldn't even be able to change that. I don't even have the time to contemplate all of this now. I really should get my coat back, otherwise, the other Marines might start acting up thinking I am some type of pirate. I think I gave the Riku family enough time to catch up anyway. I should start heading there. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. Felt the need to take a moment to explore the MC's thoughts for a bit. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 44, The Royal Family underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Rebecca was confused at first, not really knowing what the commotion was about in the arena. She wasn't exactly liked by many people there, so no one actually talked to her. Her lineage was actually hated due to Doflamingo manipulating everyone into thinking they had been incompetent rulers and tyrants. She didn't expect some of the gladiators to suddenly start spewing slurs and hate Doflamingo with a passion. But this was similar all across the city when people regained their memories of their loved ones as soon as Sugar was knocked out. Rebecca, the pink-haired princess, also received quite a few apologies from some of the gladiators, as now they knew that Doflamingo was the cause for their suffering. The next thing that shocked Rebecca was seeing her aunt, Viola, walk into the hall and scream out for her. Kairos also came in, but Rebecca had some issues remembering him at first. Then all of her memories came back to her, as her eyes widened and tears started falling. A lot of the gladiators could now recognize Kairos too, a legend that had conquered the arena at some point, his statue still standing tall in their halls. Even when missing a leg, Kairos still had the presence fitting of a champion of the arena, and many respected him for it. Rebecca ran and embraced her father with tears in her eyes, not knowing even what to say. Viola simply looked to the side a bit, not letting the two of them bask in each other's presence. Then she noticed someone else walking towards them, another gladiator. She took a stance, thinking that maybe he was an associate of Doflamingo. It was a strange assumption to make, as Doflamingo's soldiers within the arena were currently being killed by the gladiators without any mercy. Even Spartan, one of the gladiators that had bullied Rebecca within the arena for a long time, was at the forefront of those gladiators, as he mercilessly killed as many of Doflamingo's men as he could. Viola was still not exactly in a calm state of mind though, as everything was happening too quickly around her. Relief only finally washed over her when the gladiator took off his helmet, revealing the aged face of an old man with grayed-out hair and beard. Viola had a hard time while under Doflamingo's tyranny. But she could still recognize the man in front of her at first glance. Father. It was none other than Riku Dadu III, Viola's father, and she had a similar reaction to that of Rebecca when seeing her father again. She had suffered a lot to get to that point, and finally seeing someone she could consider a parental figure made her cry, as she felt she could finally show a moment of weakness. This was the same feeling she had felt when seeing Enel. For a large part of her life, she had lived in fear, putting up a strong face and doing her best to survive with everything she had. Even appearing vulnerable was like asking to be taken advantage of. And she knew that from experience, as she hadn't always been as hardened as she was now. Still, she was even forced to join Doflamingo's forces in order to get him to spare her father. So she was obviously emotional now that she got to see him again in person. At least in front of her father, she could finally let go for a moment. The old King Dado could only grit his teeth when seeing his daughter in such a state. "I'm sorry dear. I wasn't a good enough father. Nor a good enough king." The old man had felt helpless for the longest of time, having his family dismantled and his kingdom usurped made him reflect a lot on his life. It was as if he was stuck in a pit, and only now that he saw his family all gathered in one place did he start seeing some light. Now that his memories of Kairos had also returned, he was a lot happier too. "And no. None of this is your fault, father. It's all because of Doflamingo, he was the one that caused all of this." Viola still shivered a bit when mentioning the deceased warlord's name. Well, that was only because she didn't know Enel had already ended his life. She thought that Enel was likely still fighting him somewhere near the palace. The old king simply heaved a tired sigh and started patting his daughter's head for a bit. "Still. It was my duty to protect this country as its king. And it was my duty to protect you as a father. I failed in both regards, unfortunately. To the point where you also had to give your freedom for me to preserve my life." Dadu still felt ashamed when thinking of his failures. But that had been his life for many years now. Living his life in shame as he had failed to save anything that he held dear. That was also likely the only reason Doflamingo was letting him live in the first place. To toy with him, to let him live with the shame of being useless to both his people and his family. To Doflamingo, seeing Viola prostrate herself at his feet was likely even more entertaining, which was why he had also kept her around and enjoyed himself with her. Rebecca was similar, she had been too small to catch the warlord's attention at the time, so he just threw her in the arena and stopped caring about her. It was no mistake that Doflamingo was a disgusting man. Viola herself knew that she wouldn't be able to rest properly for a long time if she didn't see him dead. Viola wanted to open her mouth to refute her father's statements. She would never call her father useless, to her he was the only king she would ever respect. The only one she'd bow her head to willingly. Let's not dwell on the past anymore though. What is happening? Why is Doflamingo's grip on Dressrosa suddenly weakening? It made sense for him to ask this. Rebecca and Kairos's attention was also captured by that question, the two of them finally breaking the hug and looking at the exchange between Viola and the former king with curiosity. "Well. That's a bit difficult to say. A rear admiral appeared in the castle while Doflamingo was mistreating me. He should be fighting Doflamingo right now, but I'm sure Doflamingo has his elite officers with him by now. Besides Diamante, I guess. And Treble, who isn't on Dressrosa." Viola was rather quick to give them a rundown of the situation. The old king also noticed that Viola was wearing a marine coat, which somewhat gave validity to the whole story. "A rear admiral. We need to get there quickly, he will need our support," Kairos said as he gripped his sword with an angry look. "Indeed. If this person is even still alive. Somehow, we've been all freed, the people of Dressrosa have also started revolting. Even if a rear admiral can't win against Doflamingo and all of his cotters, we still have the people on our side, and maybe reinforcements are already on their way. Doflamingo's grip on our kingdom has already slipped. The old king didn't have high hopes of being able to save their benefactor, the rear admiral that had saved Viola. He also felt indebted to him, but he knew how frightful Doflamingo was, and knowing that Doflamingo wasn't even alone made things a lot worse. And no. He should be fine. Even if Doflamingo and his cotters ganged up on him, he would still be fine. And he's not even alone. He's got that Charlotte Ovens help too. Viola said as she clutched onto the coat that was still wrapped around her shoulders for a few seconds. You seem rather confident in his strength. I'll take your word for it, you have a better eye for people than your old man. Dadu said as he sighed a bit. Still, we should start gathering some fighters and heading there, we need to help with whatever we can, Rebecca said as she clenched her fist for a bit. Kairos gave her a proud gaze, looking fondly at the woman his daughter had become. Yet, no real need for that. Every member of the Riku family heard that voice, and all of them turned their heads toward it at the same time, with Kairos quickly putting his hand on his blade, and jumping in front of his daughter. In the corner of the hall, sat atop some boxes holding gladiator training equipment, stood a rather tall blonde man. He was dressed in a formal costume, wearing regular black shoes. His most defining feature was definitely his long earlobes, adorned with golden earrings. This was obviously none other than Enel, looking at the four royal family members with a relaxed gaze. Kairos was about to ask the newcomer about his identity, but Viola was the one to open her mouth first on this occasion. Rear Admiral Enel. Are you okay? She ran towards him without much hesitation. Kairos relaxed a bit when seeing that. The old king raised an eyebrow when he heard the concerned tone in his daughter's voice. Rebecca was only confused for a few seconds before it finally clicked in for her. Oh. He's the rear admiral that's fighting Doflamingo. Kairos looked at his daughter with an odd gaze. Dadu simply scratched the back of his head. Enel just gave her a strained, awkward smile. Why yet? Are there any other rear admirals on this island? Enel asked as the smile on his face became a bit genuine. Enough about that. Are you okay? Did you manage to run away? Viola jumped in front of Enel and grabbed both of his gauntlet arms. Enel didn't really know how to react for a second, but that wasn't due to embarrassment, he simply didn't think her reaction was going to be that strong to seeing him again. Why would I run away? Doflamingo is dead by the way. Enel said as he took one of his arms back and waved it in the air a bit. What? What do you mean he's dead? Barely 30 minutes have passed. Viola said as she looked at a random clock in the arena hall. Yet. He didn't really last more than a minute. I didn't want to interrupt your family reunion though. Enel said with a wide smile as Dadu, the old king, sweated a bit in the background. So he was just waiting for us to finish. Was the thought going through the heads of most of the people in the room. Wait. Even if you're strong. How did Enel decided to interrupt Viola, not wanting to stretch out the conversation more than needed. Well, I specialize in speed, Doflamingo specializes in his devil fruit usage, and I have a sea stone laced staff. Let's just say I was a bad matchup for him. Pika is also dead, and I apprehended the rest of the officers on the island. At this point, the royal family looked at Enel with a strange gaze. Excuse my distrust. But this is the type of thing you have to see to believe. Kairos said as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Rebecca simply nodded her head, looking at Enel with a wary gaze. Viola, in stark contrast, looked at Enel with starry eyes, and she seemed extremely excited, which made old man Dadu sigh a bit. Enel didn't even look like he had been in any fight, which made Viola trust his version of events even more. Besides, she could easily tell when someone was being dishonest with her, and she could tell that Enel was telling the truth. In the end, the princess ended up just hugging Enel tightly, burying her face in his chest as she shed tears of happiness. This made Enel raise an eyebrow while wondering if he should return the hug or not. This princess is awfully friendly. I guess she's excited about finally being free, no need to discourage her now. With that thought, he just hugged her back, not with as much passion though. Dadu, the old man, simply looked at Enel and Viola with narrowed eyes. If Viola believes him, then so do I. The old man said in the end, gaining strange looks from both Rebecca and Kairos. Enel ended up looking at the three of them with a calm gaze, his tone was a bit strained in the following sentence, as Viola was still hugging him. You do realize that you don't have to take my word on this, right? You can literally go out to the palace and see them. Including Doflamingo's body. The members of the Riku family that weren't latched onto Enel all looked at each other, then simply nodded. And with that, they were off, and all of them started walking toward the palace. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. Possible double upload today. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 45, Truth and Celebration underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 Enel and the Rika family all walked onto the streets, looking around, seeing bodies all over the place. The war had many victims. Enel had expected that to happen after he knocked out Sugar. The aftermath was still not pleasing to the eyes. The royal family had similar thoughts, but they knew that some sacrifices had to be made in order to take down Doflamingo. Fortunately, most of the bodies on the streets belonged to Doflamingo's troops, as they had no way to be prepared for the sudden uprising. Enel's attack was beyond unexpected, as no one even knew that a rear admiral had arrived on the island besides a few sailors at the port. And the sailors had no reason to care about a marine showing up, as Dressrosa was rather free of pirates under Doflamingo's rule. It was also rather strange, as the situation was over extremely quickly due to Enel's involvement in the whole thing. With him taking care of all of the powerful people in Doflamingo's crew, the other marines and pirates that were turned back into humans were able to easily overwhelm the rest of Doflamingo's forces. The gladiators breaking out made things even quicker, and the situation was finished in 30 minutes, more or less. Enel walked side by side with Viola. The royal family members were walking a bit ahead, their pace a bit faster. But it was already becoming pretty clear to them that Enel wasn't lying. The situation was over. A war had been fought in under 30 minutes against a pirate crew that could enslave an entire country. Then they reached the palace. At the front door to the palace, stood atop a flight of stairs, all of the officers of Doflamingo's army. All of them were bound and gagged by what seemed to be chains made out of white gold. Enel used his staff for this. He would retrieve it when the marines arrived with sea stone cuffs though. To the side, the Rika family were able to see Pika's body sprawled out on the ground. It was hard to tell what had killed him. But what was on top of him made the Rika family stop in their tracks, including Viola. Doflamingo, or more accurately, the warlord's body, was thrown atop Pika's. It was rather clear that the former tyrant's heart had been pierced. The gaping wound on his chest was rather plain to see, and it was large enough that one could fit their hand through it. Viola trembled a bit at that sight. Enel couldn't really tell what emotions were going through her mind. Was it fear? Did she start fearing him now, even after his death? Was it excitement or happiness? Did seeing Doflamingo's corpse give her some sort of pleasure? Enel wouldn't really hold it against her in that case. Regardless, Enel was at a loss for what to do when she genuinely started crying. He was thinking of comforting her, but all of his toiling over books didn't really prepare him for emotional moments. He had always been easily able to befriend others, but he always had issues with more sensitive situations. Under normal circumstances, he'd avoid them completely, but he knew that he couldn't really do it in this case. He had a responsibility to see everything through to the end. He didn't hug Viola, as he didn't want to scare her. He believed that women that went through what she had wouldn't be quite accepting of a man's touch, at least not that intimate. He simply patted her back a bit, like one would do when seeing a crying child. He felt a bit odd doing it, but he didn't know what else to do. Still, in Viola's mind, that action was enough. Hell, she felt that Enel had done enough the second he put her coat around her shoulders and blasted Doflamingo through a few walls. She ended up being the one to hug him, taking her gaze away from the body of the monster that had abused her and her family for the better part of a decade, and planting her face right back into Enel's chest. Enel would have panicked, maybe if he was a bit younger, but he ended up just sighing and hugging her back. He knew the consequences of his actions. He knew that what he did today might affect the future that he knew. But at the end of the day, not doing anything would have made him just as disgusting as Doflamingo. So what if Luffy would no longer have an army of pirates under him? So what if he wouldn't be able to grow from such an experience? Even if Momonosuke didn't get kidnapped, Enel knew that fate would always find a way for Joy Boy to return, as was prophesied. So he simply decided to go with the flow. So he just hugged Viola back. For now, his observation haki still spread all over the island, keeping a close watch on everyone, to make sure that Doflamingo didn't have any more hidden allies that he had to watch out for. Still, he could tell that there was no one left. Treble was nowhere to be seen/felt, but Enel knew that there was no way the elite officer of the former Don Quixote pirates was going to return to Dressrosa, no matter his loyalty. Enel knew about Virgo, but he was of no concern for the safety of the Rika family. If anything, what remained of Doflamingo's loyal followers would all come after him. And Enel didn't really care for them. Viola herself was in a strange state of bliss. It was difficult to even begin to put her happiness into words. She simply hugged Enel as if her life depended on it. Snuggling up to him, this was the first time in a very long time that she was this comfortable around a man. The fact that his thoughts were completely devoid of any perversion certainly helped. She could still hear it, his honest heartbeat, his conflicting thoughts. It was clear that he was doing his best not to take advantage of the situation, likely because Viola seemed to be in a rather vulnerable state currently. And the princess could obviously tell what Enel's thoughts were. She could tell the type of person he was, she could tell that he was older than he looked, that he was stronger than he let on. But she didn't care. None of that interested her. What she cared about right now, was the feeling of safety she received while she embraced him. Even if Enel didn't seem to be particularly infatuated with her. At the very least she could tell that Enel had a positive opinion of her, and she could work with that. There was something else bugging her though. Enel was strange. Unlike most people, his mind was constantly wandering off, his thoughts often getting jumbled up in countless droves of possibilities that Enel could think of. Enel was obviously a withdrawn person, someone that wasn't necessarily hard to interact with or that had trouble interacting with others, but that didn't quite revel in being around a lot of people constantly. Still, she stopped reading him after a while, feeling a bit strange about intruding into his mind for so long. The fact that Enel somehow knew what she was doing was also rather strange to her. But she didn't want to start questioning her benefactor, especially since he didn't have any bad intentions. Both Enel and Viola were broken out of their respective stupors by a fake cough, coming from none other than Viola's father, the old King Dadu. Enel looked up with a bit of an apologetic smile, and Viola also broke off from him with a slight blush. She turned around and studied the scene a bit more. Apparently, more people had gathered around them asking old man Dadu to become king once more. The old man gratefully accepted it, he was glad to see that the people would still accept him despite his failings. Then he turned around to see his daughter not really paying attention to anything at all. "I apologize, father. I got carried away," Viola said, departing from Enel's side regretfully. She was aware that this was a big day for her family and for their kingdom, as they were finally free. But she simply couldn't begin to deal with a flurry of emotions so quickly. "I must also apologize, King Dadu. I will be more careful in the future," Enel said while nodding sagely, making Viola blush a bit, and making Dadu raise an eyebrow. "In the future? Oh, how quickly they grow," Dadu thought to himself with a smile. Enel didn't mean it in that way though, but it barely mattered anymore. "I can't possibly be mad at the one that saved our kingdom. I believe such a joyous occasion deserves a feast," Dadu said, gaining cheers from all around him. Many lives were lost, but just as many as were saved. And now, after so many years, they were finally free. Free from shackles so devious that many didn't even know about them. Free from being manipulated, used, and thrown away on a sadistic warlord's whim. Enel sweated a bit when hearing the proclamation. A day or two of celebration won't be too bad. Right. Underscore 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 on a second chapter is approaching you. Well, it can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer, totally not a JoJo reference, Dressrosa Wars kinda over in it? Smiley face, party time, getting shit-faced with Oven and a royal family time. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 46, Relaxation and Shady Business underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 3 days. Who knew I'd be spending 3 days drinking with the people of Dressrosa? I obviously called Oven here too. So, here is the current matchup. We currently have a high-ranking marine, me, a child of a Yonko, Oven, and the entire royal family of Dressrosa. I don't know how this happened, but it did, and I don't mind. Oven also seems to be enjoying himself, he seems to have formed some form of bond with Kairos. Most likely because he helped Kairos deal with Diamante, and that they both share some similarities with their bodies. It went to the point where Oven actually asked if I could build Kairos a similar peg leg to his. I refused though, because gold is a rather weak metal, and that type of peg leg works well with Oven because he still has his knee somewhat intact. Kairos seemed to understand, but Oven was still pouting about it even after a whole day passed. Viola was also looking a bit sad about it. So at some point, I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll make him a mechanic leg. I didn't have much knowledge about this in my past life, but the old Enel was a genius in this aspect. Taking inspiration from both our memories, I was somewhat able to scrounge up a mechanic leg that moves as normally as a natural leg. This isn't even that advanced in this world, as people like Vegapunk and even Frankie were capable of even greater feats. A doctor was needed to attach it though, as it needed to be connected to nerve endings as well. The leg itself was made from a few different metals, but I obviously didn't use my staff or my gold. King Dadu was rather pleased with providing all of the necessary materials. Kairos is still getting used to his new leg, he can move it, a bit more strained than I first expected, but I was able to make a few adjustments, and it should work like a charm now, hopefully. Well, Kairos still has to get used to it, but it should at least be smoother than before. Right now, I am just sitting on the balcony of the palace, watching the streets as houses are being repaired. Oven is off sleeping somewhere in the castle. The Riku family should also be sleeping right now. I can't really bring myself to do so. The citizens are also not sleeping, the able-bodied ones are working currently, saying that they will only rest when they could finally see a clean street. Bodies were being collected and buried or burned. There was a lot of work to do after all. And me? I'm a marine, so I'm not exactly helping them. But I can't sleep, even if it's in the middle of the night. I feel it, in the distance, many ships are currently approaching the island. I know they are marine ships, but some of the people abroad are certainly not marines. I already know most of the powerful figures within the marine headquarters. I know the important figures in the marines in general. This fleet shouldn't even be coming from the headquarters, as they arrived here too fast. But I should still be able to identify most high-ranking officials. The people on board seem a bit odd, 2 of them to be exact. I can tell that they are strong. Strong enough to be called vice-admirals. Yet they seem to be masquerading as recruits. Even if they try to hide their strength, I can tell from the way they take their strides, even though they are undercover, they still don't seem to be doing any work a marine recruit would do on the ship. I guess they don't expect anyone to watch them so closely. Besides, I can clearly hear what they are talking about. They are having a conversation about Doflamingo's body and what to do with it. They also name-dropped me in their conversation. The only conclusion I can reach is that the people arriving are likely Cipher Pole agents. They obviously aren't stupid enough to talk about their mission while undercover. But the way they carry themselves is off-putting, to say the least. They are shady, and they are basically gossiping about me. If the old Enel was the one manning the stations, then the entire ship they're on would already be at the bottom of the ocean. But I was expecting them to arrive, as this is a matter concerning the death of a former celestial dragon. Even if it's a former one, it's apparently still an important matter for the world government. I know that I can trust Akina to have my back in this matter. But I can't trust the world government to not try something stupid behind the backs of the Marines. So, what are they planning here? Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 eventually, Enel smiled widely. Why don't I pay these recruits a visit? They shouldn't be slacking on the job after all. With that, Enel vanished from the balcony, appearing once again above the clouds near the ship. Enel then simply took one step and appeared on the ship. There were 2 recruits that interested him. And he landed right behind them, making them jump in different directions as they turned around to stare warily at him. Oh ho! Such great reflexes for recruits. Say, why aren't you 2 mopping the decks? Enel said as he tilted his head a bit. At this point, the Chipper Pole agents realized who they were looking at. It was none other than Rear Admiral Enel, one of their main targets in this mission. The agents only had so much information regarding Enel, but that was because the world government also had almost no information on him. Sengoku had been keeping a close eye on Enel for a while, so they could at least discern what type of person he was. Now, he had done something major. Killing a born celestial dragon was an extremely major transgression, the circumstances didn't matter. So, the Cipher Pole agents had a rather complicated mission this time. 1. Retrieve the warlord's body covertly. 2. Scout Enel out to see how strong he truly is. 3. Do their best to cover up the incident at the scene and try to erase any evidence, either photo or video. Spread rumors, fake evidence, and destroy the real evidence. The world government would handle the rest with the press. It was deemed that 2 CP0 agents were enough for this, so the 2 of them weren't exactly worried about fighting Enel and completing their mission. At least not until now. Just from this small exchange, the agents knew that fighting Enel wouldn't be so simple. And they also couldn't act now, as they had yet to secure Doflamingo's body. We are sorry, Rear Admiral. We were just admiring the view. The 2 of them quickly took a bow. Enel simply gave them a wide smile. Admiring the view, huh? Figures. Try not to slack too much, your job is also important, the decks on these ships don't have a self-cleaning feature. Enel said while nodding a bit, then he headed elsewhere, ignoring the 2 CP0 agents while whistling to himself. The agents looked at each other, sweat was present on their brows. They realized that Enel could tell something was off about them, so they were left with only 2 choices now. Either flee, ignore their mission and suffer the consequences. Or, continue their mission regardless of Enel's presence. They were rather confident in their own skills, and Enel's speed wasn't going to take them by surprise a second time. Right? In truth, that was what every enemy Enel fought usually thought. But Enel wasn't usually using his full speed in the first place. If Garp was to describe it, it was as if he was weirdly fluctuating his speeds, sometimes appearing slower, sometimes faster. It was an odd strategy, but it served its purpose, as Enel had made a fighting style for himself that allowed him to end battles as quickly as they began. All he needed was a moment of carelessness, a small slip, and the fight would be over completely. Things became complicated against non-devil fruit users, but Enel was decent at improvising, so he wasn't exactly worried about the CP0 agents either. He knew that they were decently strong, but he also knew that they weren't strong enough to pose a threat to him, devil fruit or not. Enel then proceeded to meet up with the ship's captain and started discussing the logistics of the Dressrosa incident, not bothering to cover up even the slightest of details. After all, Enel knew that the world government would make a large effort to cover the crimes of a former celestial dragon, so he was going to make sure that as many people as possible knew the truth. Mid-conversation with the ship's captain, Enel remembered something that made him amused for a bit. I wonder how the CP agents will react to the way I transport my prisoner. I can't wait to see their faces. Underscore 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 on. Hope you liked the chapter. The WG would obviously take an interest in this, smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 47, Departure and Conflict underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. When seeing how the cipher pole was involved, Enel decided to spend a few more days on Dressrosa. King Dadu obviously gave him a room in the castle, and Oven was also allowed to basically do whatever he wanted, as he was considered Enel's comrade at this point. Oven and Kairos were basically sparring partners now. Oven was obviously stronger, but it seemed that Kairos was improving really quickly thanks to his new leg. Enel had technically created a work of art that would fascinate most researchers. Still, he knew that it had plenty of areas where it could be improved upon. And Enel really didn't think it was that special either, as he had seen others in the series turn themselves fully into cyborgs. Regardless of that, some other things had been happening in regards to the Dressrosa cleanup. Enel had closely observed the CP0 agents without holding back at all. He had basically kept his eyes on them at all times. Enel only slept around 4 hours per night, so it wasn't hard for him to keep a close watch on the agents. Still, Enel decided not to stop them from taking Doflamingo's body, nor did he stop them from planting some random pieces of evidence. He realized what they were doing eventually, and he honestly didn't care if the world government tried to hide the matter right now, as he already had plans on how to use this cover-up in the future. He obviously took pictures of the two agents in the act of planting evidence. The agents weren't able to spot him, as he was basically standing on the clouds while doing that. Still, Enel knew that his stay on Dressrosa needed to come to an end soon. This fact was amplified by the moment he heard that the Straw Hat Pirates had successfully raided an ice lobby and escaped from a Buster Call all in the same day. This was a reminder to Enel that Ace's capture was getting closer and closer. And the war was most likely going to begin by the time he finally returned to Marineford. So, he decided that it would be for the better to continue on with his journey to the Cake Islands. Oven seemed to be a little reluctant to leave, but he was also rather eager to get back to his family. He and Kairos shook hands with a deep nod, a promise to likely meet again and spar in the future. Enel also shook hands with King Dadu, took a small bow and took a few steps, only to run into Viola. The person he was not exactly most excited to meet during his departure. Enel. So I guess this is it, huh? She asked, twiddling her thumbs a bit. She was dressed in a more royal dress, a deep blue that seemed to match rather well with Enel's own costume. I do have a mission to carry out. Enel said with a small nod. He and Viola hadn't spent much time together since that fateful day. Enel was rather busy spying on the agents and commanding the cleanup process of Dressrosa. The princess herself was also rather busy with her own family matters. The only free time she had spent it sleeping. She remembered sometimes passing by Enel's room during the night, only to see the light still on. But she was a bit too anxious to walk in, maybe it was due to tiredness. Maybe she just didn't want to bother him, as he was likely working deep into the night. But still, their interactions were few and far between. Which made Viola feel like their relationship wasn't quite what she wanted it to be. I see. Viola said as she looked at the ground for a bit. A weird frown found its way to Enel's face as he noticed her mood. In the end, he sighed and hugged the princess without much build-up. It was sudden, he only embraced her tightly for 1 second, then started walking off. Viola was flabbergasted for that 1 second, before smiling and looking at Enel's back with a smile. Don't forget to come and visit me when you're done. she shouted as Enel's back disappeared in the distance. She couldn't hear if Enel responded, and she couldn't see if he had nodded. She was caught in her own world for a bit, before continuing with her work. Enel and Oven made their way to the docks. Their presence was rather well received by all of the civilians. The two of them then passed by the two CP0 agents, as Enel had taken this route specifically to run into them. They seemed flabbergasted when seeing a supposed prisoner, walking around freely looking as healthy as ever, sporting an expensive-looking golden peg leg, and not shackled by anything at all. They were startled at first, but then they decided to use that as a reason to finally test Enel's strength. The two of them were quick to hide in an alleyway and change into clothes more appropriate for their ranks, finally ditching their recruit disguises and wearing white tuxedos with white coats. They also put their masks on, each wore a different colored wooden mask, to hide their identity. Enel smiled when feeling that, knowing that they were about to do something that could be classified as stupid. Rear Admiral Enel. Enel and Oven turned around when hearing that shout from behind them. Oven was a bit confused, but he didn't think much of it as he figured Enel already knew about them beforehand. What is the meaning of this? You are prancing around with a well-known pirate in the middle of the streets. Are you betraying the Marines? The two agents made it a point to sound as disgusted as possible as they took their fighting stances. One of them took out a sword, a long katana that seemed to be just as tall as him, so around 2 meters. And the other took out a chain and a sickle. It was clearly long. The agent spun the sickle above his head with rather impressive skill. Oven just raised an eyebrow at the weirdos in front of him. He didn't for one second think that they were an issue to Enel. If anything, the fact that they were using metal weapons meant that they were genuinely unintelligent. Well, strange interlopers that don't know how to introduce themselves, this man here is my prisoner. I have a mission given by Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, and I didn't receive specifications on the way I should transport him. Enel said as he glanced at the two agents with an amused smile. I've seen better acting in porn opera. Was the thought going through his head? That doesn't matter, you are transporting a devil fruit using prisoner. Where are the sea stone shackles you received? The agents asked while they prepared to pounce. Enel, at this point, was about to burst out laughing. Oven just scratched the back of his head for a bit, looking at his peg leg for a bit, before an idea rose to his mind. Well, Rear Admiral Enel has control over metals, as you two must know already. Oven started saying, gaining the attention of the agents instantly. He made this peg leg using his gold. The moment I misbehave it will wrap me up like a candy bar. Oven said while staring at the ground. Meanwhile, Enel was contemplating those words. You really think I'd use that much gold for your peg leg? Reasoning with them is a waste of time, Enel said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Oven ended up shrugging his shoulder and looking to the side, pouting a bit. The two agents both dashed toward Enel, weapons slicing towards Enel at breakneck speeds. Enel simply grabbed both of their blades with his blackened gauntleted hands. The two CP0 agents smiled underneath their masks, as they felt their blades start to cut into Enel's gauntlets. But that smile didn't last long, as both of their blades were instantly splattered into blobs of metal, leaving the two agents looking flabbergasted at what remained of their weapons. And, from a single moment of carelessness, Enel grabbed both of their heads and slammed them into the ground with enough force to send Oven flying a bit. He dusted his hands after slamming them into the ground, then looked at Oven, who was wincing a bit. Let's get going. Enel said as he started walking towards the docks again. Oven ended up just shrugging, stepping over the unconscious agents without even looking at them twice, and continuing with his way. Yeah. That went about as I expected it to. Oven thought to himself while whistling a bit. Underscore 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 underscore. Hope you liked the chapter. Too bad the WG didn't spare their best for that mission. Smiley face. There won't be any more stops as big as this one till Cake Island. Though there's still plenty of training to do. Winky face. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 48, Long Journey, Waves, and Preparedness underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. And so, Enel and Oven continued on their way, now stocked with supplies to last them until the next stop without much worry. It took a while for the CP0 agents to wake up. They were still in the middle of the streets, but Enel and Oven were both gone completely. The two agents genuinely thought they were going to be killed the instant Enel placed his gauntleted hands on their faces. Thankfully, Enel didn't see them as big enough of a threat to kill them. The agents also started fleeing from Dressrosa. The results of their test were rather obvious. Enel was most likely closer to an admiral than a vice admiral, to the point where they, as vice admiral level fighters, couldn't even react properly to his moves, and were taken out instantly. If Enel had fought to kill instead of playing around with them, they would have definitely died just as quickly, most likely by their own weapons. They were right, well as right as they could be with the information Enel was kind enough to give them. In truth, without the speed that his devil fruit provided him, Enel was now in the lower rankings of vice-admirals, which was thanks to his haki and mastery over 3 of the 6 powers. There was a lot to improve still when it came to body, which was why Enel decided to not stop training at all during the entire rest of that trip. Oven was a bit reluctant at first, but he got used to the constant training, as he could also feel himself grow stronger alongside Enel. Another week passed by, with Oven and Enel constantly training. At this point, Enel could harden his body perfectly, he was now able to consistently use Tekai, and Oven's hits didn't do much damage anymore. Their next stop was on a random jungle island. The two of them camped there for one night so that Enel could also get some sleep. He couldn't exactly sleep while flying the ship, so they needed to take some regular breaks like that. Regardless, Enel had already planned out these breaks beforehand, and Oven was also rather tired, as he didn't really sleep often either. At this point, it wasn't exactly a secret to Oven that Enel had a masochistic/sadistic way of training. And it had to be that way. Enel was in a rush to get stronger, and the less time he wasted the better. It went to the point where Oven got so used to the pain in his muscles that he no longer felt it. Enel was in a similar position, where he got so used to the pain of Oven's punches that he no longer felt them at all. Tekai or no Tekai, Enel could now tank Oven's punches without any issue. Enel could now also use Kami with some degree of mastery, which made him rather happy. Garp's suggested training method certainly had its merits. Hell, Garp wasn't a marine legend for nothing. The two of them continued on their journey without any issue. The closer they got to Big Mom's territory, the more anxious Oven grew. At this point, he didn't want his family to harm Enel in any way. The Rear Admiral had been nothing but friendly the entire journey, and Oven might have been haughty and villainous at some point, but he couldn't quite act like that after what he had gone through. And after around a month of constantly training, eating and laughing with Enel, even his prideful mind couldn't help but see him as a friend. There was also the fact that Oven couldn't quite bring himself to see Enel as a mere Rear Admiral. As a pirate, Oven respected strength, and he saw that Enel was stronger than most people around. Pirates had attacked them on occasion, or, well, they tried to anyway. Enel usually handled them in less than a second. Oven had seen pirates with bounties even higher than his go down instantly at Enel's staff. All of that anxiety culminated when Enel and Oven finally could see Cake Island in the distance. Seeing an island made out of sweets is so strange. Enel muttered as he steered his ship closer and closer to the Yonko-ruled island. It may be weird, but it's home. Oven said, some sweat rising on his forehead. Listen. I think it's better if you leave me on the shore of the island. If my brothers and sisters were to see my state, I'm unsure how some of them would react. Although some of them might even shake your hand. Oven didn't say that last part out loud, but he knew just how his family worked, and to say that they were a close-knit bunch would be wrong. Although some still cared for each and every sibling, there was plenty of internal conflicts. Don't worry, besides, there are a few things that I want to look at while on the island. I'm not exactly helpless. Enel said with a smirk. Oven simply sighed and decided to just trust Enel's judgment this time. Still, he knew that if a fight was to break out, he'd be forced to help his family, as they were the ones he was most loyal. Enel also knew that he had formed some type of friendship with Oven in his journey, but he still didn't fully trust Oven, so he was somewhat flattered by Oven's concern. Still, Enel had some time left till the war, and he knew that returning to Marineford would mean he'd also have to answer a lot of questions. His rather quick disposal of Doflamingo and his subsequent altercation with the CP0 agents had already become known to the Marine headquarters. So he knew that Sengoku would likely confront him if he returned early. Worst of all, and the main reason why Enel wanted to avoid a quick return. His fight with Doflamingo had been apparently filmed. Enel didn't even realize that. His haki was spread everywhere on the island, but he had a lot of things to keep track of all at once, so he didn't bother with people that just looked at him fighting. So he failed to sense someone actually filming him. So, for a short while, some people in the world saw how easily a feared warlord was manhandled. It was like looking at an adult bullying a child actually. There was also the Conqueror's haki. Something that managed to shock everyone that managed to catch a glimpse of that video. Thankfully, the world government quickly covered it up, for various reasons, so not a lot of people actually got to see the recording, only a few important people did. Therefore, Enel didn't feel like having to answer any more questions than necessary, so he simply planned to stay on Cake Island for another few weeks. At least until Ace's execution was officially announced. At that point, questions would have to wait, and Enel would also be able to just leave the Navy and not bother with answering any of them. The plan still stood, using the Summit War, the War of the Great, as an opportunity to befriend the Whitebeard pirates, a way to gain much-needed allies for his future ventures. Enel had also paid attention to the news during his journey, so he knew that Blackbeard had officially become Crocodile's replacement within the warlords. This obviously made Enel realize that Ace was already captured and turned over to the Marines, and this also meant that Luffy had already dealt with Gecko Moria, and was on his way to the Shabadi archipelago. The Summit War was relatively close to starting, and Enel felt like he was ready for it. Still, he'd take a few more weeks to train a bit. But first, he'd have to pay the ruler of the region, Big Mom, a visit, as well as officially deliver oven to her. Underscore 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 run. Hope you liked the chapter. Another one coming out later today. Ace's capture happened sometimes during the Thriller Bark arc, so the war is getting closer and closer. Smiley face. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. You'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 49, Tato Land and Family underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. And so, Oven and Enel stepped on Big Mom's main island, Tato Land, which was also said to house a road poneglyph, one of the 4 scripts necessary to access Raftel and catch a glimpse of the fabled One Piece. Enel knew that his arrival was bound to be a bumpy one, but the people within the territory were seemingly going on with their lives normally, civilians willingly living under a temperamental emperor's rule. After all, no one would dare to attack the main territory of Big Mom herself, so this was one of the safest places on Earth for them. Enel knew that this was the case for a lot of Yonko-ruled islands, mainly the ones under Whitebeard's control. Kaido was more of a tyrant than anything, and Shanks was a bit of an unknown quantity when it came to territory. Enel wasn't actually ever able to find anything about the islands that Shanks's territory consisted of, but he didn't really care, as he didn't plan to engage much with the red-haired man. Now, some would argue that Big Mom was likely a lot more annoying to deal with than Shanks, but Enel had the advantage of already knowing Charlotte Linlin to some extent. He knew that she, like most other Yonkos, was prideful as could be. He knew that she was thriving off of the souls of others, and he knew of her obsession with sweets, as if that much wasn't obvious from looking at her territory. The best part. Enel knew that Linlin was somewhat simple-minded. He knew that he wouldn't be able to convince her of anything, as she was impossible to argue with or against. She was too willful to listen to anyone. She was basically just an overgrown child, with far too much power. There weren't all that many things she could do that could take Enel by surprise. Enel actually considered her children to be a lot more devious, though. He needed to pay attention to that. Enel didn't see any high-ranking figures of the Big Mom pirates on his way to the center of the island, but he was sure that the family was already notified of Oven's return. Enel also saw plenty of wary gazes directed toward him, especially from the populace. It was rather rare to see a rear admiral strutting around on Yonko territory. Gotta say, I was expecting a warmer welcome. Enel said as he and Oven walked through the forests. Honestly, I wasn't. I think it's better that we get no welcome than if we were to get a violent one. Oven said as he looked around the forests with a sneer. He could hear the trees whispering, mocking the marine that had stepped foot on the territory of an emperor of the seas. Enel didn't seem to care for them. They were just trees, after all, not deserving of an opinion on his mind. Enel did feel someone approaching them, someone that he could somewhat recognize. A man that was around 5 meters, 16 feet 8 inches, tall. His hair was short and crimson, same as his eyes. 2 distinct scars were present on each side of his face, looking as if someone had tried to stitch his mouth shut. He wore a massive light ragged scarf that covered his mouth, a torn leather vest with Charlotte written on the back that exposed most of his heavily muscled torso, a pair of dark gloves and pants, a belt with a skull-shaped buckle and spiked boots with spurs. Enel instantly recognized that figure as Charlotte Katakuri, the elder triplet brother of Oven, and someone that Oven idolized. Oven seemed excited when seeing his brother. Katakuri's reaction was a bit different though. Who did this to you? Oven. Katakuri appeared well and truly angered. Enel raised an eyebrow, and so did Oven. Were they not supposed to be informed of Oven's state already? Enel thought to himself. Oven seemed to be just as confused, but he answered without hesitation. It was Admiral Akainu, big brother. He was the one to bring me to Marineford. Oven said as he looked down at his missing limbs. His golden peg leg at least looked decent, but that didn't really make up for the fact that he was missing a leg. Katakuri seemed to get angrier by the second. Enel simply tilted his head to the side, thinking of how to go about avoiding a fight with Katakuri of all people. That bastard! I guess this truly means war then. Trust me, brother, we won't stand for this. Katakuri said as he clenched his fist. Thank you for the concern. But I don't know if we should start a war right now. Oven said, looking toward Enel a few times as he sweated a bit. Katakuri noticed that. He looked at the rear admiral in front of him with a wary gaze. At this point, there were very few people that didn't know who Enel was. Katakuri knew that Enel was likely as strong as an admiral, so he figured his brother was just scared for his life. You have no reason to be concerned, Oven. You are home already. You are no longer a prisoner. Katakuri said as he walked closer to his brother. Oven smiled a bit at that. Thank you, brother. But I don't really feel much like a prisoner honestly. Oven said while scratching the back of his head. Katakuri raised an eyebrow at that, a bit confused. I wasn't restrained during the journey back, we even had a stop to party with a kingdom's royal line. Oven said as he turned his head towards Enel slightly, who was just twirling his earlobes and yawning. Since Oven was willing to vouch for him, then the confrontation with Katakuri was mostly avoided. Katakuri was staring at him as if he were a weirdo. I understand. I'm guessing you don't want this particular marine to be killed then. Katakuri said as he tilted his head a bit. Oven just nodded and sighed a bit, knowing that it was going to be difficult to explain to his mother. Katakuri considered whether or not Enel treated his brother well just for this reason. But he also knew that Enel was strong enough for Katakuri to not be entirely sure of beating him. Doflamingo may not have been anywhere near as strong as Katakuri, but he was a powerful pirate with an awakened devil fruit. And Enel had taken someone like that down in a matter of seconds without even getting scratched. Someone with that much strength wouldn't cower in front of a Yonko even. So Katakuri was at least a bit thankful to Enel for not mistreating his brother. But that didn't mean he was any less angry at the Marines for what they had done. Very well, I personally won't bring any harm to him. But his fate isn't going to be decided by me. Katakuri said as he shook his head a bit. Oven seemed to get the message too. Well, I can bargain a bit. I should be able to make Oven a new arm and leg. Well, as long as I have the required materials. In the end, Enel decided to speak up, which made Oven smile a bit. Oven knew that Enel was capable of designing him mechanical limbs, but he hadn't mentioned it as he had just been a prisoner until now, so he was still a bit reserved. Still, he had personally seen just how smoothly Kairos was able to use his prosthetic leg. He knew that he needed the metals to be highly resistant to heat though, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use his devil fruit at full power without constantly melting them. Katakuri didn't seem impressed though, he just stared at Enel with a blank gaze. It was the fault of you Marines that this happened in the first place. Regardless, it's up for Mother to decide what she is going to do with you. The tall crimson-haired man said as he sighed a bit. Let us continue to the chateau, Mother is expecting us. Enel didn't seem to care for Katakuri's cold look, he figured he'd be able to clear things up when he got to speak with Big Mom. Oven also didn't want his family to murder Enel, so he hoped the Rear Admiral would play his cards right this time. He knew that Enel was strong, but he didn't have any delusions of him being able to escape from Big Mom. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked this second chapter. We're meeting Big Mom next chapter. Wonder how that one's gonna go, smiley face. BTW, I'ma start streaming soonish. You can find me on Twitch called VeganMaster96, I'll try to link it for whoever cares. If you want to support me look up VeganMaster on Patreon_on, you'd also get 10 chapters in advance, or 5 depending on tier. Chapter 50, Meeting a Yonko underscore 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 POV Enel underscore 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 heading for the whole cake chateau in silence isn't exactly what I expected. Katakuri seems extremely wary around me, but he's not outright hostile thanks to Oven vouching for me. At the very least, I will be able to speak to Big Mom for a bit. But knowing her, she won't listen to me all that much. I need to be careful with my words, but I also don't feel like bowing my head to an overgrown child prone to throwing temper tantrums and even harming her own family. Overall, I'm not exactly worried about Big Mom, but I also don't want to make an enemy out of her so early on. If we end up fighting in the future then it can't be helped, but now there's no reason for us to come to blows. In the first place, I joined the Marines to learn the 6 powers and Haki. Even if I made friends there, I won't be making enemies out of a Yonko for the sake of the world government. I guess I'll see how things go. There are also Linlin's other children, many of which at least somewhat care about Oven. Well, not all of them care about him. If I remember correctly, some siblings aren't quite as cruel as the others, there are certain clashes between them. Still, most of them do care about their siblings. I don't know about someone like Pero, for example, I don't think he would give much of a shit for Oven's injuries. He is more likely to care about the Navy disrespecting Big Mom herself by capturing Oven. I remember him being an extremely sadistic individual, but hey, he did have good relationships with his siblings, so his reaction could still surprise me. The Big Mom pirates are an extremely cruel and sadistic bunch, I need to tread lightly if I want to not cause a war. Worst case scenario, I stop the war from happening by crippling one side. If I destroy the island we are on too much, they will be stuck here rebuilding and won't have time for the Marines, at least until the summit war is over we would be fine. Still, there are a lot of people that I don't know how will react to this, the fact that Sengoku didn't tell anyone of Oven's state is also a bit concerning. That would have at least prepared them a bit for seeing their sibling in such a state, even if it wouldn't change the final outcome all that much. I remember him saying that the world government doesn't want a war. Did he expect me to placate the Big Mom pirates and not just escape immediately? That's highly unlikely. Sengoku doesn't know that I am as strong as a Yonko, so if he sent me to placate Big Mom, he'd think he's sending me to my death. Wait a second. The timing might just be really shitty for him. The summit war is already in motion, so he's most likely planning it out already, contacting pirates to sway them to betray Whitebeard and all that. He should have his hands completely full with both planning out the war and cleaning up after the Dressrosa incident, so it's possible that he simply forgot about Big Mom. Both Akainu and Garp are likely preparing for the war, they won't have the time to remind Sengoku of this. Was I really forgotten like that? Maybe they just figured that I'm strong enough since I took down Doflamingo with ease. The recording should have reached Marineford before the world government got to erase all evidence of Dressrosa being the fault of a former Celestial dragon. Whatever, I'll just deal with this and be done with it. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The three of them reached the chateau rather quickly, no one approached them. They had run into a few of Oven's siblings, but they didn't approach, as Katakuri was also there, escorting what they assumed was a prisoner. Still, Enel had seen quite a few siblings look at Oven with worry in their eyes, signifying that the Big Mom pirates might have been a bit closer to one another than Enel had initially expected. Enel could feel that all of the higher-ranking members of the Big Mom pirates were waiting inside what he assumed to be the throne room. So, the three of them walked silently towards it. Upon entering, Enel was finally able to see her in person. Big Mom, a round, obese old woman. She had an enormous physique, standing at 8.8 meters or just shy of 29 feet tall. Round, orange eyes, with prominent eyelashes, and wore thick purple eyeshadow. She had a very wide mouth with full lips sporting red lipstick. She also had long, curly, and wild pink hair that fell halfway down her back, as well as a long beak-like nose. Big Mom wore a large pink bicorn hat bearing a Jolly Roger on the front. She also wore a pink dress with red polka dots and white ruffles, with a wide white cape attached to its back that fell to the ground. Enel studied her for a bit, she didn't really look that intimidating, and she surprisingly seemed to be in a good mood. The Rear Admiral tilted his head a bit as he saw both Katakuri and Oven bow and greet their mother. He didn't bother with that, only looking around the room a bit. As Enel had expected, most of the siblings didn't seem to be excited to see him there. And those that were, Enel could surmise that they were for the wrong reasons. "I'm glad to see you again, Oven," Big Mom said as she swayed from side to side on her throne. She didn't seem outright interested in his appearance. Enel wasn't exactly shocked by her uninterested tone and gaze, she was known to not be quite caring to her children. To her, they were just tools, after all. Still, having one of her tools damaged should have made her a bit irritated. Enel assumed he was going to see how irritated she was soon. "Now, I wasn't expecting a Marine to come all the way here. Let alone a Rear Admiral," Big Mom said as she licked her lips with a hungry look. Enel didn't react much to her words visibly. He wondered how Big Mom would have reacted if someone like Garp dropped by. A mere Vice Admiral like him, maybe would have gotten the same treatment. "Don't judge me by my ranking. It was my mission to assure Oven's safe return and to prevent a conflict with your Big Mom pirates, I am merely carrying it out," Enel said as he leaned on his staff a bit. The entire room was looking at him with open hatred, Katakuri and Oven being exceptions. Surprisingly, Big Mom was also one of these exceptions. Good. Good. At least the Marines know their place. Mama Linlin had started laughing in her own annoying way. Enel didn't bother defending the Marines, as he didn't really care. The rest of her children also joined her in laughing a bit. Enel thought it wouldn't last long. But as she continued laughing for a minute or two, Enel was getting a bit irritated. "Can all of you just shut the fuck up already?" Enel shouted, exasperation present in his tone as he now understood just how annoying the Big Mom pirates could be. He had remembered them being a frustrating bunch from the show. But he hoped he'd be able to hold it in. Turns out he may have overestimated his resistance to bullshit. The room turned deadly silent, as every gaze turned back to Enel in an instant. This time, even Big Mom looked pissed off. Oven trembled a bit, and Katakuri just raised an eyebrow. "I understand your grievances. But did you really have to do that?" Katakuri thought to himself as he scratched the back of his head. "A rather bold marine dog. Coming here and barking in my castle," Big Mom said as she rose from her seat, anger obvious in her features. I was going to just take 2 of your limbs. But now I'll also take your lifespan, maybe you'll be a bit less arrogant if you only had a few years left in you. Big Mom said as a sadistic smile rose to her face. Most of her children also seemed to mirror her smile, while Enel just shrugged. Oven gulped a bit as he clenched his fist, the worst possible scenario was happening right before his eyes. Katakuri's gaze turned serious, as he thought of ways that he could bail Enel out of the situation. But he knew that arguing with his mother was useless, if anything he and his brother would also come to harm. I will respect my brother's wishes, I won't fight Enel. But I can't protect him either. Katakuri simply started walking to the side and leaned on a pillar. He was going to stay neutral, but if any of his dear siblings were to be in mortal danger, he would interfere. As to him, their lives mattered above all else. I guess a fight was going to break out anyway. Enel thought to himself as he started twirling his staff behind him.